The highest gusts 50 to 60 miles per hour, and then some isolated gusts for the San Bernardino County mountains up to 75 miles per hour. Also, it is very dry outside. We've been talking about the Santa Anas and how these winds really come through the mountains, down through the canyons and passes with that northeasterly wind. It dries out the atmosphere, and the problem is that it's already dry at the surface. It's been more than 8 months since Southern California has had any measurable rainfall. So
I don't know if we have notifications, so I'm going to have to check that. If not, I'm going to have to send out the email blast and all that stuff. Let me check. Do you guys get a notification for the stream?
There in Anaheim in Orange County. So the red flag warning once again has been reissued. This will stay up until 6 p.m. on Friday. Low relative humidity and these winds that we're still fighting and battling is leading to some critical fire concerns across the region. An update on the fires that we're tracking. The Eaton fire. This broke out in Altadena a couple of nights ago, and you can see winds are calm, so that's nice. But the relative humidity, as we've been saying, dropping down into the teens and the single digits here. Also, an update for you on the Palisades fire as we're looking at weather conditions. The winds are fairly light, still coming in out of the north.
So there's this communication tower. I mean, I want to wait a little bit for people to join because I have a couple of clips and stuff to go over. Of course, we're going to listen to the news and go over updates. And by the way, they've also announced a 6-person now fatality. 6 person is added to the count of deceased people. Sadly, and mass destruction. I saw a lot of aerial pictures and photos. It is crazy. It's crazy. And the amount of damage, they said so far, I saw somewhere they were saying something like 50 billion, 52 billion or something like that in damages for LA.
Smoke advisory for much of LA County, and it doesn't matter if a fire is burning in your neighborhood. I was driving in today on my way into work. You could kind of see the ash falling from the sky. It was like it was raining ash across much of our region. You could smell.
We got that.
The Palisades down to the ocean. Same thing with our fire, the Eaton fire close to Altadena. Then once we get into tonight, we're still dealing with plumes of smoke, and then the smoke stretches out across areas where fires are not currently burning in terms of what we know here. So we've got smoke moving in across areas in Orange County as well as the IE. If you're not dealing with the wind, you've got the fires and the indirect impact as a result of
there was an image that I kept seeing online about the Hollywood sign on fire, but
Yep, got notified. Waving hand medium light skin tone Mel. Check the typo in your title.
Oh,
Blat.
Oh, Joe Rogan Blats. Thank you. It's supposed to be blasts. Blasts. Gavin Newsom. We're going to get into that. But yeah, the Hollywood sign, I kept seeing things of it on fire, but people are saying it's like an AI image. So I don't think I think it would have been like headlines. It would have been everywhere if it was actually on fire. It would have been more than just that one image going around. But this communicates. So what we're looking at on the right hand side of the screen is this fires approaching these towers, and it's major communication tower. I was trying to get an article. It says flames from massive Eaton fire are approaching the summit of California's Mount Wilson. The mountaintop is home to the communication towers and a historic observatory. So I'm gonna wait a little bit. Here's the 52 billion in damages. We'll get into Joe Rogan in a bit. They're saying that supposedly too, there's random people starting fires around LA, arsonists. And I almost wonder if this does bring out these people more. Kind of like when these people start mass shooters, then all the other people want to start mass shooting too. I wonder if it encourages these people. But yeah, the Eaton fire approaching communication towers. And they're saying that these radio transmissions are really important. It's really important for radio transmission in Southern California because it is very high and it gives exceptional viewpoint for the entire Southern California area. Law enforcement, fire, and media, television stations, and radio use Mount Wilson as a major broadcast point. So here's another picture. So we're watching it live on the right-hand side there. Pretty crazy to see that. And also, I thought I heard earlier in the weather that it's supposed to get more windier tonight. The wind's going to pick up, back up into the 30s and 40s miles per hour, I think, in some places.
A certain too much smoke going on, I couldn't even see no more, man.
And this isn't just a home. We're talking about a lot of homes on this block on Glen Rose Avenue here in, this area that are damaged. But this is an apartment complex, so we're talking dozens and dozens of people that are in your same situation.
There was a 50 apartment complex, man, and everybody left, man. Everybody, all the families couldn't believe it. We all grew up there, man. So it was like a big family. We were united, very. And all gone, miss.
And you said it was hard to leave. You were one of the last to evacuate.
It was like around 3, we got the notification, and we were kind of sleeping through it. Around 5 minutes, everybody already had left. We were the last ones to leave, man. It was very, very sad, miss. Seeing my sister and mother almost getting burned by the fire boss. Something I don't wish on nobody, miss. Very bad, very bad. And now seeing my block, I've always passed through here. I went to school everywhere. And now everything's gone, miss. It's very hurtful to see, to be honest.
Well, Brian, Alejandro, we're glad you're safe. Thanks for sharing a little bit of your story. Unfortunately, this is a story of thousands of people, and that number may even grow, not just in this area, but as we know, there are fires burning across Los Angeles County. So this gives you a little preview of what we're watching here today, beyond just trying to take this site in, seeing people come back and carry their life down the street, a bag of clothes, anything that they could save, their pets. It's a really difficult situation out here. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Our Lexi Suter helping us out from our NBC Chicago station there at Glen Rose and Woodbury. Just such a devastating sight. Lexi, thank you for that
I got to
coverage.
fix the noise, though.
We now want to show you a live picture here from News Chopper 4. This is over the Eaton fire that has now reached Mount Wilson at this hour as we continue to monitor that white smoke there. And this is, we've been covering this for the last would say a couple hours, 2 to 3 hours, as it approached those communication broadcast towers there. It got very, very close with those flames. But as we learned earlier from our engineer there, the winds weren't as much of a concern at that time. But again, this is a fire that we continue to monitor at this hour that has reached Mount Wilson. We want to go ahead and check in with Chief Sam Giovanna. Are you with us now?
Yes, I am.
What can you tell us now when you look at the conditions and the developments that we have seen over Mount Wilson with the smoke right now?
Well, when we saw this earlier, you can see that the smoke was pretty much going straight up. Looks as if the winds have kicked up even more so because now they're starting to blow more horizontally. That's not a good sign. The winds have kicked up. And in fact, I'll say this. This morning I got up in Orange County, went.
Crazy. Look at the view on that tower. I guess maybe move that out of the way. So we got 2 different vantage points. If you guys could help me out with either the like button or the share or both, since I have no notifications. I want to make an emoji, no notification gang, whenever that happens. But I did do the email blast. If you want to get on the email list, I'll put the link in the chat. It's also in the description if you want to join the email list. I don't do any solicitation. It's just basically it's always just videos, my videos when I'm going live and stuff. I email it out. So,
Wind conditions being favorable right now to firefighters. How were they so confident that this wouldn't necessarily burn down some of these towers?
Well, from what I've understood, they've started backfiring operations up there. And backfiring is a wildfire tactic where crews will deliberately set a controlled fire along, say, the edge of a fire break, a control line, ahead of the main fire. What this does is it consumes the fuel in its path and essentially starves the wildfire from removing available vegetation. This slows down or stops the spread, and it's basically a way to use fire to fight fire. However, I'll say this, it needs to be done very carefully, monitored conditions, and with expert management and resources to carry it out. So hopefully the operation was successful. It looks like it is, and they're doing a great job up there.
It's such a relief to see that white smoke there going straight into the air. That is a really good sign compared to what, where things stood even just 30 minutes to an hour ago, where we saw so much of that black smoke. We saw those tall flames. Chief Sam, can you talk about how these fires also can create their own weather conditions? Because meanwhile there aren't huge gusts, blowing thankfully through this area, the fire itself can create its own kind of weather pattern, making it dangerous and difficult for, firefighters to fight this from the air, which was the best option at that point for a fire like this.
Yeah, it does. The fire gives off its own heat, it creates its own wind, and it just basically creates its own weather system in itself. That's why sometimes when you see a fire and the column of smoke rises enough up into the atmosphere, it almost develops at the cap of it like a thunderhead. And I have been on fires where, now I won't say it was a downpour, but you could feel actual raindrops where it's creating its own weather system. So it is very sporadic, and it does create its own weather pattern, and it is very dangerous. And like you said, from hour to hour, half hour to hour, and even to minute, things can change very quickly, just like we've been seeing throughout this whole entire wind and fire event.
And Chief Sam, it's now about 1:12 p.m. You were just talking about how things can change when you think of the wind and what the pattern that we've been monitoring over the last few hours. What is, again, your message for our viewers as we continue to track these wildfires?
Yeah, just stay alert. Just for you in the fire zone areas, the path of the existing fires. But to all of you right now, just like I mentioned about Orange County, they may not have any active fires right now, but as we speak, one can pop up. Be prepared. Pull the combustible furniture, lawn furniture, wood piles, trash. And with these winds we've had strong winds, even in my neighborhood. My neighborhood is littered with leaves, needles, twigs, and debris. Those are all ignition points for embers. So clear those away from your home. Even, if it's safe, and I'm saying that, emphasizing if it's safe, get those off your rooftops. Harden your home, get prepared with medication, important documents, eyeglasses. Be prepared to evacuate if you're asked to, and if you feel that you're threatened, leave anyways. It's the matter between life and death.
Absolutely.
Such important reminders.
As we continue talking to Chief Sam here, I want to let our viewers know about a couple possible updates here. President Biden is expected to hold a news conference sometime this afternoon regarding the federal response to these wildfires. Of course, he was in Los Angeles yesterday meeting with Governor Newsom and getting a briefing on that. And so we will continue to keep an eye on when that news conference begins. And we will bring that to you live here on NBC4. We will also let you know that Mayor Bass and other LA city and county officials will be holding another press conference at 4 o'clock in downtown LA at their EOS, the Emergency Operations Center.
So 4 o'clock, that's 8 o'clock tonight. That's 4 hours from now. But those press conferences have kind of dragged. It's kind of dragged a bit. I mean, I get what they're, but it's like, I wish they would be kind of more just to the point of like, this is happening, that's happening, get resources here, this is where you can call, this is where you can go. And then there's so little time for Q&A. Maybe that's intentional. It seems like they've so little time. Every time over on time. And there's like they take very few questions and they dodge the questions. I mean, they're not even, for such an event like this, such a massive destructive event, you would think that they'd, take some questions and answer the public and, whatever. But no, doesn't seem to be the case. All right, in a few minutes,
Arizona, Oregon, and Washington to augment the resources and personnel available just for this. It's like going into battle. We want to bring all the reinforcements and troops we can just to be prepared, and they are taking every precaution necessary. So, like I mentioned earlier, Jonathan and Camilla, we'll do our part. We just ask the communities to do their part. So important to work together.
Absolutely. All right, our Chief Sam DiGiovanna, thank you as always for your coverage and all the work that you and your firefighters are doing out there on the front lines.
Okay, so let's get into some clips. We'll keep an eye on the tower, though, these communication towers. We're going to talk about it too. Eating fire. So a couple of things. So like I said earlier, I don't know where he sourced this from, but I'm not surprised. We even talked about this yesterday. The damages, it's probably going to be astronomical. And it says LA fire is expected to cost $52 billion in damages. Wow. Right. $52 billion in damages. I wonder if Ukraine will send the money back. And then there's this clip. Let me play it in the smaller window because I don't know, Joe Rogan. And I gotta redo this whole Christmas thing, but let's just play this.
Yeah, we were just talking about the wildfire situation and how crazy it is that they spent $24 billion last year on the homeless.
Yeah.
And what do they spend on preventing these wildfires?
Zero.
Zip.
And in 2019, I think Newsom said, I'm going to take care of the forests and maintain the forests and do all that kind of stuff. He didn't do anything. And then on top of that, they cut the water off. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's all funny. And then I think all our tax dollars probably went for Gavin's hair gel. I don't know, but it's like, it's sad. It's like the place is just on fire.
Well, the whole state is just so poorly managed. It's so frustrating and confusing. And then he gets on TV and pretends like everything's great. Mm-hmm. And California is the best. We have the best state. We have the most amazing economy. And like, you're out of your fucking mind, dude. You've ruined this state. Personally ruined it.
Well, it's the same team that was up in San Francisco, and they came down to L.A., and they're doing what they did in San Francisco. And San Francisco's kind of like apocalyptic now,
Yeah.
I went there, and it's just like people, homeless. It's a mess.
It's just unbelievable that society can crumble that quickly.
Mm-hmm.
It really is unbelievable.
It doesn't take long.
No.
Yeah. I read a book once by Jared Diamond called Collapse. Mm-hmm. Have you ever read that book?
Yeah.
Crazy, right? It says all the things you need for a civilization to cave in and collapse. And a lot of the things are present. All those earmarks, the precursors of a collapse, they're present in our time. So it's an interesting observation.
Yeah.
So I saw that. I thought it was interesting. I saw it this afternoon. And Joe Rogan. This is kind of interesting too. So somebody put this together where it's like a clip from July 19, 2024, where they're saying he predicted the LA fires. Well, he said that somebody had told him like this situation was kind of inevitable, like it was going to happen.
He was telling me, he goes, dude, one day, he goes, it's just going to be the right wind and fire's going to start in the right place and it's going to burn through LA all the way to the ocean and there's not a fucking thing we can do about it. I go, really? He goes, yeah.
I don't know if I can play that song. But he talks about this.
He goes, we get lucky with the wind. He goes, but if the wind hits the wrong way, it's just going to burn straight through LA and there's not going to be a thing we can do about it. Because these fires are so big, dude. When they're talking about like thousands of acres that are burning
simultaneously with like 40-mile-an-hour winds, and the winds just blow embers through the air, and those embers are landing on roofs, and those houses are going up and landing on bushes, and those bushes are going up and everything's dry. And once it happens in a way where it's so spread out that there's nothing you can do, and that's kind of what's happening now. I thought that was pretty interesting as well. Somebody here posted, I guess this is a video from today, and it says California has a homeless tweaker problem. They are 100% the reason why California wildfires rage every day of the year. Gavin Newsom and Liberal refuse to address this. Let's see. So this is somebody else. I guess he found this. So this lady threw something at his car.
Fire patrol, guys. Let's go. Crazy people in LA.
This is our drinking water. Now we're going to starve.
Good job. Guys.
Are they really finding these fires, or are they lighting something up and then turning on the camera? I don't know.
Fire department, you weren't here, so we had to step in. Do what the boys do best. Oh, shit, there's multiple fires. What the fuck? Look, there's the guy starting the fires right there.
Oh, yeah, look. Oh, that's the person that threw the... Well, you can see. I guess this is legit. Looks like it. This lady here is setting up multiple fires. And honestly, I really wouldn't be surprised if there's people out there, arsonists out there, doing this just to create chaos. People that are into that already. It says old.
There.
It says old.
All right. You could be crazy and come at you. Nice. All right.
What the hell?
goes, in goes.
Damn, bro. Zombie.
There's a crazy person up there.
Hey, f*** you! Hey, f*** you! Well, now he lost his source of starting fires.
Starting the fire, so do you think he did into the car?
So that, we'll take a look at this later. This is the communication tower that we're talking about. Huge fire approaching. The Eaton fire is approaching the communication towers, which service local media outlets throughout Southern California. I wonder if this thing reaches, what happens. It's up there. The fire from the right side. It's a live view of it. And so it's an important tower. Law enforcement, fire, media, television stations, and radio use Mount Wilson as a major broadcast point.
Continue to see more devastation, more destruction. This is really dangerous. We're seeing again the flames at the bottom of your screen. It's tough to make out, a little obscured by a lot of that dark smoke, but they are licking definitely at a lot of these repeater towers. And this is very dangerous in terms of safety and emergency safety throughout much of Southern California. These are repeater towers. So these are towers that not only news stations, radio stations use here in Southern California, but emergency events. This is very important. The way the police, the fire, this is the way that they communicate as well. And that's why you've been seeing some of our live shots. They've been going in and out. These repeater stations. So the signals come off of the transponders down in the lower elevations. They hit these towers and they're able to communicate with areas that are miles and miles away. And they could lose these towers. And we could lose emergency capabilities and ways to discuss and talk to other folks. And there is an outbuilding right there that is on fire. There's no doubt about it. It is at the bottom of your screen. I'm going to ask the booth, can we take away that lower third? Because you can see it much better. There you go. Now you can really see it. Look at that fire. It is definitely.
And while we're watching this, I'm looking at the bottom right. I can't tell. This part here, is that a fire over here? This is a live view. I don't know if that's just something sitting there. Oh, it was there before. It was there before too. Okay, that's not a fire. Okay, go back to the live view. Okay, I thought that was like a fire right in the middle starting there.
Definitely making its way up into Mount Wilson right now. It is hitting those outbuildings. These are transponders. These are ways of communicating throughout Southern California. So that could be jeopardized as the afternoon moves on, and that could make firefighting capabilities a lot more difficult. But all in all, there's so much fuel up in there, Glenn and Lou. You can see these trees, the brush, everything is just being chewed up by this fire. The conditions just extremely dry right now. We just
really bad if that gets on fire and goes out. Major emergencies unfolding as flames from Eaton fire have now reached the telecommunications station atop Mount Wilson to the north of Los Angeles, with these towers used for TV, radio stations, and critical communications for first responders across Los Angeles County. Yeah, man.
This is live pictures from our camera and transmission center on the top of Mount Wilson, currently being operated by our transmission operator, Fernando Burris. He is moving that camera, but you can see the Eaton fire is still very active, moving north. Mount Wilson is approximately north of, say, the Sierra Madre area, a little bit to the northeast of Altadena. And the fire is now creeping up, approaching the peak. And we have actually seen some active flames right behind that building there. Now, that building used to house some equipment, transmission equipment for 97.1. It's unclear what is 97.1 FM. It's unclear what is in that building now. But just moments ago, we saw some flames peek up from behind the roof of that building. So we we know that the Eaton fire is actually approaching the Mount Wilson peak, and it has been a major radio and television transmission spot for about the last 80 to 90 years. It was first erected in 1947 as a pioneer radio station back then. We have had our transmission equipment up near the top there since 1986. So it is really important for radio transmissions in Southern California because it is very high and it gives an exceptional viewpoint for the entire Southern California area. So it is able to broadcast and receive radio transmissions. So law enforcement, fire, and media, television stations and radio use Mount Wilson as a major broadcast point. And you can see there is just smoke piling into this area here as the flames appear to be just below the peak there where our camera is. Now, if you come out to my screen, I can give you an idea on the map where this is. What we're looking at right here is the Eaton fire, and Mount Wilson, you can see right near the top of your screen, is here, which is an indication that the Eaton fire has now basically reached a few miles north from the last footprint. Ooh. And what we're looking at is these structures here, these radio towers and buildings. Our camera that you were just seeing is right about here. So seeing that this fire is just that close coming back out to the map, our camera is right about there. So we expect to see fire right along here. Now, the one bit of
crazy. Look at the smoke. Let me rewind it back a little bit. Oh, it was pretty been smoking the whole time. I wonder if they've managed to contain it. I don't know. It's just all smoky. The death tolls has risen to 6 now, including 5 in Eaton fire. First death in Palisades fire.
So that is what this scene is all about right now on Pacific Coast Highway. Detectives are here. The medical examiner's office is here as they work to make that identification of the person that was discovered after the Palisades discovery of the.
This is one of the people that passed away. We talked about it earlier this morning, and he was found with a garden hose in his hand. He, I guess he was trying to put out the fire. His body was found on the side of the road by their home with a garden hose still in his hand. And Jennifer posted this from the fire department. The Los Angeles, what's the date on this? December 4th, 2024. The Los Angeles City Fire Department, LAFD, is facing unprecedented operational challenges due to the elimination of critical civilian positions and a $7 million reduction in overtime, variable staffing hours. The budgetary reductions have adversely affected the department's ability to maintain core operations such as technology and communication infrastructure, payroll processing, training, fire prevention, and community education. In addition to these impacts, the reduction in V hours, which is the staffing hours, variable hours, has severely limited the department's capacity to prepare for, train for, and respond to large-scale emergencies, including wildfires, earthquakes, hazardous material incidents, and large public events. Specialized programs and resources such as air operations, tactical EMS units, disaster response, and community emergency response teams, CERT, which heavily rely on V hours, are now at risk of reduced effectiveness. This report provides an in-depth analysis of these cascading impacts, underscoring the critical need for resource restoration to ensure operational readiness, firefighter safety, and the delivery of high-quality public service. Interesting. And I just saw, before we get to this clip here, I just saw there was some type of altercation, or I don't know if maybe that's not the right word, but confrontation maybe. So it says here, let's pull it up. I saw all those characters popping up on my screen on the Brave browser. Ryu or something. California resident confronts Governor Newsom over disastrous fire response, and he pretends to be on the phone with the president. What a pathetic man. Let's see.
Governor, you got a second? Governor, I live here, Governor. That was my daughter's school, Governor. Please tell me what you're going to do. I'm not going to hurt him, I promise.
I'm literally talking to the president right now. to specifically answer the question of what we can do for you and your daughter.
Can I hear it? Can I hear your call? Because I don't believe it.
I'm sorry. There's literally, I've tried 5 times. That's why I'm walking around to make the
Why
call.
is the president?
No, did he lie? He straight out lied. He said he was on the phone with the president. Now it's not connected. He was trying to make a call.
Answer the question of what we can do for you.
Please tell me what you're going to do. I'm not going to hurt him, I promise.
I'm literally talking to the president right now to specifically answer the question of what we can do for you and your daughter.
Can I hear it? Can I hear your call? Because I don't believe it.
I'm sorry. There's literally, I've tried 5 times. That's why I'm walking around to make the
Why
call.
is the president not taking your call?
Because it's not going through. So
Why?
I have to get cell service.
So let's get it. Let's get it. I want to be here when you call the president.
I appreciate it. I'm doing that right now. And it's to immediately get reimbursements, individual assistance, and to help you. I'm devastated for you. I'm so sorry, especially for your daughter. I have 4 kids, losing the school.
Everyone who went to school there, they lost their homes. They lost 2 homes because they were living in one building another. Governor, please tell me, what are you going to do with the president right now?
We're getting the resources to help rebuild.
Why was there no water in the hydrants, Governor?
That's all literally.
Is it going to be different next time?
It has to be. Has to be. Of course.
What are you going to do?
I'm doing
To
everything
fill the
I can.
hydrants. I would fill them up personally, you know that.
I literally have.
I would fill up the hydrants myself.
I understand.
But would you do that?
I would do whatever I can.
But you're not. I see do you know there's water dripping over there, Governor? There's water coming out there. You can use it.
I appreciate it. I'm going to make the call to address everything I can right now, including making sure people
I'd
are
like
safe.
to make sure you do. Can I have an opportunity to at least tell people you're doing what you're saying you're doing? Could somebody have a contact? Can I have your contact information?
Right there.
Wow. Yeah, man, people are frustrated, hurting. He seemed like he, I mean, I don't know, the way he made it seem was like he was talking to the president on the phone, which would be weird for him. If I was on the phone, I'd be like, hold on, or I'd kind of have the phone to my ear, but he made it seem like he was actually talking to the president. Oh, man. People are really frustrated, man. That's why people are angry. This guy here, this was earlier, too, in the afternoon. I saw this post, and he's claiming that fires are just randomly starting. Los Angeles, a new
Fire just started here randomly?
Pretty big fire.
Dude, are you kidding me?
Yeah, where did that come from?
Hell no. I mean, all the firefighters are right over there. I don't know what to do. I mean, they see it. Yay, they finally came. Oh. I mean, they're probably getting like something or whatever, I don't know. Right guys, another one just started over there. So the wind is going this way now. And now there's like 2 more little like things right there growing and stuff. Oh my god, and there's houses right there. There's a house right there. So whoever lives on Corona del Mar, your house is gonna
Corona del Mar.
catch on fire right now. The street is right up there. Now,
I think you said they do
new
actually get
section is growing right there.
Oh yeah.
All right, they finally came.
So curious about if they were able to get that out in time. This was another, said a group of Orthodox Jewish yeshiva students delivering food and refreshments to the hardworking, life-saving heroes of Los Angeles, to the fire department here. Looks like they got some Gatorade and stuff like that. That's nice. Whitney Cummings breaks down crying as she gives a tour of home before evacuating.
So I am evacuating my home, and it's so hard to leave the podcast studio behind. I know that's like sounds insane, but I have everything, you know, like my son's birth certificate, and but just to leave all this, like, you know, podcast studio is such a big deal to me because like it connected me to so many of you guys, and just to give you an idea, like this is the podcast studio, and then I don't know if you can see.
Oh, is it smoke?
So it's pretty close, you know. I don't know what I'm gonna lose, but it's like weirdly, like you really find out what matters to you when you have to evacuate. I'm not taking the cameras. I'm just like taking little trinkets and like stuff that you guys gave me at shows, and
Wow. There was another thing here. I was tagged, and this one is they're saying it's not just humans fleeing the flames. A mountain lion and 2 cubs seen on Topanga Canyon Boulevard running away from where the Palisades fire ravaged hundreds of homes. Animals are on the move. That's going to probably have a major effect on wildlife, I guess, too. I don't really think about that.
So although it's been traumatic for so many, just the support they have here to help one another.
They doing a party?
It's really heartening.
Thank you so much, Lisa. We appreciate you speaking with us.
Appreciate you.
Yes. And as she was saying, because
there's
I know
another
I've
video.
been getting a lot of messages
I'm
from
gonna collect
people
a couple
asking
things.
how they can help, asking if they could give donations to this Pasadena Convention Center. But like she said, there's really no plan in place right now to take all these huge
Yes, a
like
convention center.
couches and clothes. So right now they are asking people to just kind of wait it out until they have a plan in place where they can take some of these larger donations. I'll send it back to you.
Generosity of
it's
spirit
like-
that remains out there. Thank you,
There's a lot of talk. I mean, we talked about we kind of mentioned it this morning. They're saying that the Weather Channel unknowingly showed what appears to be a human remains. It kind of looks like it to me. I guess I'm not going to show it here, but I posted it on Discord. If you follow me on Twitter, I'll retweet it too if you're curious to see. There's some topic like conversation, people saying it's a person, it's not a person, it's a skull, it's not a skull. I just retweeted it if you want to see it.
To protect lives, we have to save lives, and we have to save homes. Rest assured that let me finish. Rest assured, when that is done,
I saw this earlier,
we are
too.
safe, when lives have been saved and homes have been saved, we will absolutely do an evaluation to look at what worked, what didn't work, and to correct or to hold accountable any body, department, individual, etc. But my focus right now is on the lives and on the homes.
Do you think your leadership was effective while responding to this disaster?
I just said what I believe is the most important thing for us to do right now, and that is going to continue to be my focus. Thank you.
So those pressers have been very limited. You know, I think everybody's kind of fed up, honestly, with the press conference. I mean, it seems like, people want to ask questions. You can't really ask questions. They should at least give the time. If they're going to have these long press conferences, at least give the time for the Q&As. Like, people want answers. I mean, especially the local people out there. Let the people ask questions and stuff. Now, I just got an update. I was tagged about the current fire that's at this tower that we're looking at on the right-hand side. That's a live video feed. And it says, as you may know or may have seen on the news, the Ian fire is approaching Mount Wilson. It says there are firefighters on the grounds. I don't see anybody on the ground. Or is that those 2 vehicles there? It says there are firefighters on the grounds, but the power is out at the observatory. So communication is limited. We're monitoring the situation, and we'll update here as we can. Okay, so I need to follow this page then, so we can get the updates. That was an hour ago. Okay. We'll follow that page and turn on notifications. See what's going on. But I don't. Oh, look at that fire too. You see
A
that?
human must have caused this. Yes, it was dry, but it wasn't hot enough for it to be natural, right? Animals
Ninja.
can't start fires.
Ninja, thank you for the 5. I appreciate it. I don't know, man. I don't know much about like fires and stuff. How this would have started. I mean, because can't lightning start a fire too? Like if it hits a tree or something. I really wouldn't be surprised if this started somehow by someone. But it looks like over here you can see there's like a fire right there, kind of. Because I wasn't sure. It looked like I just see all this smoke, but you can see some fires right there coming up on the hill. Hmm. 20 people arrested for looting. So people have been taken advantage to in looting, which is not surprising. I mean, I remember several hurricanes, people looting. Let's see if I can find another station. 7-day forecast. People looting, taking advantage. Not surprising at all. Pretty crappy. Very crappy to do in people's emergency and time of need. You know, people are probably going into these neighborhoods that have evacuation orders and they're taking advantage. Let's see here. Yeah, they're replaying the press conference. I don't want to see that again.
From our NBC and Telemundo stations across the country, including Nico Clemens, who is live for us in Malibu near Topanga. And Nico, what are you seeing out there?
Just make selling C-mail. Bam money rolls and man shrugging light skin tone.
And power are spotty at best, so we're going to try to get back to our Nico Clemens. You hear that IFB, that's what we use to listen to when we're out in the field to listen to us. We're going to go back to our Mount Wilson now. Live picture. This is the flare-up of the Eaton fire that we've been following over the last 2 to 3 hours or so. And this is such a better sight, Camilla, than when we first joined this. We're now seeing that white smoke, the flames creeping dangerously close to these TV towers, including our own, which is how we're getting this vantage point, the camera atop our Mount Wilson tower,
At some point it might cut
which
off.
is what's allowing us to broadcast. We do see a hot spot down there, but firefighters were confident, Camilla, that this fire would kind of put itself out.
Yeah, what a difference in these images right now.
Yeah, look at the car. There's a car right there.
Almost 2 o'clock here, but when this first flared up, a very different story here, which is how intense those flames were and that heavy smoke just across the area. So now we're seeing that white smoke, a good sign that things have improved at this hour. So just a matter of, Shauna, you talked about those winds changing this afternoon. What is that outlook for us?
Well, for that area, Mount Wilson's in a wind shelter area. So the wind pattern this time around isn't going to hit certain areas, which is a good thing. Hopefully they get a grasp of, again, this firefight towards that area. We've got, again, wind really blowing through those wind-prone areas. So Mount Wilson isn't really a part of that, which is good. But fire's still burning, so we still have to monitor that. There was a lot of fuel out there, and even though the wind wasn't gusting, still climbed uphill, still moved really fast, and we saw really hot air from it because, remember, they were saying that they couldn't even fly any choppers overhead to do any airdrops because of the turbulence, which was created by the fire itself. So just shows you how hot it was. There was defensible space there, but all the vegetation down below you can see was burned from the fire.
But thankfully did not impact directly those buildings and those towers that are allowing us to broadcast right now. We want to go back out to our Nico Clemens, joining us here from across the country, one of our many reporters that have been brought into Southern California to help us with our fire coverage. Nico, are you back with us? Can you hear us okay?
I'm here. Can you all hear me? So we are in the Topanga area of Malibu. Good to see you all. Good to hear you all. We're in the Topanga area of Malibu, Pacific Coast Highway. I believe we're not too far from Alex. And this is just one of the many neighborhoods we've seen throughout the day. Yesterday as well, the fire just completely wiped out this neighborhood. I would say 90% of this neighborhood is gone. And you can see here, home right here, gone. Home right there, gone. You go up and down the street, around the corner, every home is gone. Nobody's here. We've seen a couple of police, fire department crews coming through here.
Nico Clemens reporting in Malibu, the Topanga area there. But right now we want to get to President Biden at a press conference right now on the federal response.
Having lived in California my whole life and have seen many fires, they are usually set off by high winds and lightning or a spark from electric wires. The winds where these fires were up to 90 miles per hour.
Thank you, Susie. Yeah, I didn't think about that too. Lightning or spark from electric wires could be anything. Yeah. Thank you so much for the 50. All right, let's see what Biden has to say.
Groceries to baby formula to prescriptions, because as you've seen and you reported, a lot of these places are burned to the ground. There's not a single thing left in their homes. And so if they contact disasterassistance.gov, anybody who's lost everything or anything of consequence, disasterassistance.gov or 1-800-621-3362. That's what they, disasterassistance.gov, 1-800-621-3362 to get the kind of help they need for everything from the basics that they don't have access to right now. And this morning, due to the magnitude of the disaster, I was talking with the governor, and he requested if I could increase the federal funding that was authorized under this legislation from 75% to 90%. We're increasing it to 100% of all the costs to be covered by the federal government for both the fire management assistance grants and the elements of what they call the disaster declaration. So today I'm announcing that the federal government will cover 100% of the cost for 180 days. This is going to pay for things like debris and hazard material removal, temporary shelters, first responders' salaries, and all necessary measures to protect life and property. And folks, I want to underscore, I told the governor and local officials, spare no expense to do what they need to do and contain these fires and in their communities that have really been devastating. And we're doing literally everything we can at a federal level. That's also why I call this group of folks around this table of all relevant federal departments and agencies together to discuss what more we can do. And some of the folks are on the screen as well. Before we begin things, here's an update on where things stand right now. First, we're focused on helping contain these fires. Over the last 24 hours, the United States Forest Service, working with state and local responders, has suppressed over 50 fire starts. And the fire in the Hollywood Hills has been contained by brave firefighters risking their lives. Right now, 3 major fires are still burning in the Pacific Palisades, in Pasadena, and in Sylmar. I want to be clear. What I know from talking to the governor, that there are concerns out there that there's also been a water shortage. The fact is, the utilities understandably shut off power because they're worried the lines that they carry the energy were going to be blown down and spark additional fires. But the Cal Fire, when it did that, it cut off the ability to generate pumping the water. That's what caused the lack of water in these hydrants. And so Cal Fire is bringing in generators to get these pumps up and working again so that there's no longer a shortage of water coming out of these hydrants. I'm also surging all federal resources possible to Southern California, including 400 additional federal firefighters, over 30 firefighting helicopters and planes, federally supplied, firefighting planes and helicopters, and 8 Department of Defense C-130s that are equipped to suppress wildfires. Today, the Secretary of Defense also authorized 500 wildfire ground clearing personnel from the Defense Department. And I've directed the department to continue working with Governor Newsom to identify additional resources that can be provided for public safety and security. And we've secured additional firefighters and firefighting aircraft from our ally in Canada as well. I also want everyone in Southern California to know we're going to keep at it. We're sticking with this. We expect there may be a temporary break in the winds, but in some areas the winds are likely to continue well into next week. And so we're going to continue to sending everything, literally, every resource we can find that's appropriate to help the governor and the first responders. Second, we're focused on helping people who have been displaced or in many cases lost everything. You reported on, you've seen the homes that burned to the ground, whole areas burned to the ground, large areas. They've been displaced and they've lost everything. As I said, since the fire started, FEMA has been working with the state to help residents get shelter, groceries, prescription, and other critical goods like baby formula. We're also sent FEMA Director Criswell to Los Angeles to manage our response on the ground. She was supposed to be on this call, but we have the deputy here because she is out in the field with the governor right now, surveying what's going on. Let me close with a message to the people of Southern California. We are with you. We're not going anywhere. To the firefighters and first responders, you are heroes. Many of these firefighters are out there risking their lives and some, well, I won't go beyond that, but risking their lives, and while their own homes are in danger, their families are in danger. To the firefighters and first responders, you really are, it's not hyperbole, you're heroes. You're genuinely heroes. And the worst, this is the most widespread, devastating fire in California's history. It's amazing. And there's nobody understands it better than the press has been covering this on a minute-to-minute basis. And you literally have to run into the flames, these firefighters. You know, that old expression, God made man, then he made a few firefighters. Who runs in the flames? You know, in doing so, you're leaving your own families and who may be in harm's way as well. So we owe you. And we're going to make sure that you get every resource you need, every possible resource you need. You know, to the families who have been impacted by this disaster, you're living through a nightmare, I know. And I promise you, we're going to help you get through this and eventually recover and rebuild. I'm going to turn it over now to the Vice President before we go on to the folks in the various cabinet positions as well as agencies that control these issues. Madam Vice President, I know you're directly affected, so you fire away. No pun intended.
Indeed. Thank you, Mr. President, and also for the
Doesn't
work that
it look
everyone
like
around
Kamala
this table
needs
has
to take
been
a
doing
fat dump?
with
Visit
the appropriate
Shroom.
sense of urgency, because this is an urgent matter. What we have seen in California, and in particular in Southern California, is apocalyptic in terms of the nature of it and the unprecedented nature of it as well. And what we are seeing is a situation that is extremely dynamic. It is very much in play, and to some degree unpredictable, because we are literally waiting to see which way the wind blows. And I cannot praise enough the local leaders, most of whom I have talked with, and in particular our firefighters, who, as the President has said, they are working around the clock. They are working 12-hour, even longer shifts, and they are doing it with a sense of optimism, but also with an understanding of how serious this moment is and how important their work is to real lives and real people. Thousands of families have been displaced. Many of those families with young children with nowhere to go. And what we know is that this is a matter of current urgency, but this is also something that is going to have an impact for months and years to come. And on that point, I will also make note of the fact that sadly, many insurance companies have canceled insurance for a lot of the families who have been affected and will be affected, which is only going to delay or place an added burden on their ability to recover. And I think that is an important point that must be raised, and hopefully there can be some way to address that issue.
Where's Luigi?
Because these families, so many of them, otherwise will not have the resources to recover in any meaningful way. And many of them have lost everything. In the midst, however, of all of the trauma that has occurred, we have seen extraordinary acts of heroism. I'm hearing countless stories of strangers helping strangers. People who are opening their homes where they are intact and have not had to evacuate, opening their homes to neighbors, to friends of neighbors, feeding them and providing shelter for them. And I do think that it speaks to the best of who we are as a country, which is in times of crisis, we find the heroes among us who we may not have known before, but act out of a sense of courage, but also a sense of community. And I applaud all those who are approaching this crisis with that spirit. And the bottom line is this: there are incredible heroes every day who are working right now in California on the front lines of this fire. And in particular, I want to thank the firefighters for all they are doing. They are, as the president said, putting themselves in harm's way, and they are doing the work that is about helping people who are perfect strangers to them, and doing it in some of the highest moments of need that anyone could face. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Liz Sherwood-Randall.
Turn it back to me.
Okay, back to the president.
Look, I've had a chance to speak with a lot of the elected officials, including the senators, some of the congresspersons in the region, as well as the vice president as well. And I want to be clear that one of the reasons I've asked this larger group to get together is because they control the very agencies that are needed from the federal level to get things done. And you know, we're in a situation where the U.S. Forest Service Chief, Randy Moore, is here. And he's going to provide an update in the fire situation in Los Angeles to discuss how the U.S. Fire Service, the U.S. Forest Service, is assisting Los Angeles and the state of California with fighting the wildfire, including the action his team has taken to suppress new fire starts. So, Chief, why don't you fire away?
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. It's great to see you. I, too, consider California my home.
Yes.
And so it's great to be here to talk about this dramatic situation that we have. So the Forest Service and the Department of Interior are actively engaged in supporting the response to the wildfires in Southern California. And there are 4 major fires that we currently have going on. The Forest Service is in unified command with the LA County as well as other local city agencies. We are looking at the Eaton, the Hearst, and the Lydia. And if you look at that area there, that's the northernmost part of that area where the fires are taking place. The Palisades fire, which CAL FIRE is in control of. And then we have a new start, which is this Sundown fire that just started last night. And it also has the potential to expand quite significantly just based on the location it's at, but also the winds that are expected to continue. Right now, when I look at the mutual aid system in California, I want you to know that it's second to none in terms of how that system works and how it really moves to activate the federal firefighting community and how it is activated and engaged. You know, every year we prepare for these Santa Ana winds. It's just that what is happening now is happening sooner. It's happening at a time now where we normally are at our lowest point in the fire year. And the fact that these fires are taking place now, it says that there are things that are going on in our climate that is creating truly year-round fire situations, and it's something that we all need to be mindful of, and this is a good indication of that. To give you an example, that if a fire starts from any ignition source during these Santa Ana winds, it has the potential for explosive growth and spread. And when that happens under these wind-driven conditions, it's very difficult to control. Now, in addition to this, when these winds are high, the aviation resources cannot fly. So it limits a lot of the potential area of support. As of this morning, there were over 4,000 firefighters that were assigned to these large fires. 600 or so were currently federal work, which means Forest Service and Department of Interior. And it doesn't include many who are assigned to their home units to provide initial attack. To give you an idea of the unsung heroes in these fire type conditions, in the last 24 hours, we've had 50 starts. And the initial attack success has been wonderful. So we've stopped the potential for 50 additional fires to be added to these 4 significant fires that we currently have. And that's what I mean by having initial attack crews stay put or pre-positioned across the state based on intelligence that we're gathering. And so I wanted to mention that because we talk about the active fire suppression, but there's so much that takes place behind the scenes that limits the amount of fires that our firefighters are having to respond to. The President did an excellent job of mentioning all of the resources that's available and that are assigned to the fire. I won't go over those, but we have a number of equipment that's out there that when the winds allow us, we'll be in the air fighting those fires. We also have a number of private contract crews that we're working with. We're working wonderfully with the state, county, and other federal firefighters, also the tribal firefighters as well in the communities. And we're looking at these maps, which we call the Modular Area Firefighting System Air Tankers. There's 8 of them. And there were, like I said, this time of the year, we're not ready for that. But within the next 24 to 48 hours, we'll have all 8 that's available for assistance. These aircrafts require lead planes to lead them into these fires. And so we're having to go through that whole process and ramp up really quick to get the inspections in, the check rides, so that these are qualified and are able to go. We're also working with our Canadian partners to mobilize 2 CL-415. These are water scoopers. They will clear customs on Monday, and they will be available after they clear federal inspections and the check ride. An important thing to know is that these aviation resources require a lot of support in the form of mechanics, airport space, helicopter managers, area supervision. And so we're working with our state and local and federal agencies to identify these aviation support resources to be sure that we can respond effectively. Now, I had mentioned the amount of fires that we responded to in the last 48 hours, and I mentioned the 50 fires in the last 24 hours. We're continuing to have new starts. We're continuing to monitor the types of activities. We have about 8,000 firefighters on standby to add to this if need be. Right now, we are going to monitor the number of aircraft and firefighters we have in that small space. Because as you can imagine, there's only so much you can put in a space before you create other challenges there. The airspace in that area is pretty tight. You have commercial airports and others in that area. You also, unfortunately, have drones in the air, which is a concern to our pilots and to the safety of the aircraft, and so we have to be mindful of that. I only bring it up to let you know that this is not a very easy environment to operate within. Our firefighters, both federal, state, and local, and tribal, are doing just an outstanding job and what I consider to be some significant challenges in a significant environment. I think, as I look at some of the questions that you may tend to ask, it's typical that the causes of fires isn't known immediately because resources are really focused on response. However, all the fire causes are investigated, and I want to be upfront with that. Each one of these fires will be investigated to see what the cause and origins of them are. And what we know now is that it would be unusual for there to be lightning-caused fires in Southern California at this time of the year. Fire investigations are the responsibility of the jurisdiction of where the fire starts, and we're ready to assist with this if and when needed. Thank you all.
Thank you. Randy, tell me about the conditions that we're dealing with on the ground. What's most concerning to you?
Most concerning right now is the wind, because the wind is limiting our ability to put aircraft in the air. Aircraft will not put that fire out, but it gives our firefighters, our boots on the ground, a really good opportunity to put the fire out with a little help from retardant and water drops. With these Santa Ana winds, what's interesting about this part of California, these Santa Ana winds comes off the ocean usually in the mornings, and then you have the sundowner winds in the afternoon pushing the wind back the other way. And so while you're fighting to stop the fire this way in the morning, you're also fighting to stop the fire from coming back at you in the afternoon. The sundowner winds are not significant as we speak, but those are the challenges we have in that part of California. And so again, our firefighters are doing just an outstanding job of working in that type of environment, which their lives are really at risk pretty significantly under these conditions.
Thank you. I told you Administrator Griswold is off with the governor, and I'm inspecting some of these areas. So we have Bob Fenton. Bob, can you hear me? Hello, Bob.
Sir, Mr. President, I hear you.
Fire away.
Can you hear me, sir? I'm there. So the administrator is with right now the governor, the mayor of LA, county, local officials, getting a briefing on the fire to really understand what the needs are as we move forward, not only with regard to the firefight, which Chief Moore was talking about, but also to regard to support the population displaced. Over 360,000 under mandatory evacuations, hundreds of thousands more with warnings. And so what we're doing now is ensuring that that we're able to provide any support to provide mass care to individuals, any assistance for the sheltering, any assistance for feeding, and then through the programs that we provide through our individual assistance that you authorize through the declaration, we're able to assist individuals with funding to offset their hotel costs. So applying to FEMA on the 1-800-621-3362 number is important, or disasterassistance.gov. We're sending teams out to the shelters. We know that there'll be a huge need after fires for mental health specialists, and working with HHS on providing that. As the Vice President talked about, insurance is problematic in California, especially with the fires. And so not only do some of the changes in our authorities help now with those that are underinsured, which we see more and more, but we want those that are insured to start seeking assistance to their insurance companies. Our programs can help individuals, especially displaced and who have lost their homes, with rental assistance until they can rebuild, and ultimately provide temporary housing. So we're in discussions with state and local governments on how we will meet those housing needs, both in the interim by using available stockage here, but how can we help rebuild? And then lastly, I would just say that we're really focused on already starting to discuss debris removal and all the hazardous waste that comes from fire and how to remove that safely between local, state, and federal government. We'll rely on federal partners, US EPA, the Corps of Engineers, and others to be part of that that technical assistance help to support the safe removal so that ultimately we could rebuild. And one of the things that we will start doing in the next couple of days is starting that discussion on how do we rebuild, and not only rebuild, but rebuild more resilient and bring together state and local federal agencies to start that discussion in the weeks to months ahead. And so right now we're focused on meeting the immediate needs of those displaced, but already starting to work on recovery and rebuild and bringing all our authorities and the full weight of the federal government and all the resources that you've authorized to help California in that endeavor.
Bob, what do you think the biggest challenge is?
Also, I got.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think the biggest challenge is going to be the mental health stress that is put on individuals that have lost everything. Fires are, so drastic. They destroy everything very quickly. Individuals don't have a lot of notice to leave, and so I think there's going to be a significant mental health strain, followed by a need to help individuals recover and rebuild. And the Vice President is exactly right. Why I suspect that many have insurance, many are underinsured. And insurance is difficult to get, and some might have lost their insurance or been canceled by insurance companies. And I think that's something we need to continue to work on, as a government at all levels, but something where there'll be gaps in assistance that we will need to bring in not only federal agencies, but nonprofits, private sector to help meet those needs.
I think we're going to have to do that. In addition, the fact is that the two declarations I signed, provide for example, the rebuilding of churches and schools and certain, but not businesses, not business centers. And so that's going to be a gigantic cost as well. But the debris removal is a big deal, and that's going to take a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, it will take some time to remove the debris. In California, unfortunately, we've had a lot of experience with fighting fires and removing debris, and so it will take months to a year. This is and very widespread with significant damage to infrastructure. And we want to not only immediately remove the hazards, things like propane tanks, some of the power cells that are there, and other contaminants that may be in households, and make sure that they're safe to re-enter, and we look for personal effects. But then the second part is removing that ash, and what we've done before is help people with the removal so that we can get down on the grade and then immediately start rebuilding.
All right, I appreciate what you're doing, and those, like you said, 360,000 people have been evacuated so far.
Sure, appreciate.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Yes, sir. I just want to let you know I'm on also with the fire administrator from FEMA, who's been working with the local fire chiefs, and I didn't know if you had any questions or she wanted to add anything to this discussion. Chief Lori Moore is on.
Well, I've been talking to them, so Chief, you want to add anything to this?
I will, sir. Thank you very much. And as you might know, I've been here, got here last night. It was important to get here on the ground with the fire chiefs and the firefighters that are here. So I've been with LA County, LA City Fire Chief since last night. We're at the Palisades EOC right now, as Regional Administrator Fenton just said, with the governor, with the FEMA administrator getting the brief. The coordination of resources, it helps for us to be here, U.S. Fire Administration, as part of the response because we're on the ground. We're able to explain ground truth and coordinate resources, streamline the communication between federal. We're also here checking on the firefighters on the front lines, and I really appreciate what you and the Vice President both said about the boots on the ground, because these are their communities, and nobody wants to fight the fire and save these communities more than these firefighters who are boots on the ground from the very moment the ignition began. So we're checking on them, and I will tell you they're exhausted. Obviously, many of them have been more than 6 hours on this now. They are able to take a quick nap sometimes in the truck, but they are on the job. And they keep fighting. And so they need to know that they matter. And so it's important that I show up with them, to see them, to say thank you, and to let them know that we are watching, that we know what they're doing. We want to make sure that we're here when injuries happen. And so we did have an injured firefighter in LA County, fell through a 3-story roof just about 2 hours ago. So several major injuries, but in the hospital. I'll be going to check on him shortly. And it's about the response too, because often while they're in the midst of the response, these chiefs can't explain everything that is happening, and there's a lot of questions, as you might imagine, and are addressing. And so it's important that we're here to help explain why the fire's moving the way it is, the fire dynamics, helping people understand. And when there's questions, as you know, about the response or about the water, to help people understand that it's not over if there's not water in the hydrants. We have tenders, we have tankers, they're doing rescue. So there's a lot of work to be done, and controlling these perimeters. There's so much work that these firefighters are doing beyond the direct suppression on these fires. And so that's why we're here, and to continue to learn, because every one of these tragedies, unfortunately, is a lesson to how to prevent the next. And so it's important that we do that as well. And so we're going to remain on the ground here, sir, on your behalf for a couple other days to make sure that we are part of this conversation.
Well, you are part of the conversation. That's why I went out to California yesterday and met with those firefighters and met with those police officers, because they're also worried about looting and a number of other things. So they are really incredible people. They're making such sacrifice. But I think you're right. We have to provide them all that is humanly possible for them to be able to do their job. And there's going to be a need. I want to say it again, and we all know it around this table. There's a need for some help in terms of the psyche of these folks. There's going to be real problems regarding the mental health issues, and we got to make sure we're prepared to deal with it. All right, now Deputy Secretary of Defense Kate Hicks. Secretary, why don't you tell us what you and I and others have been talking about the Defense Department doing and what they're prepared to do now.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm right here.
The screen. No worries. Yeah. I surprised you.
Yeah.
We are very much leaning in here at the Defense Department. We, of course, are always looking for how we can support state and local partners, and of course our interagency partners in the federal sector that you've already heard from. And that includes every tool that we believe we can leverage that causes us to always lean forward to make sure our partners understand what we could bring and be responsive to requests that they're coming forward with. And we have been in receipt of some requests. I will turn, with your permission in a moment, to Chairman Brown, and then we also have on the screen with us the NORTHCOM Commander, General Guillot, who is our focal point for responses here in the United States homeland. Secretary Austin this morning out in Germany already in his opening remarks for the final Ukraine Defense Contact Group spoke explicitly to our intent and efforts underway now to provide search support. And so I just want to emphasize it's so important to us that he's put that front and center even while he's concluding this important work overseas. You have mentioned some of the efforts we already have underway. We are ready, as I said, to engage with our partners on further efforts. With your permission, I'll turn to Chairman Brown.
Please. Chairman.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, as you highlighted, we do have 500 personnel already identified to be able to support. Not so much in firefighting, because it takes some 10 days of training that would be required, and we don't want to pull firefighters away from that, but they can also support with rock clearance capabilities, commodity distribution. We talked about the airlift with their helicopters. There's 10 U.S. Navy helicopters as well as 10 Guard helicopters. The winds have been challenging to get them airborne. They can also help with ground search and rescue, incident response, awareness, and then medical support. Those Marines will be in place in the next 24 to 48 hours. The California National Guard also has, by tomorrow, they'll have about 1,000 service members that will be available to be able to support as well. About 250 of those actually have some firefighting capability, and they can be trained in the next 24 to 48 hours to also support firefighting. As was mentioned, the C-130s with the modular aerial firefighting system, 2 of those are already channel.
Explain what that means to the average listener.
Yeah, so what it is, it's a C-130 that's modified. It has a system that's put in a modular system that's put into the back of the C-130, and so it's able to push out either water or the slurry retardant associated with it. And as was highlighted, they are usually prepared to do this during the firefighting season. This is several months prior to when they would typically do this. And so there's 2 C-130s that are already at Channel Island. They're in just northwest of Los Angeles. The other 6 will be there within the next 24 hours or so. The first flight will start tomorrow, and then they will continue to be prepared to be able to support. We're also looking at surrounding bases that may have ability to bed down any displaced personnel or families. We've got about 1,000 beds that have been identified at either Edwards, March, or Fort Irwin, and they're in California. In addition, we're using March Reserve Base as a incident response area and getting that set up. Mr. President, last thing I would say is what and before I turn to General Guillot, what we really try to do is identify things that we know we could lean forward on before there's even an ask. We want to make sure we cut down the timeline to get provided capability. We also want to make sure, and I know that General Guillot is communicating that with Ms. Griswold from FEMA, so that we want to make sure we, as I say, provide an a la carte menu of all the things we have available. So even if they don't have time to think about it, we're already looking ahead. Last thing I would say is when I met this afternoon with my staff, the thing we also talked about is there's immediate response, but there's also, as was highlighted, the longer term response of things that we'd have to be able to look at in recovery. And so we're already thinking ahead of what options DoD may be able to provide to support. Any of your questions, and I can turn
you guys have been immediately responsive. Thank you. I mean, you're right on top of.
Justin Trudeau is about to have a press conference. He's the Canada's PM, even though he's resigned and waiting for a replacement. But he's holding a press conference in Washington, D.C., according to this live stream. It hasn't started yet. There's a microphone. I wonder what the deal is. Why in Washington, D.C.? And is it going to be about the fires? Because I don't know if it has anything to do with those planes. I guess we'll see.
Identified other capabilities such as helicopter support, search and rescue, both from the ground or from the air, commodity distribution, route clearance, and medical capabilities that we've postured and have leaned forward to make sure that they're able to deploy to California and operate just as quickly as they are requested. And to do that, we're cooperating very closely with FEMA, with the state of California, and the National Guard Bureau to deliver the right capabilities at the right time for the women and men of California.
Well, the Defense Department, I got to say, stepped up immediately. I didn't even, matter of fact, I got a call what you need before I even asked. So thank you all. And you have incredible capacity and capabilities, and just getting them in place as quickly as possible is the most important thing. You're doing that right now. So I think you're going to see an awful lot of help coming based on what you want to do, what you can do, and the entire department is surging capacities, in my understanding, including the aerial equipment to fight these fires. So thank you very much. Now I'd like to speak to our Department of Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm. She will brief us on power outages and initial assessments of impacts on the power grid in Los Angeles area. And Madam Secretary, it's all yours, wherever you are.
We're looking to see if she's still on the screen. She had to board a plane, so if she has had to board, the Deputy Secretary, Dave Turk, is sitting at the end of the table.
It looks like she is on her plane, so
Dave, it's all you.
Yes.
Fire away.
I'll give the update,
She was
Mr.
waiting
President.
at the gate. Yeah.
And she's on the way, Mr. President, to Puerto Rico, again, on official visit, given the island-wide blackout there, and doing everything we can to help on that front per your guidance and the Vice President's direction as well. And of course, again, per your guidance, we're doing everything we can to help, working with partners, including our utility partners, but also other federal partners as well. As of just coming into this meeting, there's about a little over 400,000 customer outages in California. Important to note that these are both actual outages, power that's actually been disrupted because of the fire, but also proactive shut-offs, just as you mentioned as well, to prevent fire ignition and the spread of fire. We've got two main utilities out there, Southern Cal Edison and the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, and we're in close and continuing contact, including with their CEOs, Pedro and Janice, as well, including calls with them just a few hours ago, just to make.
Once this is over, I have quite a few things to show you guys. I was pulling up different things on Twitter to go over. So we're just waiting on this.
That we have in the federal government, but our utility partners to provide that. I want to thank you, Mr. President. You joined a call just a couple months ago with Liz and our secretary to thank all of these utility CEOs. We've got this phenomenal partnership with utilities all across the country. It's called Mutual Assistance. And if any utility in any one region needs help, all the other utilities, and we last unleashed this phenomenal partnership to bring 40,000 utility workers to Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, the affected regions with the two hurricanes back to back. And everybody
continue to talk to me. I've been deployed so many places.
Well, having been with the utilities out, we were all in Colorado for this meeting. They just appreciated you taking the time to thank them for their personal leadership, and it's the utility CEOs themselves who make the time for these calls going forward. We're working closely with all the utilities. We're also in continuing contact with the transmission operators. The disruption has really been at the distribution level, at the local level, but we want to make sure there's not broader outages and broader concerns. As of now, we're not seeing any issues with stability of the broader transmission system, either in the region or across California or more broadly. So that's a good news part of where we're at now, of course. We're working with the utilities trying to restore.
This one kind of gives us a better view, kind of what you can actually see.
We were all in Colorado for this meeting. They just appreciated you taking the time to thank them for their personal leadership, and it's the utility CEOs themselves who make the time for these calls going forward. We're working closely with all the utilities. We're also in continuing contact with the transmission operators. The disruption has really been at the distribution level, at the local level, but we want to make sure there's not broader outages and broader concerns. As of now, we're not seeing any issues with stability of the broader transmission system, either in the region or across California or more broadly. So that's a good news part of where we're at now, of course. We're working with the utilities trying to restore power to customers as quickly as we're able, but full restoration, of course, is going to take some time here. In particular, the comprehensive damage assessment will take time and can't begin until it's safe for crews to get in there and actually do the assessments and do the work. So we're working, Madam Vice President, as you said at the outset, with a real sense of urgency here, but also with a sense of we'll do whatever we can over the long haul to do right by our responsibilities.
David, one of the things that everybody's mentioned so far is the mental stress it's going to cause for average Americans who are caught in the middle of all this. And one of the things that, it's not, these aren't everyday, no matter how well educated one is, they're not always certain how power is transmitted, why it's transmitted the way it is, and so on. Could you explain to the folks here, the public is listening, what the impact on some of the utilities have had on the ability to generate the pumping of water? Because there's a lot of accusations going around that it's because that the local leadership didn't care. I mean, explain how this works and why it makes sense what's happening.
So this is an issue, actually, Secretary Granholm was on the phone with the CEO of Southern Cal Edison to talk exactly about this and make sure we were doing everything we can on that front. And it's both the power issue, and you mentioned generators and other ways that we can try to help solve the problem there, but it's also the pressure and making sure that we're thinking of these things holistically. And certainly my experience over the last 4 years under your leadership is it's not one department, it's not one slice of your federal government that is responsible. Energy and water issues overlap in a lot of different ways. So we work with our EPA colleagues and others to make sure that we're bringing all of our expertise and explaining it to our fellow Americans. It's important that we give transparent information and information they can rely upon.
Well, I think it's just people don't know how it functions. And for example, since I've been president, I've been in an aircraft flying over more territory where there have been wildfires, from Arizona all the way up to Idaho and beyond, and that make up an area larger than the entire state of Maryland, burned to the ground. And one of the problems has been that people don't understand that when these high winds occur, what happens is, or when these storms occur, these utility poles, these whole, those big lines you see where all the lines are on, they fall to the ground in the middle of the forest. It's not just about raking the leaves under the trees. It's about the fires that causes. And so utilities have to shut down the ability to continue to transmit on those lines. And the consequence of that, I don't think most people think, no matter how well educated they are, unless they're in the area, that there's a direct correlation between the utility company and the ability to pump water out of a hydrant. And so it allows for a lot of uninformed people to make assertions or concerns or accusations about the local officials not caring or not working. So as I understand it, the vast majority of the circumstances where the water resource has been diminished is because of the utility company not being able to maintain the electric transmission because they're getting knocked down or shutting down so they don't cause more fires.
More fires, exactly.
But now what is happening is, are we getting cooperation with utility companies to bring in generators and others to bring in generators to generate the energy to allow that fire hydrant?
Are people leaving because I'm playing Biden? Do you want me to move on from Biden?
So this is the pragmatic can-do attitude, and folks who've been literally doing this, our civil servants and others, for their careers, and making sure that we're solutions-oriented. We sometimes call our department the solutions department, as Liz knows from having been deputy secretary of the Department of Energy. And so whatever gets the power on to allow the water, whatever gets the job done. A lot of times it's working with our defense colleagues who have terrific assets that can be brought in quite quickly. The other point I'd like to make, Mr. President, to thank you and the Vice President's leadership and our folks in Congress, your bipartisan infrastructure legislation actually provided $10 billion. It's a GRIP program for grid resiliency to improve the resilience of our grids so that when the grids do go down, they come back on quicker. That's $10 billion that we've already gotten out the door and is being invested in communities all across the country. We need more of that. We need continued focus on infrastructure, but infrastructure matters.
It matters a great deal because, for example, one of the things that I knew, but I didn't know that I didn't put a number on it. It'd be a lot easier if these electric lines are running underground in contained vessels. So in the middle of forest, so there's nothing that, I mean, but it costs what, 6 times more?
It can cost 6 times more, and we're doing a lot more undergrounding thanks to your leadership on the infrastructure funding. It's not cost effective everywhere, and
some places it's necessary.
Some places it's absolutely necessary, and we need to have the funding.
I'm surprised how fluid he is about it. Seems pretty fluid. All the news stations are pretty much showing, I think, the Biden thing, but while I was here kind of listening to Biden, I was pulling up a bunch of stuff that we can actually go over in the meantime. First, let me show you something. There's this map that looks really good, actually. It's pretty interesting to see these fires. Let's see. We got Palisades fire here. Oh my gosh, look at this thing. Palisades. Are these like small fires? Sunset. Altadena is messed up. Looks like, what are these little dots? Is that little fires? Pretty wild. Let me show. Let's see. How you say, Adderall? Hey man, something's going on. He's smooth today. Kind of smooth. There's this lady that devastated. Heidi Montag reacts to losing her home in Los Angeles.
But I just want to go home. I just want to see all my stuff and sit on my couch. And I just really want to go home. I'm so homesick.
This over here too, they're saying hundreds. Los Angeles woman says hundreds of thieves are looting luxury homes that were evacuated due to fires. She says the police are nowhere in sight. I can only imagine. You got to think about the criminals, right? People that are normally doing this stuff anyway. Now they're going to see this as an opportunity to go and loot as much as they can loot and take. There's neighborhoods that have evacuated, so these people are probably entering these neighborhoods, ransacking houses, maybe even taking cars. I mean, they must be taking so much and stacking it up, making a killing.
As I was getting my whole family out, all you have in your mind is just you're in survival mode at that point. I saw men coming into our neighborhoods. Police confirmed it. She had this to say. Take a listen.
It was wild. We just started seeing all these cars pull up, doors open, and groups of men running up our street, going up to the doors of these houses. And we weren't sure what was going on. I'm thinking, are these people here to help my neighbors? I hope so. And I left, and then my husband talked to the police and said, what are those guys doing? These guys don't live here. Get them out. My next door neighbor said, his quote, there were like 100 people that came up on scooters and were trying to get into any and all houses on the street.
And did you physically see police officers stopping them?
I didn't, but it's not to say that they weren't. It was so incredibly chaotic, and I was so worried about my big family and getting them out of our old tinderbox of a house.
It's a free-for-all for all the criminals out there, man. A free-for-all. By the way, the Justin Trudeau thing hasn't started. Not that I'm really interested in watching it, but I was kind of curious if he was going to have anything to say about it. I think Justin Trudeau is waiting for Biden's press conference to be over. That's odd. He's having one in Washington, D.C., and then, of course, Biden's having one right now at the same time. So I think he's waiting for him to finish. There's this lady here. LA woman films the aftermath of a wildfire at what used to be her home. So this is just... I can't imagine going back to your house. And that's
Come over here. We could light a fire, but as you see, we already have one back here. Hungry? Grab an orange.
And that's my crib. Thanks for coming.
That's my crib. This is a Pacific Palisades has been wiped off the map. This is like drone footage. Incredible, man. Incredible. And it looks like this fire on the right, they said the fire was going to put itself out. That's maybe looks like what happened. It's just the smoking looks like going on. Maybe it's not going to actually reach the tower. It's pretty close. Look at that, man. Oh, my gosh. Crazy. Every single home on the water has been destroyed. At least 80 properties on the water in Malibu leading towards Tuna Canyon Road and past Topanga Canyon Road.
Has been destroyed, and some bushes, and the first home that we can see that has been destroyed by the fire starts on the other side of that brush. And as Lawrence just pans all across the coastline, every single home on the water has been destroyed. Not a single home from when we drove very slowly trying to get up around power lines we can tell was saved. And I zoomed in on a map, got a satellite view, and counted structures that I could individually count.
Those are all at least 1 million plus, I think, homes.
And I counted at least 80 properties. We could tell that those properties are very close together.
Yeah, that's the other thing, too. Those houses, I remember when I drove down that road, they're like all next to each other, like right on top of each other.
Every single one of them on the water here in Malibu, leading toward Tuna Canyon Road, and past that toward Topanga Canyon Road has been burned to the ground. And right now on your screen also, you can see there's still one home that is actively burning here. This is the home that I talked to you guys about earlier that was trying to be saved. From what we can tell, authorities and fire crews were trying to save it. But as you can see, devastation.
Look at this, too. This house was listed for $35 million on Zillow. House listed for sale, and it's burning. Look at that.
Oh my God. Look at that, bro. Look at that house. Oh my God.
Crazy. No words. This is downtown Altadena, California.
So this is downtown Altadena. Looks a lot like the Palisades where I was last night. There's media out here, but really no one else. There's a hardware store. I mean, it's just block after block that looks like this. There don't seem to be as many really big fires still raging here as what I saw last night in the Palisades.
Wow.
But it's still really, it's just awful. I mean, this whole area, it looks like this. It's just gone pretty much.
Take a look at this, too. This is an elementary school. LA Scanner posted this. Benjamin Franklin Elementary. Wow. Take a screenshot of that. Right. Fran lost the home she lived in for 26 years in Altadena. She poured everything into it.
This is your house?
This is my house. This one right here. We moved in 26 years ago. And we did the floors, and we put in windows and doors and painted and just put. My grandchildren loved it. My son and my daughter-in-law, my family. We hosted Christmas Eve and Christmas Day here, and everybody was here. My little house that I loved. My husband just had his 4th cancer surgery. I poured everything into it. My nephew.
I'm so sorry.
I know.
I really am. I don't even know what to say.
That's okay. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just. We haven't been sleeping. We haven't slept. We're staying at a hotel. We have nowhere to go. We don't know what we're doing. We were close neighbors. Buzz and Todd. His mom passed away and they took over the house. John just lost his wife that he adored, but was taking care of that house. She was a Superior Court judge. And Beverly and John, so much love. She was so incredible. And the house is gone.
I just can't believe they're all gone. Like
they're all gone. See, Debbie and us and Tina, our children went to school together from kindergarten. Our kids are in their 47 years old. And Debbie's 47-year-old son tragically passed away last August. Her oldest child. Her grief is so deep, I can't imagine.
This guy, I don't even know. It said I slept through the evacuation notices. F. Is this real? Let's see. Oh, he's trying to drive out. That's LA Scanner posted a picture. He said, I look like I'm ready for Breaking Bad. Classic show. This person apparently booked at Larry D. Smith Correctional for count PC 451, PC 454. Apparently, they're saying this is somebody, a driver noticed an individual starting a fire off Johnson Lane. He notified CHP, and along with another motorist, extinguished the fire. Arsonist was apprehended, and the Cal Fire investigation is lead. First footage from the Good Samaritan.
This guy right here in the blue, bald head, kind of fat, tatted up.
Oh, shit.
He just started a fire right now. Literally just started a fire.
Just
Look at this shit.
off.
So me and this guy pulled over right now, started throwing dirt all over this shit. We pretty much stopped it. Still kind of burning, but we're gonna still keep throwing dirt on top of it.
There's people out there like this, I'm sure of it. On everything to burn. This is new as well. They put out a aerial survey, Palisades fire news release. So this aerial survey was conducted January 8th. Estimates that approximately 5,316 structures may have been destroyed by the fire. The fire, which began January 7th in Pacific Palisades, has grown 19,978 acres and remains 0% contained. Wow. The survey utilized infrared technology to gather data from the air. These estimates are preliminary, not final, and damage inspection teams are actively working to confirm the actual numbers. The 5,316 structures identified include residential and commercial properties, as well as smaller structures such as RVs, sheds, and other minor buildings. Wow. Mamma mia. Danny Flores, a retired firefighter, uses his own hose and pool water to save his own and his neighbors' houses. He says he's been to a lot of brush fires, but this is the most rapidly moving he's ever seen.
Didn't stop this house right here, it would have went our house, all the way. Our neighbors down here.
He's a retired fireman who used his hose and water pump to save homes from a fire that even surprised a veteran who knows all about a fire's behavior.
I've been to hundreds of brush fires. This was absolutely the most rapidly moving brush fire I think I've ever been to. Didn't stop.
Wow. Fire photo girl posted recently, and it caught my attention. The liquor store, deli, and wine. It's the structure here. I don't even know if I could call it a store. I guess the structure, this apparatus. That's not the right word, but save the liquor store. Somehow the liquor store has survived and protected by the civilians. The fire didn't want to mess with this building. The fires in the mountains and stuff, the hills. Liquor, deli, and wine. Also, let me see who was live earlier. Brian Enton was live earlier. Let's check out his live. He was walking around Altadena, and it looks crazy. Is Biden still talking? Oh, Biden's done. Okay. Is Trudeau talking? They're still waiting on Trudeau. Okay. Wow, bro, this looks like almost like a video game. It's like one of those end the world video games. It's crazy to see this. I mean, I feel like I'd have to see it in person. It's just
so we're in Altadena. I mean, I know it sounds like I'm saying the same thing over and over again, but like it's just totally gone. All of these neighborhoods are gone. Like it's not just one block or one. This is our rental car here. One area. It's just like block after block after block after block after block. Hey Courtney, do you know what street we're on? Can you look on your phone? Oh wait, here we go. So a lot of people have been asking me on Twitter, like, hey, can you check on my house or business? Or I saw you were next to mine. So I'm gonna try to be a little more specific about where I am. This is Conca Street and Mount Curve Avenue. And someone was just telling me, like, these were like really beautiful homes in this area. I mean, everything is gone. And the crazy thing is, I mean, it looks like a bomb went off. And I hate using all these cliches, but it really does. And the crazy thing is, everything just burned, like, to the ground. Like, you can't even really recognize. This is Chris, my photographer. Hey, Chris, I'm on Twitter Live. You can't hear me. Or X Live. Everything just burned, like, to the ground. Like, you can't even recognize anyone's possessions, or all that's left really, or if you look all around, are chimneys. I've seen a couple people come back. The police aren't letting people in unless you're first responder or media. A couple of people have come back though and are just like in shock, obviously. It's a lot less smoky today, but, and I should probably, most people have masks on, and I was wearing a mask, and I probably should put it back on just because I think there's a lot of chemicals in the air. It's just, we've been out here, we stay out here all day and night. It just gets so uncomfortable, which I know is stupid to say. I don't need the goggles today though. It's not that severe.
Trudeau's talking.
So we're going to be live on News Nation throughout the day.
Let's see if he's saying anything about
des pompiers avec tout ce qu'ils auraient besoin parce qu'on
ain't talking English.
On voit tous à quel point c'est une situation profondément alarmante et sérieuse. Mais évidemment, beaucoup de
So he's in DC holding a press conference, but he's not talking English. What the?
Encore une fois que le Canada ne sera jamais le 51e État américain. On est.
And you shouldn't be talking anyway. You step down.
Hey,
maybe that's better for them. He steps down.
Yeah. The Palisades are terrible. We were there late last night. There were still fires there. Nancy Liu, my colleague, is over there today and says that most of the fires are out there in the neighborhoods. I don't want to get too far from our Starlink, or I will probably not be able to go live, but I think these must be like little gas meters or something. You can see there's like still little fires. Hey Chris, what's with the fire over here? Is it like gas, you think? Gas?
Yeah. There's probably, because they had to shut it off. When they shut it off, there's probably just a bunch of gas in the line, so it's just kind of going out that way.
Jeez.
In the U.S. speaking French, what about somebody said in the comment section going crazy over there? Like, why aren't you speaking English?
Again, unfortunately, I'm kind of tethered to, we have the Starlink here, which has been working pretty well. To power it, we tried to power it with the, like, you know how these Suburbans have an outlet inside? It wasn't enough power, so Chris has been using an inverter from the car battery, and that seems to power it. It's one of the bigger Starlinks, but we've been putting it on top of the car, and as long as there's no trees, we haven't really had very many issues with it. There's no way there's no cell phone service out here.
I want to get one of those things eventually. I wonder what the speed is, like a speed test.
Anywhere we've been, really. So that has really been a lifesaver for us getting on TV and communicating. Make sure we're not, I know the live hit coming up. What time is my next shot? 11? Wait, how much longer?
10:04, 15 minutes.
Okay, so it's still some time, 15 minutes. I'll walk over here again. Just don't want to get too far from the Starlink.
Ensign's always on the go. Dave Hughes, thank you.
I'm trying to be like, when people pull up, trying to be sensitive because I can't tell whose houses these are and if they're just seeing it for the first time, but it's been a lot of people who have just come in to look around, and again, they're not.
When it comes to Canada being looked at as the 51st state, I'll just state it again, that's never going to happen.
You're resigning. Who are you to talk? You stepped down and ran away. Tucked your thing in between your legs and ran. That thing's really getting to him. I thought it was funny. I didn't really think it was serious, but I thought it was kind of funny. But it's been a topic in a conversation. But I could tell.
Find themselves a whole bunch of different ways, but one of the ways that we all use as shorthand is we're Canadian because we're not American, and that is not going to change. In regards to tariffs in the business community, I had some very good and productive meetings with a number of business leaders here in Washington, D.C. Jay Timmons of the National.
Okay, I don't want to bore people with that. I was just kind of curious.
I don't think they're letting a lot of people in. So again, it's Conca Street and Mount Curve Avenue. You can see the smoke coming up from over the hills back there.
Who says I'm Canadian? None of us like
the chimneys are all that's left in most of these houses. There was one guy I met a few blocks over who saved his house, said he stayed through the whole fire, just like keeping the fire off with hoses and dirt. And he managed to save like some chickens and some other animals in the neighborhood.
New brush fire activity. Let's see, where's this at? Upscan one left. New brush fire at Victory Boulevard, west of Gilmore Street in West Hills. Maybe we can check that out. See if we can find it.
You're on Insta, right?
So I don't really know what else to say, honestly. It's like I was at this bike shop, Steve's bike shop. We drove through downtown, and there was the owner there, Steve. He worked at this bike shop in the 80s, and then he saved enough money to buy it. And I tweeted the video with him, but he showed up with his wife and realized that everything was gone. And it was everything he had built and spent his life building in his business. And he was telling me how yesterday he left to go help his brother save his house. And they were able to save his brother's house and fight the fire off. But he returned now to his business, which is gone. And he thought that that would never happen because it was a brick building. And, you know, this has never happened before. It's never made it into the downtown area here. And so now it's totally, if you look at my video, his bike shop is just gone, just like this. It's leveled. There's a restaurant next door that's leveled. There is a hardware store. And again, like, you know, so what happens sometimes with these disasters is you go out and there's one area that has really terrible devastation, like one neighborhood, let's say, that's the worst. And all the media will go live in one area and it makes it look like it's a lot worse than it is. And that, it's like the opposite here. Like, you just go on and on and on and on in these places like the Palisades and also here. And it's just like street after street after street after street that look like this. And it's just crazy that, like, to think of what it must have looked like yesterday here when the fire came through and how it just... Again, I'm from Florida, so I've covered so many hurricanes, but I've seen this stuff on TV, but I didn't realize, I guess, the power of these fires and like how quickly they can... What'd you say, Chris?
Look at this.
I'm on Twitter Live, by the way, so it's not anything crazy.
Look at that.
Wow, I mean, that's what we saw yesterday. Just from drone, you know?
Yeah.
It's really quiet out here too. But you just think about these neighborhoods, like with all these beautiful old homes and these businesses, and I mean, it's going to be like a different neighborhood when they rebuild. I guess it's just going to be all new houses now. I mean, there's not one left here from this area that I can see. So I guess they just totally start over. I don't know. I don't know. I think this is... Do you know what this is still burning, Chris? Is this more gas, you think?
Gas.
And we think it's like these gas lines, because at a lot of the houses, there's just one little flame still going. We still have a little time, Courtney? What time is it?
Okay, so that was Brian Enton. There is this post. Somebody's claiming that these people, alleging that these guys are casing the Sunset firehouses, looking for a score. I approached them, and he said, "I don't speak English. I live here." He doesn't live here. These are professional looting rings operated by an organized entity. Open your eyes to what's happening in California. Somebody said the tags are expired. Oh boy. Los Angeles looters gonna loot. Is this a real updated video? Let me see. Somebody tagged me in this. Let's see. I don't know. Let's check it out. Oh, there's the fires and stuff. Going out with bags and stuff. No way, dude. This guy's name on Instagram. Let's see if he's posted any more videos. The Chingon Mexican. The Chingon Mexican. I don't know. Can't find that account. The Chingon Mexican. There it is. He did post it. It says looters going through homes. This was, is he live too? Let me see. Is he live right now? Or is that a story? Putting out fire.
These embers, you can see them. You can see them going.
You posting the other people stealing supposedly? I don't see anything else. Okay. Man.
Again, this is going to be right off of the 101 freeway. The nearest cross street looks like it's going to be Las Virgenes. Now, initially, when the fire department responded on scene, they were clocking this at about 20 acres. But it only took us about 8 minutes or so to fly over here from Altadena, and it already looks like it's going to be more than that. Now, this is going to be the LA City Fire Department on scene. I have already seen them making water drops. I've even already seen a tanker making fire retardant drops on this one. And as we get a little bit closer, my pilot James Pollard here at the controls of News Chopper 4 is bringing us around. We, of course, are battling winds. We're battling TFRs and just trying to get a little bit closer to see just how close the nearest homes may be. And hopefully none are threatened here by this new unnamed fire that has sprung up here in the West Hills area.
We are going to have to dip out from where you are in the Bell Canyon West Hills areas. We're getting over now to a press conference. Supervisor Catherine Barger at the podium there. More information on the Eaton fire. Let's listen in.
Protect our vulnerable communities in their time of need. My deepest thanks to our first responders who have been battling this blaze, and to the law enforcement officers who have been standing up against criminal activity to the best of their ability. I am confident that these steps we are taking today will give us extra leverage and support needed to really crack down on this important issue. To our residents, we stand with you and will continue to stand up for you. It's frustrating to me when we ask people to evacuate. Their greatest fear is, am I going to come back not only to a home that's standing, but if it is standing, have people come in and burglarize my home. They shouldn't have to make that choice. So with that, I would like to introduce our Los Angeles County Sheriff, Robert Luna.
Thank you, Supervisor. Just so all of you know, her leadership's amazing. And we've been on the phone consistently with a lot of the challenges that we're facing, but we remind each other we're facing them together, and we have a lot of good things going on. So as we're working through this, I want everyone to know that the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has officially requested the support of the California National Guard for both fires, at least in LA County, both the Palisades and Eaton fire. We are in the process and will coordinate deployments for any additional requests through the county. And just so everybody's aware, in order to request mutual aid, at least for law enforcement in Los Angeles County, I'm the primary regional coordinator for that. So the request was made through our department, but we are working in collaboration with the Los Angeles Police Department, Chief Jim McDonald, Chief Gene Harris, who joined here to the left, and then the Chief Ramon Bautista from the Santa Monica Police Department, and then any other chiefs of police who may need additional resources as a result of these fires. We'll make sure that we do that. So for the last 24 hours or so, we have had approximately 400 National Guard members throughout the state ready to support us. And as I just stated, they will be coming in. We expect that they may be on site as soon as tonight. That may change a little bit, but they will be assisting us with traffic control and critical infrastructure protection. They will be staged throughout the Los Angeles region, and our Emergency Operations Bureau is currently working on specific missions that they will fulfill both in these affected counties. I'm going to switch gears a little bit now. Earlier, there was a lot of questions, as there should be, about the death toll here in Los Angeles County as it specifically relates to the fire. Anytime I talk about numbers, whether they are fatalities or we're talking about potential looting arrest, I'm going to tell you something. The number just continuously fluctuates, and it's because we're still in a very chaotic scenario. And just to give you an idea, and I'm surrounded by a lot of firefighters, and the fire chief will come up and talk next, we're still working in a very fluid and active environment, meaning that there are still spot fires going on in areas, there's gas leaks. So when people are asking us for numbers of fatalities, we want to give them to you, but we have to wait until it's safe for our personnel to be able to go in there and do this right, because to some people, the death toll may just be a number. To us, on our side of the fence of public safety, each one of those numbers is a family member. We're going to have to make notifications with our partners at the coroner's office to let them know that they're not going to see their family members anymore. So just again, it's preliminary and it's absolutely going to change. But as of right now, and we stated this yesterday, we do have confirmed 5 deaths between Palisades and the Eaton fire. But that number, again, is going to change as more information comes in and when we start to get into the damaged area. The homicide detectives for the LA County Sheriff's Department are trying to get into the locations to process the scenes, but they've been delayed for the dangerous conditions that I just spoke about. But once homicide is able to get in there, they'll do the death investigations, and then we'll have more complete information that a lot of people are asking us for. I also want to mention that our team has been working on a curfew. Our goal is to attempt to implement a curfew within the specific impacted areas in around the 2 fire areas, both for Palisades and Eaton. As we work through the legal process to get that done, the goal is to try and implement it tonight. If we're not able to do that, that may happen maybe by tomorrow night. That curfew looks like it'll be from 6 p.m. To 6 a.m. Again, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. That will be the goal. We will be enforcing that. I think if most of you heard our press conference earlier today, we had a number of looting arrests throughout the entire county region. That is unacceptable behavior. Having additional resources, having the National Guard with us, which will augment those resources, will help send a stronger message.
I love your channel.
Keep people
I have
out
watched
of the
for over a year.
Areas,
you present
so
current news first, and I love your commentary. I need my daily dose.
Been victimized,
great work.
Thank you so much.
Who have lost their homes.
Michelle, thank you.
So we'll continue to work on the evacuation orders as soon as we can. We'll give you more specific information, because a big legal part of that is that we have to notify our community of what it is and how that works. And just to wrap up for us, we have increased resources for our burglary and looting suppression. Unfortunately, there have been crimes out there that have been reported to us by residents who have evacuated their homes. Our deputies continue to do an amazing job of conducting humanitarian missions, and they've had many, many rescues. And I do want to stress that the majority of the people they are having to rescue out of homes and vehicles are individuals that chose not to evacuate, not only putting themselves in danger, but putting the first responders in more significant danger. So please, you hear this over and over, when somebody tells you to mandatory evacuate, please evacuate. Preliminarily, I know we're talking about 20 arrests. Preliminarily, we have about 12 arrests related to looting. And again, that number hasn't been confirmed. We're checking that. We're also getting the number of about 16, and that's at the multiple impacted areas throughout the county of Los Angeles. But we'll continue to collaborate And as I stated earlier, I'm in constant contact with the California Office of Emergency Services. That's where we made the official request for the California National Guard. I've been in communication with the Commissioner of the California Highway Patrol. He's offered his assistance, and we've deployed with his partnership or collaboration multiple CHP officers for traffic control around the area. My last item is this. If you have any questions about current evacuation orders or warnings or the many street closures that we have here in Los Angeles County, please visit lacounty.gov/emergency for updated information. And with that, I am going to now introduce the fire chief for Los Angeles County.
Thank you for covering this and entertaining us all
fire
day.
chief.
Whoa, what's up with that voice? Where'd that come from? Oh, that was I read the membership. Oh, cool. I didn't know that was working. I turned it on, but it read your message out loud. That was cool. All right. I was like, what the hell? So where'd that voice come from?
Arcadia and Sierra
a different
Madre.
voice.
We remain in unified command. However, we have added one unified command partner. CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3 has been assigned to the incident to assist with recovery operations. Recovery operations consists of trying to coordinate human remain detection teams that will be going house to house to make sure that we can account for anybody who's been killed in the fire. Also setting up delivery centers.
All the firefighters are right over there.
Damage inspection coordination for us.
I mean, they see it.
So the Eden fire is now estimated to be 13,690 acres. It's grown since our morning press conference because the fire is.
What is that? Not this one. This is
Right, guys, another one just started over there. So the wind is going this way.
It just started playing by itself. That's weird.
527 personnel assigned, and like this morning, additional mutual aid resources to continue to arrive to assist in the firefight. This morning, we did have a firefighter suffer a significant injury in a fall. That firefighter is resting comfortably at an area hospital. He's in stable condition, and he is expected to make a full recovery. We now have a confirmation that we have a potential for over 4,000 to 5,000 structures damaged or destroyed. The definition of a structure could be a single-family residence, a multifamily residence, a commercial occupancy, an outbuilding, or a vehicle. So this morning I reported 1,000. We are now reporting 4,000 to 5,000 of those types of structures. The cause of the fire remains unknown and under investigation.
Heart. Ty. I'm waiting for the snow, snowman, snowflake, snow cloud.
Thank you for the 22 months, almost 2 years. Holy moly, that's amazing. That bot is a little, the voice of the bot is kind of like seductive or something. It actually has a different voice.
Turns out that this was an arson fire. Any death that relates from an arson.
Hold on. He said, I think he said if it turns out to be an arson fire, any death related to.
Number of resources assigned to this fire siege has increased significantly, and we are in a much better posture than we were on Tuesday and Wednesday. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in LA County, and we're appreciative.
Make it a live feed that I can rewind. I just want to hear what he said.
And the U.S. force reporting 4 multi-family residents, a commercial occupancy, an outbuilding, reporting 4 remains, along with the LA County Fire Department and the U.S. Forest Service. The reason that the sheriff is going to be reporting fatality information, because the cause of the fire is unknown at this time, if it turns out that this was an arson fire, any death.
What happened? He froze or something? He froze? Man, I was trying to listen to what he said. Well, basically, he's saying any death related to the fire, I guess they'll be charged for it.
fires.
But let's focus right now on West Hills. Look at all of these homes and how close these flames are to these homes. Just yesterday, leaders were making a briefing, and in the middle of the briefing, that fire broke out in Hollywood. Today, they're making this briefing, and this fire, this new fire, is expanding in West Hills. And Marla, we see, I mean, that is a very densely populated neighborhood.
How quickly this thing has taken off. It was some white smoke, and now it looks more black. It's up to 50 acres. It is officially known as the Kenneth fire. I reported the Kenneth. That is incorrect. It is the Kenneth fire. And this one impacting all of the surrounding neighborhoods. No official word yet on evacuations, mandatory evacuations, but no doubt those will be coming. I've heard from some people in the area who live in Woodland Hills. They said that they've seen aircraft already out there with some water drops, so that is great news. That aircraft, though, is coming from the Palisades fire, so there's give and take there, because we know that resources need to be at all of these fires, and resources are spread incredibly thin. But Alex, if you look at this picture and those beautiful homes in the foreground, and then down the hill from them, those flames, very, very active flames.
Yeah, I mean, those are some massive homes right there, including that one with the tennis court in the backyard. This is a great community. This community of West Hills, not that far from Woodland Hills as well. Not super far from El Camino High School, where we're looking at here. You know, these homes are designed, you look at it there, Marla, on that picture, there, it looks like there's some pretty good brush clearance there. These are homes that are built up against a hill, knowing that something like this is possible. But you see some of these cars beginning to be on the move, and I would imagine if it's not a mandatory evacuation order yet, there will be one imminently coming for this neighborhood. If you are watching us from this particular neighborhood in West Hills right now, and you see the chopper overhead, this is a good time to probably get your stuff and get out.
Yeah, in fact, speaking of evacuations, there are some already in place. So the evacuations near Agora Road and east of Canaan Road to Oak Park High in Thousand Oaks. This is all from the Watch Duty app, which is a very helpful resource as well. FYI, the Watch Duty app is extremely helpful. So evacuations reported there again.
Can you say that one more time?
Yeah, this is near Agora Road and east of Canaan Road to Oak Park High in Thousand Oaks.
Yeah. So this is my hometown. That we're talking about right now, where this evacuation stuff is underway.
This voiceover reminds me of Loretta, smiley face. Thank you for the many laughs you've provided me over the months. Much love, Mel, heart.
I hope she's okay. It's been a long time since I talked to her, but she wasn't doing too good, like medically. Loretta.
The scope of this. Thankfully, so far, we do not have
Thank you for the 20 months,
any
Jenna.
homes actually burning, and the wind conditions are not as bad as they were. We do have the air assets potential. We haven't seen them yet from our pictures. Doesn't mean it hasn't happened, but we haven't seen any fire drops. But this is a challenging terrain right here for firefighters. And Marla, what's also kind of stunning when we look at this is just how quickly this thing really exploded.
Yeah, you know what? Star Harvey is our meteorologist with us right now. It would be great to get some wind speeds in this area and talk more about the wind here if we can make that happen, just to give us better ability to analyze this fire.
Just did a switch over. I'll be ready in like 5 minutes.
Oh, yes, of course. Adam Kruger. Sorry about that.
All right, we do appreciate our coverage partners there at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. As you know, we lost that feed a bit earlier, just about 5 minutes ago, of that live press conference. We're heading back into those officials, giving an update there on the Eaton fire right now.
Still going?
And so, you know, they work really hard on brush clearance mandated in these communities to try to stop flames from getting into them.
I want to see the skies.
And you know, but we'll see how effective that is. We got a real test right now.
We just learned from LA County Sheriff, by the way, Robert Luna, in the presser about the Eaton fire, and really it was just a broad presser about all of the fires, that 400 National Guard members are on their way to Southern California. They should be here as soon as tonight, so hopefully having them, 400 more personnel, will help. And then we got some shocking numbers about the Eaton fire. That one has exploded to more than 13,600 plus acres, 0% contained, and the number of structures lost in the Eaton fire is now more than 4,000 to 5,000 structures lost there. So almost the same amount that have been lost in the Palisades fire. But I do want to make just a slight note here. The 4,000 to 5,000 structures that have been lost in the Eaton fire, it's damaged or destroyed. So some of them may not be completely a total loss. But again, now this is, if you're just joining us, new coverage of a brand new fire. Unfortunately, this one is in West Hills, the Kenneth fire, burning at 50 acres, and now the smoke enveloping this beautiful neighborhood up above it.
And now we got our extreme nav technology up, sort of letting you know what cross streets we're looking at here, and you get a sense of what is in this area as well. And as we zoom in, you can see some of those street names that are popping up as well. Mountain Gate Drive, Wellington Court. Those are some of the neighborhoods that are impacted here. We don't see, so far, a ton of fire engines on the ground, and we also don't see a lot of cars on the road. Let's hope a lot of these people have gotten out, or maybe already got out, because of everything that's happening.
Well, yeah, we haven't seen the engines on the ground, but I was hearing from some people who live in the vicinity saying they did see some air tankers as well. So thank goodness for that.
Daddy,
new evacuations are coming in.
The warm sensation makes me wiggle.
Maybe there's a reason your milestones don't work. Oh man. Well, let's hear it again. Hold on, let me replay it. Let's hear that. Give it the full effect. But yeah, it's not working. Let me try it again. Oh, I guess it's not letting me do it. Let me show you the map real quick so you can kind of see a little bit of a visual. I haven't really been able to find the exact
Daddy,
road.
rub some baby oil on me. The warm sensation makes me wiggle.
Here's the Palisades fire. Then we got the Eaton fire, huge fires. We got the Hearst. There's all these other small ones. Lydia fire that's been going. There's something here, Creek fire. The fire that they're talking about right now is this Kenneth fire. This area around here. I think around here somewhere. I'm not exactly sure where. This is the Kenneth fire. There's Thousand Oaks.
Oh, Daddy, rub some baby oil on me. The warm sensation makes me wiggle.
Oh, I guess it's going to keep replaying.
Nice work there. But it's going to take a lot of those. So if you go out, if you know this neighborhood, I mean, there's a whole lot of hills there where there aren't homes, and let's hope it burns that way and not burns towards, West Hills, Calabasas, Agora Hills, all, in this general vicinity.
So this is moving toward Calabasas. This shot, you see some people driving, coming and going. Obviously, they have to have seen the plumes of smoke. There are evacuation orders in place. It's just a matter of time before I know that we'll see some engines on site. But as the chopper Skyfox zooms out, you can see the plume.
There's something really weird that happened apparently during Jimmy Carter's funeral service. Check, one of the soldiers fell out. I don't know his condition. I don't know what happened to him. Check this out. It's really kind of bizarre to see because everybody just stands around.
A soldier falls to the ground during President Jimmy Carter's funeral service. Another soldier drags him away.
Not one person moves to help this guy except the one person.
As he seemed unresponsive.
Drags him away.
Before collapsing, the man appeared to wobble on his feet. It happened during the motorcade arrival at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. The service for the 39th President of the United States caps off 6 days of remembrance for Carter.
I don't know. Everybody just standing there. he gets dragged away.
Now, before some of that congestion gets even worse.
Okay, so let's go over some of those mandatory evacuation orders for Van Owen Street south to Burbank Boulevard and County Lane Road east to East Valley Circle Boulevard and Woodland Hills. Again, mandatory evacuation for Van Owen Street.
Yo, Liz, how you doing? Liz says the Playboy Mansion and Diddy's house confirmed burned down. Wonder if it collapsed the tunnels. Oh, man.
It is being deemed, and some air resources are there. We've seen one, heard from others that there are more than one. We saw one water drop on our air just a couple of minutes ago, maybe a minute ago. And the unfortunate thing is that these air resources are being pulled from the Palisades fire.
Yeah. So this first hour is really important, and we've seen that in these firefights. They have an ability in the next hour and a half to really put a lot of water on this thing and try to stop it before it starts taking off. And so we'll see what happens and how this fight may be different than what we're looking at. This right here is, you get a sense, and we need this extreme nav technology because it's very hard to even see what's here because of all of the smoke that we're looking at in this neighborhood, but you get a better sense of some of the streets that we're talking about here. So this massive plume of smoke is something that you can see from all over in this area. You can see it from Agora and Oak Park and from Woodland Hills and Calabasas and much of the San Fernando Valley as well. The good news is we do see some white smoke coming up from some of these charred hillsides, and Marla, these hillsides usually are brown. And in the winters, when you get really wet winters, they can sometimes turn these beautiful shades of green. But we haven't had any rain in a long time, and they are, when you drive around this area and you look at the hillsides, you think, man, there is a lot of fuel there if that were to go up. And that may be what's happening right here.
So looking on the X account of LAFD, this is from LAFD. Mandatory evacuation order for the Kenneth fire. And I'm just going to repeat it just because it bears repeating. Let's see. It's burning south, according to LAFD. That mandatory evacuation order for Van Owen south to Burbank Boulevard, County Lane Road east to East Valley Circle Boulevard. This is an immediate evacuation order for all residents within this area. Again, this is from LAFD, Kenneth Fire, and this was just within the last couple of minutes that they put out this mandatory evacuation order to leave now. And
them also adding that those not in the evacuation area should shelter in place because if you're even close to this region, your home's not threatened, but the air quality is about to get really, really bad because of that massive plume of smoke that could be heading your way.
More and more people are starting to talk about this clip. I don't know where this happened or where it came from, but you see these fires happening. I just played it earlier. These people completely missed the target. Incredible. Oh man, what?
Away from that presser that involved LA County Fire Chief Maroney and LA County Sheriff Robert Luna. We got some new information there, and then we broke away to bring you this latest fire, rightfully so, in the West Hills neighborhood. We still haven't seen the engines on the ground. We will. I know that we will. It's just a matter of time. Those mandatory evacuations went out quickly, LAFD on this. And again, they're sending some of their resources from the Palisades fire to this West Hills fire that is being called the Kenneth fire. So and again, acreage is at 50 acres. We know how quickly these things spread. So I'm sure it's well beyond that at this point. But so far, no structures have been lost. Thank goodness. Let's hope it stays that way. Alex, you said it. I'm going to say it again. Last night we were on the air and we saw, in the night sky, the Sunset Fire erupt in the Hollywood Hills, and that was really frightening. And we thought that was going to, do a whole lot of damage. They were able to 100% contain that to about 60 acres. No structures were damaged. So let's hope that they do that here.
Yeah, which was frankly a little bit more typical of a firefight. We know that the professionals with LA County Fire and LA City Fire, this is not are some of the best in the world, and those, especially the helicopter pilots, are unbelievable in what they do, and usually.
Yeah, Mayor Karen Bass put out a tweet about 8 minutes ago and said a mandatory evacuation order is in place for the Kenneth fire in West Hills. Residents are in immediate evacuation order. Are in immediate evacuation order within the boundaries of Van Owen, south of Burbank Boulevard, County Lane Road East, and East Valley Circle Boulevard. Oh, the comment section is eating her alive, though. Oh, man.
Random kind of unnecessary errand to run, and you want to pop into the Commons in Calabasas and shut down the 101, probably not the best time to do that. The best thing to do is stay inside where there's air conditioning, not breathe in that air. And
they're saying Calabasas fire. Oh, man. Agora looking at Calabasas, where this guy said he's at.
Out at Victory Boulevard and Valley Circle not that long ago. It was deemed pretty quickly at 50 acres. I'm sure it's beyond that now. And resources from the Palisades fire are being sent to this area, the fire burning toward Calabasas right now, and there are mandatory evacuation orders in place. I'd love to still, are we ready for Adam Kruger? Great. So let's bring in Adam Kruger to the coverage to get a sense of the winds right now.
Yeah, so as we keep this shot up here, I'll tell you there is a weather instrument in the West Hills area where I can look back at, the winds it's been measuring so far. I'm pulling that up right now, and it's showing gusts currently around 10 to 20 miles per hour, which, it'd be great if it was zero. At least it's not the 40, 50, 60 mile an hour gusts we've seen at times throughout this fire event. But I get an update from that station every 10 minutes, and just looking back at the last couple of hours, it's been gusts mostly between 10 and 20. And I will say that in this specific area, and most of the area in general, but specifically here, that the forecast from the National Weather Service is for gusts to increase around 10 o'clock tonight, especially. We may start to see some gusts around 30 to near 35 miles per hour in this spot, and then they remain at that strength through the night into tomorrow morning. So, we've seen the winds certainly change and lighten up. That was starting last night, and that's kind of been the case for the first part of the day today. We do
yeah, this fire is looking bad. Kenneth fire. They say it's rapidly spreading. And the wind is increasing tonight. We talked about that earlier. Kenneth coverage fire. We got ABC 7, NBC, CBS. Let's see if there's any other aerial or the same aerial views. Right, the same. Yeah, it looks kind of the same. Let's see what they're saying.
Pull out yet again, and I'm going to show you all the areas that are now in danger because of this brand new fire. So we showed you over here, Hidden Hills, right? And then Calabasas over here. And then if the fire continues to burn, then we have Oak Park, which is over here. So you have a U, and you see that there's already evacuation warnings going on. Here's the open space. And then all Oak Park, Calabasas to Hidden Hills over in this area right here. All of this now is in danger because of this rapidly moving fire. And Chris, again, you're worried about this Calabasas area down south right now, right?
Yeah. This is all going to be because we're right on the border, right? Yeah, but this is all Calabasas, obviously, and these flames are already so tall and moving. I'm struck by the speed here, David, from where this started to where it is now in a very short amount of time. The way the wind has blown this fire. This is a completely wind-driven fire that is about to drive this fire into this neighborhood, if it has not already, from what we can see, because these flames, as you can see right here, great illustration right here of, I mean, these houses are already surrounded by flames. It's not coming from one angle. They have already spot fires developing within this neighborhood and around these homes here. So I know they are moving as fast as they can to get structure protection in place, but look at the size of some of these flames, and again, the way the wind is blowing the flames, that's what you don't want to see. That's the scariest part. The way those flames rip through these hills and rip through in this type of weather, rip through neighborhoods is just so scary. And that is why this is so concerning, because of the distance this fire's already traveled. And now look at that. We are looking straight down through the smoke. We're showing you the flames that we could see with our eyes. What we can't see is what's happening underneath the smoke that's being produced. But clearly you could tell from Sky Map here, with all of the streets that you see in the middle of this brush fire, of this wildfire, there are a lot of homes.
So it's being reported, PubScan said there's 2 hikers trapped. And this is kind of the area where this guy was just talking about. You got Thousand Oaks here, you got Oak Park. And if you zoom in, this is the intersection that he gave. He's around here, I guess. He said 2 hikers trapped.
Tell you, this has already burned hundreds of acres, and you can see all of the landscaping. Look at all the palm trees in this neighborhood. Look at all of the landscaping. Look at people already trying to get in their cars and getting out of Dodge. It is time to get your essentials and get out now. Grab your pets. Get out now.
I see structure protection, limited structure protection, but we're spotting those fire trucks that are starting to situate themselves within this neighborhood. They're helping to get the word out as well. Chris, what about that smoke? The 101 is just south of there. Is it going into the 101? Is there a problem there?
It's pretty close.
Oh, this will, unless barring a miracle, this is heading straight for the 101, and we'll see what it does after that. But this is happening so fast, it's important to talk to anybody. If you live anywhere near the 101 in this part of Calabasas, this could easily jump the 101 eventually, and probably and faster than we think, just based on the winds here and based on the behavior of this fire. You know, we want to focus on this neighborhood because they're under immediate threat. I don't want to speculate too much about what might happen or what's going to happen, but absolutely, this is 100% heading towards the 101, and there's a lot of smoke already over the 101 freeway. If you're driving along the 101, visibility is already becoming an issue on the 101 freeway.
Danny and Philip are creating maps, which we're seeing on the right-hand side. Danny, you're showing the wind direction, and you're showing exactly what Chris is talking about, how the smoke is being carried across the 101.
Yeah, you can see it really show quite clearly there on our map. There's again, like you're showing, David, where that fire actually is, Hidden Hills to the east there. But where it's going is the other direction, to the west, to the south, heading towards, as you said, with that 101 freeway towards Agoura, towards Calabasas, so we can see those areas certainly are right in the target zone for where these flames are going. There's the direction those winds are going. Again, in that typical Santa Ana profile, north-northeast winds pushing everything to the south and the southwest. So there you can see absolutely set up for you how it's moving. And that flame will go where that smoke's going as well. So we can only imagine those flames, as you mentioned, David, growing so rapidly. We just barely got the notice on this. My gosh, less than a half an hour ago. At that time, I checked, and it was like, they had like a 10-mile coverage area on this fire. And now, I think you mentioned like up to 50 miles per hour, 50 miles of burn zone there now. And so this thing is growing quite rapidly, and we can see, on Christie's shot on the left there, we can see how much smoke is getting over those inhabited areas. So it's just really absolutely an area of concern there.
Yeah. Chris, you're showing, I think, is that still Colette Way that you're showing? We have that on the map over here as well, where they have the cul-de-sac, and that's what you had mentioned. It's kind of lapping right up to that first street there. This is that open space. This is Colette Way that Chris is showing you right now. I'm going to expand out a little bit further so you can get a better idea. That's the cul-de-sac right over here that Chris just showed. And then this is the area where the fire department is starting to do some structure protection. But as we know, they're spread really thin. These winds are really pushing this fire fast. And then let's say, hypothetically, if it continues to move around this whole
it's already,
area.
David,
go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
It's already west. We're already moving west of that neighborhood now.
Okay.
Already now you're looking at Malibu Canyon, Gates Canyon Park. The Gates Canyon Park area is now under the gun. This is just west of the neighborhood.
Your headset's off.
Sorry about that. I should tell you, the reason my audio is cutting out is because the county and the city are sending out emergency alerts, so everybody's cell phone is blaring right now with the updates on the evacuation orders in this neighborhood. And of course, when that happens, and it does interfere with our audio. So when you hear that, that's what's happening, because everybody down there is getting these alerts. But we're now talking about the area around Malibu Canyon, just next to that neighborhood that we were talking about. Now we're purely in Upper Las Virgenes. Farmfield Road is one street that already seems to have flames surrounding that block.
Okay, yeah, I've got it on my map here as well. I see what you're talking about now. We've moved from Collette Way, which is right here. Here's Gates Canyon right over here, and then right over here is Las Virgenes. So I'm going to expand out and show you now how quickly this is moving. I'm going to move like this. This is Collette Way, where we first saw it hit, and now what Chris is talking about, it's gone beyond Shady Grove Place right over here into this area and all the way over into these homes right here. So you can see how rapidly this thing is moving, and this is Las Virgenes right here. So all these homes now are in danger. Chris?
Yeah, is that it right there? Yeah.
By the way,
yeah, I'm looking at houses. I think we have a structure involved right here, guys.
Okay.
Go ahead, right in there, right along Collette Way. Right along Collette Way, a large body of flames in the middle of these homes. I don't see any homes touched yet, but look at that. There are homes on both sides of this brush area. That was Shady Grove Place, Sloan Place, Newcastle Lane, Melbourne Court. We're talking about two separate areas, so I don't want to confuse everybody. It's a large area now that is an immediate threat. You have two separate neighborhoods that are now being touched by this fire at the exact same time. So you've got one subdivision, Newcastle Lane, Sloan Place right here along Shady Grove Place, and then you have the neighborhood Malibu Canyon, Gates Canyon Park immediately to the west. Both of these neighborhoods are now being touched by fire.
They absolutely are. This is a very tense situation out there. We're sort of monitoring it from here. Chris, as you're getting interrupted with your headset and getting interrupted by talking, we're looking at these active Los Angeles Fire Department alerts, and David's trying to pinpoint them on the touchscreen. But we do know that they have added an evacuation warning to Woodland Hills in addition to the other evacuation warnings that we've been talking about and the mandatory evacuation warnings. So again, this is for Woodland Hills. This is an addition for the areas. This is bordering Ingomar Street and Satakoy Street, south to Burbank Boulevard, Valley Circle Boulevard, east to Woodlake Avenue. So again, Woodland Hills, just be on alert. You're seeing a lot of the smoke. Chris, I can't imagine a huge part of the valley is seeing this smoke. And now, of course, anytime you start saying Malibu, this is all in that area, which has so much fuel that can be fueled by these fires.
I mean, you're right about that. And Calabasas, I mean, you're talking about a huge swath of Calabasas. I have a feeling that Hidden Hills should be spared here. In fact, they've already drawn lines between the fire and Hidden Hills. So I think all of the attention now is immediately to the west of Hidden Hills, where what started as a fire on Kenneth is now multiple fires. I know it's all one fire. We call it the Kenneth fire. But as I look out the window from the helicopter, there are fires in various directions. We're talking about a large area where there are multiple fires burning and now multiple neighborhoods being touched at the same time. I just want to make that really clear. This isn't like one specific body of flames that these crews are trying to chase. They've already got tankers showing up. They've got helicopters over here. They are trying to flood the zone with structure protection, and they will do so at all costs to save as many structures as possible. But as you're seeing from our pictures, there is already flames surrounded by by homes, homes surrounded by flames. At this point, we have not seen any properties actually touched yet, but the threat is imminent.
Yeah, okay, so I'm sorry for folks out there, it's confusing because this is rapidly changing. So this is the open area south of Bell Canyon, just north of Hidden Hills. This is where the fire started. It is quickly, as Chris mentioned, it's spreading out in multiple directions. So now you see the orange, the pink right here, mandatory evacuations. That's in the Hidden Hills area, the Calabasas area, the Woodland Hills area, further back over in here, as well as beyond, let's see, this community as well. We're talking about Oak Park, Be Ready. All of these communities, Agora Hills, are in trouble right now because of how quickly this fire is burning. This is the 101. So if you're living in the valley, off the 101 in the Hidden Hills area, Calabasas, Woodland Hills area, you need to pay attention to what's happening here because you are in danger because of this rapidly moving fire. Chris, back to you.
Yep, continuing to watch the fire get closer. Go ahead and push in right there. You can see some of the closest flames as fire crews pull into these neighborhoods. That is the dead end at Collette Way, and you can already see fire crews on the scene down there. I have already seen several people trying to use garden hoses to prevent this fire. This is not the time to pull out the garden hose. I know it's easier said than done, but it is a dangerous situation, and those garden hoses are just going to be no match for the flames that we're talking about and the fire, the way it's behaving. When you have a wind-driven fire blowing towards your property, there is not much that a little garden hose can do, and that's the problem here. You see people trying at all costs to save their properties, and you sympathize with them, and you can empathize, but at the same time, it is more important to grab your belongings and start getting ready or get ready to get out now.
Danny, explain what we're looking at with your map to the right.
Yeah, the number one thing here is the direction of those winds. Again, it's that Santa Ana profile out of the northeast, blowing to the southwest, and you can see that's a perfect example of that. There's that fire right there to the west of Hidden Hills, and pushing everything to the south and to the west. Below that. So there you can see heading right towards, as Chris was showing us so great, the 101 towards Agora Hills. That's all like right there in that path of where the winds are blowing things. And as Chris mentioned, a wind-driven fire. That's going to push those flames that way, push certainly the smoke and the ash. And here's the scary part. It blows those embers in that direction too. We talk about this so many times, how these embers can just travel such great distances. So as that fire moves and it's pushed by the winds, those embers also pushed by the winds, and those can just scatter around to get those spot fires. So we talk about spotting, you'll see another little fire pop up basically in that path that the winds are going. And as those winds right now, we're seeing them measuring at the moment right around 25, 30 miles per hour, which are areas of concern. But then, of course, always you talk about this too, within the fire zone, it creates its own weather. It creates its own winds. When you get the effect of vegetation catching on fire, it bursts and releases gases, and you get enough of that going on, you kind of create this wind field. So we can see right there in that area, those numbers are already approaching 40 miles per hour. 37 miles per hour is Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks also 34 miles per hour, so Malibu Hills at 15, but you're going to get those occasional gusts, and then also, of course, you're going to get the fire-generated winds as well that just serve to push things along, and so that's the big concern. We're heading towards this time of the day where we showed you earlier the winds are going to start ramping up. So we had been on the calmer side, calm being a relative term. You know, again, compared to the beginning of the week, we saw 70, 80 mile per hour winds. We're seeing now 30, 35, 40 mile per hour winds. Those winds just on their own are pretty strong winds. And so they're certainly doing the damage right now of fanning those flames, sending those flames, and causing major areas of concern ahead of that fire line.
All right. Yeah, Danny, thank you for the explanation. And we're going to get deeper into the weather in a few minutes. But let's get back to Chris Christie, who is watching this fire progress. And I don't want to pull the camera off of where the firefight is going on, but we're looking at our maps, Chris, and it shows that the 101 is bogging down in that area.
It is. Looking down at the 101 right now, especially the southbound side of the 101, starting to see a real jam up as I presume folks are just trying to get away and use the 101 as the main artery out of here. Makes a lot of sense, obviously, but it is seeing a lot of slow traffic through here. As I do that, I'm also looking just to the north of us here and just trying to figure out, because there are so many active situations here between these two neighborhoods, fire approaching both of these neighborhoods. I've got to tell you, in some cases, you can already see where the brush clearance behind some of these homes has already spared the homes. If the brush clearance wasn't there, if they hadn't cleared the area around their property and their backyards, they would already be on fire. But some of these fires that are not jumping or spotting are kind of running in to dead ends. They're running out of fuel once they get to the brush clearance, and those houses could be saved because of that brush clearance. That brush clearance buys time for those homeowners and for the fire department to get there, get the structure protection in place. Even in a wind-driven fire where it's so easy to jump over a fire break or a road, or even if you've done the proper brush clearance, the wind could easily jump it, but you're still buying time. You're giving yourself every chance, and we're seeing the benefit of some of that brush clearance right here. You're seeing some of the clearance where you can see the fire kind of running up and then just kind of running out of fuel in some cases. It's really illustrative of the benefit of that brush clearance, but in other cases, that's not the case. And already, as I look out the right here, Rob, I'm not sure if you're looking in the same direction. There's a whole line of flames, again, coming close to another group of homes. What street is that? That's going to be Adamore Road. Fire, a line of fire running up right towards Adamore Road. It looks like there's some degree of brush clearance, but there's also a lot of trees. And again, lots of opportunity for those embers to blow through here. But Adamore Road, right here, fire right along the backyards of these houses. What's the cross street there? Adamore Road and Thousand Oaks Boulevard, or Eden Park Drive. Eden Park Drive between Adamore Road and Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Thousand Oaks Boulevard is the main street that runs through this neighborhood, and there is fire in this community that is brushing right up against these homes.
Okay, at least we're getting some air drops on there. That's going to do a huge help in getting this thing out. And a great point when it comes to the open space, Chris. If they can fight this while it's in the open space before it gets to the masses of the homes, that's going to be a huge advantage. And unlike 2 nights ago, we have air support in this case, and that could be a big help.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of it. We've already seen a couple of tanker drops here and repeated drops by LA City Fire, Ventura County Fire, and it's real. You've got to imagine what they're dealing with the number of helicopters they have, and they do have a lot at their disposal, but as we've been repeating, resources are stretched thin, and you've got artillery across the county. LA County has resources now in the valley. You've got the Palisades. You've got the Eaton fire that's being worked on. There are so many active areas, but they are bringing new aircraft into this situation, trying to smother it. But the concern here, my worry, is that there's so much fire blowing in a number of different areas now that it's almost like we use the term whack-a-mole, but even these drops, it takes just to get one head of the fire, knocked down, takes repeated drops just to get one head. I count at least 3 separate areas that are really under immediate threat, and those are going to take many, many water drops.
Somebody driving with their door open. I don't know what they're doing here, but obviously it's a
Look at those palm trees, David. Look at the breeze.
Yeah.
Look at the breeze running through this neighborhood. Look at those palm fronds. It gives you a sense of just how windy it is down there. The winds have certainly picked up in the last couple of hours, just as Danny was talking about. And now you see it looks like an off-duty unit going house to house here, trying to get the word out in this neighborhood. Looks like an off-duty, he's on duty now, but that's a private vehicle. He's probably using his personal vehicle to start going house by house in the neighborhood here, start door knocking to get folks out. This is all Shady Grove Place that we're watching as this deputy, it looks like a deputy from my vantage point, looks like a deputy uniform walking through this neighborhood.
It did look like somebody in uniform that is on some sort of official duty. Another water drop there, Chris.
Yep, that's the, what was that, the County Hawk? I'm sorry, that's a Colson. That's a quick reaction force. The quick reaction force now jumping into action here, as that Sikorsky just dropped a couple thousand gallons of water on that hotspot just behind that very large home at the end of Collette Way. This is Collette Way at the cul-de-sac, and you can see all of these homes here where the fire is literally feet away, just feet away from these homes.
Man, but they've done a remarkable job so far, you got to admit. As fast as this fire was moving, and suddenly things are starting to, I hate to use the term slow down a bit, but the fact that it's several minutes later and we're still saying nothing has been hit so far when it comes to people's property.
Yeah. They've been, yes, you're right. It's certainly moving. The forward progress has certainly not slowed down, but they have certainly jumped into action to make every effort to see hotspots, identify the properties, identify the homes, specific addresses that are under immediate threat, specific cul-de-sacs, specific edges of this neighborhood that are under immediate threat, and prioritize those areas with those water drops. If they do that effectively, they could hold this off and prevent a lot of damage, obviously, and that's the goal here, right, is to protect this property at all costs. But you can see the precarious situation because there is fire in the midst of the neighborhood. It's a very lush neighborhood that we're talking about. There are lots of trees and lots of palm trees at that are the real threat here once this fire penetrates the neighborhood.
Yeah, but you didn't see a lot of cars in there, faced forward to get out of here when you first caught upon this in Air 7. But again, you've been looking at Collette Way. David, you pinpointed that area. It really is right up against that lush. And as we start seeing more of these fire drops happening, thank goodness we are seeing a little bit of that smoke clearing.
Okay, thanks. What happened? I can't even walk away. What happened? Did they say anything? Oh, there we go. We're back.
All right, we continue our coverage right now. Sorry about that. We had to stop to do a quick cut-in on ABC 7. We are back with our live coverage. And by the way, we will...
This is crazy, man. This is insane. Insane. Wow. New fire. It's encroaching on the neighborhoods there. This is near West Hills. New fire burning near West Hills.
One called the Kenneth fire, and mandatory evacuations are now underway. Chris is in Air 7. He's been watching the firefight, which has been going on for the last hour or so, everywhere. I would say.
The call came out at 2:58, so that's when we found out about it. Look at how big this is now.
Right, 3:56, and already expansive amount of ground has been eaten up by this fire, but luckily, as far as you can see, Chris, no homes.
At this point, from what we could see, no homes touched. However, what we can't see is below the smoke. I don't know if there's any.
So what are these vehicles here? Are they pouring water? Like, are they trying to wet the area or something? I mean, it's kind of what it looks like. You can see this neighborhood here and the fire on the hills.
Area around this road here. We're going to tilt up to the neighboring neighborhood just to the west of here, and you can see more fire approaching that line of homes over there. This is going to be Elysia Canyon Drive, where you see a lot of thick smoke, which is concerning because where there's smoke, there's fire. And you can see right there in the backyard, looks like an apartment building with a little bit of fire right behind the building.
All right.
More emergency alerts going out. I apologize for the audio dropouts, but you can see an apartment building right there. There is some brush clearance, some open space that is preventing that hotspot from moving towards that building. Again, another illustration of why brush clearance is so important. It's actually keeping the fire at bay, and right now the wind has not driven the fire into that building, but there's an apartment building right there where there is fire just a few feet away. This is all, again, at the end of Elysia Canyon Road, Farmfield Road, the same neighborhood we've been watching here has fire on the doorstep, but so far no structures that we have seen on fire.
Stand by, everybody. We're going to do a quick cut-in for ABC 7's. Stand by. We'll be right back.
Okay, doing a little cut-in. So
we are following breaking news in West Hills. A new fire burning right now with mandatory evacuation orders and warnings. This is a live look from Air 7, and we will have complete coverage just minutes from now on Eyewitness News at 4 o'clock.
Copy.
15 to the... This is crazy. I was about to get off, really, but then I saw this fire like spreading. The way it was spreading, everybody's talking about it. I'm like, oh crap.
This
I wonder
is
if we should
Eyewitness News.
We'll let them do their piece. I wonder if I should check in on the this is a new, I think this is the new press conference.
The most destructive natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles.
Breaking news, an unprecedented natural disaster continues to unfold in Los Angeles. Multiple wildfires are burning, including a new one that has just prompted evacuations in yet another neighborhood as we come on the air. Thanks for joining us. I'm David Ona.
And I'm Colleen Sullivan in for Ellen Leva. You're watching Eyewitness News at 4 live on ABC 7, Hulu, and wherever you stream. 4 fires burning in Los Angeles County right now, including a new one that just broke out in West Hills. Evacuation orders are now in effect for people in the areas around the Pacific Palisades, Altadena, Sylmar, and West Hills. Firefighters now spread across the county, fighting all 4 fires as winds prepare to kick up once again. Now let's go to the Kenneth fire in West Hills, and Air 7 and Chris Christie are above it with all the details. Chris?
That's right. We're taking a look at the neighborhood, actually at the end of Ruthwood Drive, Colleen. There are now new flames approaching this group of homes and apartments right here at the end of Ruthwood Drive as this fire continues to spot and make its way through this neighborhood. A welcome sight right there as that tanker has spotted those flames and will likely be doing a drop here in not too long. There are a number of helicopters trying to cover as much ground as possible and drop as much water on the homes and the area around these homes that are under immediate threat. And there are a number of different parts of this neighborhood that are under the gun at the same time. So they're really fighting multiple fires at the same time. This is called the Kenneth fire. The only last report that we have was 50 acres, but we can comfortably report that this is quadrupled, if not more, in size, and this has taken on a whole different dynamic as multiple neighborhoods are under threat and multiple fires have developed ahead of where this fire originated. You're taking a look at a helipad right there. These Firehawks and firefighting helicopters are dipping in only about a couple miles away to make these repeated water drops in very rapid succession, one after another after they identify these large bodies of flame approaching these neighborhoods. Again, continuing to focus on the area just to the west of Hidden Hills in the Malibu Canyon area. This is going to be North Upper Las Virgenes Road, where you see more flames, active flames, just off of Collette Way and Wellesley Drive. You can see flames no more than 50 to 100 feet away from these homes. But so far, the good news, the best news that we can report is that so far we have not actually seen actually any structures catch on fire, but there's a mandatory evacuation order for this neighborhood. Actually, any structures catch on fire, but there's a mandatory evacuation order for this neighborhood.
That is good news, but the big concern, obviously, Chris, is the fact that, as you've been pointing out, the fire has kind of spread out, even though they're kind of keeping it off of these homes. And as Dallas will explain to us in a few minutes, the winds will kick up a little bit later on today, so that's going to be of great concern.
Yeah, and let's talk about the largest of the fires in LA County. It is in the Palisades. Dozens of neighborhoods completely wiped out.
And Eyewitness News reporter Josh Haskell is there now with the latest on what's happening on the ground. Josh?
Yeah, and we're in Santa Monica right now. Every access point to Pacific Palisades looks like the one behind me. We are at California and Ocean Avenue at the California incline, blocked off to prevent the public from accessing so first responders can do their important work, which includes still putting out fires. The Palisades fire is now the 3rd most destructive fire in California history. We now know that the Palisades fire may have destroyed as many as 5,316 structures. It's burned close to 20,000 acres and is 0% contained. Video recorded by Air 7 Thursday showed the widespread destruction in Pacific Palisades. The footage showed several buildings destroyed at Palisades Charter High School, most of the business district in the Palisades, entire neighborhoods, including the Alphabet Streets, parts of the Huntington neighborhood, the Palisades Bluffs, parts of the Marquez neighborhood, and parts of the Palisades Highlands. While winds have diminished, much of Los Angeles County remains under a red flag warning. Now, forecasters have warned that critical fire weather could continue through Friday night. Out-of-state resources are continuing to come to Los Angeles later today.
We all know that this has been an unprecedented event. We also know that fire hydrants are not constructed to deal with this type of massive devastation, and that the number one problem, especially on Wednesday, was the fact that we weren't able to do the air support because of the winds. And so, of course, I am absolutely frustrated by that.
Damage assessments are ongoing at the Palisades fire. However, preliminary reports estimate the damage or destroyed structures to be in the thousands. It is safe to say that the Palisades fire is one of the most destructive natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles.
What I want to clarify is that a structure doesn't necessarily mean that it's a residential structure or a commercial structure. It could be a vehicle, it could be an outbuilding. So we do have people, damage inspection teams that are on the ground that will go out to every single home. They will catalog whether a house is destroyed, if it's partially destroyed or just damaged, and all that information will be turned over to the city and to the county.
Now, Sheriff Robert Luna announced earlier today that the Sheriff's Department is working on implementing a curfew for the Palisades fire, which could start Thursday night. The curfew would be in effect from 6 p.m. until 6 a.m. Luna had tough words for anyone thinking about looting, saying the job of his deputies is to save lives and help people, not arrest those trying to take advantage, although his department will not hesitate to do so. And throughout the day today, all those checkpoints to the Palisades fire, we have met desperate residents trying to get in. And I have to tell you, the roads are just too dangerous right now. There's still active fire in many spots. There's power lines across the road. In one spot, part of the road was even flooded. There's rocks. And so it is just too dangerous to let the public in. And officials wanted me to share that. We know, and the officials told me they know that it is difficult. It is difficult to not be able to get to your home or see what is left of it. But they're asking for patience right now so fire crews can continue to do their job. We'll send it back to you.
Absolutely, Josh. Thank you very much. Very critical information there. Let's talk about this. As the smoke clears in areas around the Palisades area, we are getting a closer look again at the devastation left behind. Here's what we're seeing from Air 7. Blocks and blocks of homes completely burned down to the foundation. It is devastation throughout the entire community. A few homes left standing while neighbors all around them lost everything. Businesses in the area as well gutted by the flames. And even for those left standing, they now will need to deal with smoke damage inside that could still leave them with nothing.
Well, it's difficult to comprehend the scope and the scale of the devastation of the Pacific Palisades. We know more than 19,000 acres have burned. In fact, it's closer to 20,000. Let's get that into context now. If we zoom out from the point of origin of the Palisades fire, there you see it, we can see just how much land 19,000 acres covers. And if we take that firm perimeter and lay it on top of downtown Los Angeles, you could see that the area burned is more than 5 times bigger than downtown LA. So we're really talking about a huge amount of land that has been destroyed in LA over the past 2 days. And of course, it wasn't just land that was lost. With more than 5,000 structures burned, the Palisades fire is now the 3rd most destructive wildfire in California history, behind the Camp Fire in 2018 and Tubbs Fire back in 2017, both in Northern California.
And we know weather plays a huge impact on this. Chief Meteorologist Dallas Rains, you're tracking the weather right now. We are still in a red flag warning condition.
That is correct. And the good thing about this situation, if there can be anything good, is this is a typical Santa Ana wind velocity that's going on out there in West Hills and that area. Winds are out of the northeast at about 15 to 25, occasional gusts at 30. Nothing like those horrific hurricane force winds that we we had 72 hours ago. And that's what I'm forecasting here. Now, it will pick up a little bit. There will be some bursts of Santa Ana winds reaching 50 miles per hour in that area, and that will start over the evening hours. Okay. And then tomorrow we'll start to back it down a little bit after about lunchtime. But again, I think we're seeing pretty good progress, David. I mean, you watch this, and Colleen and all the people who really keep an eye on this. I'm generally just looking at the weather conditions.
I want to see the chopper. I want to see the live video.
In
mandatory evacuation.
I'm going to respond to the people who have reached out to me, but hopefully you're listening as well. If you got that alert that said, you know, you need to be you're under evacuation warning, it was issued in air. This is per the LA County Fire Department that made this air.
Okay. I know we're supposed to be dispassionate and just read the news sometimes, but...
What's the error that they made? Let's see.
You're under evacuation warning. It was issued in air. This is per the LA County Fire Department that made this air.
So... Well, it comes from the...
So it was issued in error. The question is, error. An emergency alert about an evacuation warning was sent out to cell phones across most of LA County this afternoon, but the alert appears to have been issued in error. Santa Monica city officials have just issued a statement saying there is no change to evacuation orders and warnings in that city despite the alert.
Man,
so it was issued in error. The question is, which agency sent it?
Well, it comes from the Los Angeles County Fire Department was the, if you look at the picture of it. So, yeah. Remain vigilant of threats, be ready, gather loved ones, pets, and supplies, continue to monitor local news.
You're right. It is from the LA County Fire Department. Just looking at this again. So let's repeat that. It was issued in error. I'm going to respond to the people who have reached out to me, but hopefully you're listening as well. If you got that alert that said, you know, you need to be you're under evacuation warning, it was issued in air. This is per the LA County Fire Department that made this air.
Okay. I know we're supposed to be dispassionate and just read the news sometimes, but that's crazy.
It's not good. It's not good. It's unfortunate. So hopefully we can get someone on the line from the fire department to answer some questions about this. Fire started in West Hills, burning toward Calabasas. That's the live pictures we're showing you. We've been a little distracted from covering that fire because of the alert that was sent in error. And caused a lot of concern and unnecessary anxiety among a lot of you, and we can relate. So we are, again, working to get some answers as to how this happened. Hopefully we can get somebody on the line to set the record straight. That would be nice. I know a lot of you want to know, but in the meantime, you can rest easy.
Yes, and let's remind people also for the fire that we're looking at right now, what the actual evacuation streets are, because now I'm getting notes from people that live close to there. They're wondering, so do we now have to evacuate? So as far as we know, this Kenneth fire, which is what we're looking at right now, this is what the orders are. People in the area of Van Owen, City Border, Burbank, Valley Circle need to evacuate now. As far as I know, that has not been extended to Agora Hills or Westlake or Thousand Oaks or that area. People that in, again, Van Owen, City Border, Burbank, Valley Circle, those are the streets we're talking about, are being told to evacuate. Wow.
Yeah. Let me just say this, because he's a regular on our air, Dr. Michael Daigneault, our medical contributor. You know, he's an ER doctor.
Right.
He has been working around the clock, of course, I'm sure, dealing with a lot of issues as related to this. And he just woke up because he had an overnight shift, and he woke up to the alert, and he texted to see if he needed to evacuate or get ready to. So I just informed him that it was issued by mistake.
Yeah.
That must have caused
Hopefully we can get somebody from the county on somebody's got to put their face on this and start talking. All right. We're looking, though, this is not a great shot here. We thought we were somewhat out of the woods here. You really see how close some of these flames are getting to some of these homes. It's great to see that fire truck right there helping to protect this neighborhood. This is in the Mountain View Estates area. Yeah, that's if I'm living right there, those flames are a little too close for comfort.
On the line with us right now is retired LA County Fire Chief Daryl Osby. I've had the honor of interviewing you before, sir. Thanks so much for taking the time out to join us. Let's start with that emergency alert that just went out. I know you have nothing to do with it. You're retired. I totally understand that. But this was sent out by the LA County Fire Department. It was deemed a mistake. What do you want the citizens of LA to know?
Yeah, I think it was a mistake. It was accidental. But at least it was sent out and people are aware of the system. Hopefully they send out something that retracts it and says it was accidental. But I think moving forward, they should use this more often. And when there's an incident like this and you get these type of alerts, you should respond to them accordingly.
I mean, that is a very generous reading of this here. We're looking at a situation where there are 5, major fires all burning at the same time. There's confusion as people are actually being evacuated. And it seems like a fire starting every second. The idea of sharing something like that as an accident right now, I mean, that is a massive, massive blunder that is creating panic for millions of people who just got this alert.
Yeah, I can't speak to the details nor the source, but if that's the case, that's very unfortunate.
Yeah. Okay.
How does it? Do you know how does it work? How does this system work in terms of who would be designated to alert that? Who presses the button?
I can't speak to the details of how it works specifically, but it's my understanding it's the Office of Emergency Services at the County of Los Angeles EOC. That's my understanding.
Yeah, and just to be clear, this is not your fault, and this isn't your job, and you're the one who called in.
I'm the fire chief again.
Yeah. And go ahead, Marla.
Well, no, I'm glad you made that point. So thanks for being with us. There's so many fires. Right now we're over the West Hills fire. It started in West Hills, to be clear, burning toward Calabasas. All of the mandatory evacuations in place. I'm sure you've been watching some of this coverage. Your thoughts, because we've seen some pretty quick work. I mean, it makes all the difference to have the air resources. Unfortunately, those are being pulled from the Palisades fire. What are your thoughts on what you're seeing now?
Yeah, this is very unprecedented to have this type of widespread weather pattern this time of the year with all these fire starts. But you're right. It does show the advantage of having fire resources and aircraft. The good thing about this, if there's something good, that this is a fire corridor with citizens that have been through these types of incidents. So they're trained on what to do. In addition to that, this is an area where we've had some previous fires. So the fuel load is not as heavy as other areas of the county that have recently burned.
And in terms of the firefight in this particular neighborhood, can you talk about the effectiveness of these airdrops? I mean, it's been amazing to watch in the last hour, the quick work and the difference of having the airdrops compared to what we saw in Pacific Palisades and Altadena.
Yeah, the airdrops make all the difference in the world.
This is the alert that they sent to everyone, to all Los Angeles County. And they said, this is an emergency message from the Los Angeles Fire Department. An evacuation warning has been issued in your area. Remain vigilant of any threats and be ready to evacuate. Gather loved ones, pets, supplies. Continue to monitor local weather news. So they sent that alert out. You still don't want to autofocus? I got to fix that. That's what they sent out. So. Everybody running.
As a retired fire chief, you've dealt with disasters like this before, but given that, this started Tuesday, we're on day 3, and it's just fire after fire after fire, and then also the extent of the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire alone, I mean, just absolutely devastating. What are your thoughts on everything converging at once? You haven't seen anything like this, I imagine, in your time?
Yeah. I during my time, we've had maybe 3 major fires going at the same time, 2 in our county, maybe 1 in Ventura County, maybe 1 in, Riverside County impacting our county. But to have over 6 fires in the same county is unprecedented, and it's really stretching our resources thin. My hearts go out to the people that lost their lives. I know that when this event started, I said, man, I did my prayers that our firefighters go home safely, and that we don't have any citizens that, that die in these incidents. And unfortunately, we lost 5 people in Altadena. That fire started at night. That's normally the worst time for a fire to start for a community that can't be alerted immediately. And it sounds like they just found a person in Pacific Palisades. So my heart's out to the people that lost their lives, and then for the people that lost their homes and their businesses.
And I also want to get your thoughts on, the response. Again, we know that you're not part of the department now, but just, how the...
Are you getting a message? Are you getting a message to say
not again.
Disregard. So we're getting this here.
What is it saying?
But
Disregard
what's interesting? How come I'm not getting it now?
Disregard last evacuation orders for Kenneth fire only. That's the message that we just
so
got.
obviously they heard us talking, right?
Oh, there's mine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta update her phone.
Sorry.
Okay.
I apologize.
So I wasn't right when I spoke earlier. It came from the Los Angeles County Office of Emergency Management.
Okay. Yes, that's what that says there. I wanted to get your thoughts on, because you know how fire hydrants work, how the process works when you're dealing with a wildfire. On night number 1, Alex and I were on the air and seeing fire trucks not able to pull any water from fire hydrants. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but what I can say is this is not the first time that this happened to firefighters in wildland firefighting, but we have to take in consideration that this fire started in a wildland environment. It burned to maybe what we call the wildland interface into an urban area. And when that occurred, this really was a game changer. And when water systems are designed, they're designed for potable water. They're designed for maybe residential fires up to 2 hours. And then they're designed to address a commercial fire for maybe 5 hours. But they're not designed to have, dozens of fire trucks at the same time drawing water out of it at the same time. So it was inevitable that this was going to happen.
How do we prevent this from happening in the future? I mean, when you say it's inevitable, we had our meteorologists here forecasting these destructive, life-threatening winds last week. How do we prevent this from happening again?
I think it's twofold. One, it has to be a lot of discipline from the firefighters themselves, recognizing that these systems are not designed to draw that much water out of the system for a long duration at the same time. Firefighters, they have to make extremely difficult decisions when they're in these wildfire environments as far as triaging.
So they're saying, I was tagged in this, they're saying apparently that somebody had abandoned their dog. A dog seen wandering around Altadena in a fire-engulfed neighborhood and was, you can't see it, and was engulfed, fire-engulfed neighborhood, and was consoled by a firefighter. Footage from ABC. Let's see.
Let's go talk to him.
Oh. And there was another lady that's been going around apparently rescuing dogs. And so, let's see, where was that at? It's tagged. This woman rescues 41 pets from wildfires. Dr. Annie Harvilix, a veterinarian, bravely risked her life to rescue dogs, cats, and a rabbit. People just dipping out, leaving the pets. She also rescued 4 dogs in her LAX airport and has taken them into her home. Wow.
Yes, and so what we're starting to see with the fires, they create their own weather system, so it's causing these flare-ups. So anytime you have a fire, it's kind of circulating around itself, so it causes these hot spots to create. But to your point, Michael, we've got these northeasterly winds during the day, and then we get these sundowner winds that come in at night. And typically at night, we start to see some relief, but those winds come in from the ocean. So during the day, you've got those winds coming in from the north and east. That helps firefighters push the flames away. And then at night, you have the opposite direction in terms of that sea breeze coming on in, and the fire is fought probably from a different direction because the flames are now heading inland.
We want to let people know we're waiting for a news conference from downtown LA with Mayor Bass and all the experts on this fire, fire officials, sheriff, police. They were going to schedule this a bit earlier, and then all of a sudden we got the Kenneth fire in West Hills, so they pushed it back to about 5 o'clock right now. But as you can see, the aerial assault is and has been tremendous on this almost from the get-go.
Oh, absolutely. And I think it's because of the dying down of the winds. Yeah. And that's great news in terms of the hot spots that they're getting ahead of. So you try to get containment, and then you try to flank the fire after you get containment around the original fire source. But absolutely, in the sense that we can attack this from the air because the winds aren't as strong. They're not as dynamic as they were just a couple of days ago.
Were they almost pre-positioned for this? I mean, is there a way to tell where the strongest winds will be in our area as you look at the forecasting on this?
This is what we do in terms of looking at the weather, and we've got the position of the winds in the upper levels of the atmosphere. When we talk about highs and lows, and they look really funny on the screen there, that's telling you that the tighter those two weather systems are together, that means the tighter the pressure gradient, the stronger the winds. And because of the position of things happening well up above where we live, we can tell where those winds will be the strongest, which is why, as you can see on the other side of your screen, as we still continue to monitor conditions in the West Hills area, you could see in the yellow or the mustard shading color, we've got high wind warnings. That's for San Bernardino County, out across Orange County and the IE. And then the wind advisory there, that covers LA County. So that's from West Covina on west into...
Look at that power thing.
Because it broke off and it's falling down, and the only reason it's off the ground at all is it's stretching wires in order to stay up in the air. One of the things that is going to be as significant as the loss of these homes, and probably a lot more expensive, is going to be replacing all this infrastructure, and both public infrastructure and private. Take a look at these trees. Most of them have been badly burned. Most of them will have to be brought down. Some people may want a landscape, some people may not. Some of these may be public trees. All of this is going to have to be dealt with. With respect to those utility poles, think about this. There's cable up there. There may be fiber optics up there. All of that stuff has to be replaced. And the only way you can do it in any reasonable amount of speed is to have a massive number of crews with a massive backlog of the equipment that they actually need. And that's one of the reasons utility bills and cable bills are so high, is because a lot of that stuff is available. It's still going to be months and in some cases years before this is fully squared away. But the idea of preparedness is really important to understand that even with infrastructure, we have to be fully prepared. I want to show you one more thing which I found absolutely fascinating. As you look out over this wasteland of homes, if you pan off here to the right, one home is absolutely unscathed. It's made of materials that are simply fire resistant.
Really?
It sits, even though it's down the hill and the house right next to it and the one next to it on the other side, it's not even scorched. It is probably one of the best examples of what you actually can do to harden a house, as we like to say, against fire. And in this case, this person will have a home to come back to. There may be some minor damage, certainly smoke damage and all of that stuff. But there are ways to build houses that can actually withstand even a fire like this. And this isn't just serendipity, because everything else around it is destroyed. That house was built to do exactly what it did, and that was to survive a fire. I don't even think the designers of that house and the material makers of that house had any idea that it would be subjected to the test that it was with the great winds that we had. But by God, this thing really worked, and we can learn a lot from these kinds of things. And when we rebuild, as they did in Coffee Park up in Santa Rosa, as they're doing right now up in Paradise, fires that I covered where things were wiped out, they're putting better resistant houses together. And when you do that, you lower the risk of the house being burned. But the other thing you do is you lower the risk for the insurance companies. One of the big problems that we're going to have to deal with here, and this is a major problem, is that the commissioner of insurance had made a deal with the insurance companies to impose some new rules that would get them to hopefully come back into the market and compete with each other to sell policies and not just lay it all off on the FAIR plan, which is not a very good plan, which incidentally is completely administered by the insurance companies themselves. But what happens now is they're going to look at this and they're going to get very, very shaky boots about all of this. And they're going to say, maybe this isn't the best place to sell insurance. Maybe this is so dangerous because this is an urban area, not a rural area, not Paradise, not some...
All right, let's check out live West Hills. They're live on the ground and in the chopper.
As we've been watching police officers work their way through this section, just trying to get a hold of any person that they can, let them know that they should be headed out of the area, they should be packing these cars, they should be on their way out. We connected with Michael, a homeowner here. Michael, thank you so much for taking a few seconds to talk to us here. Talk to me about some of the prep that's gone in today.
Well, we're in fire area, so as soon as we knew that fires were happening, this is always going to be a spot that we have to watch out for. So we came home and started slowly packing a bag just in case, and kept watching the fires and seeing where it went.
Absolutely. What was that moment where all of a sudden you determined, like, okay, we got to pack, we got to get ready to go? Was it when the Kenneth fire sparked up?
Yeah, that when we saw smoke up the hill, we knew that that was the time to put the finishing touches on the bags, throw them into the car, get the car turned around, and send my younger daughter out with the pets, so we didn't have to worry about getting them out.
Absolutely. And when we arrived here, you were actually working with the hoses kind of just spraying down. Walk me through. This is not the first fire you've experienced in this area. Luckily, as you mentioned, it's never jumped that hill too close. Talk to me about sort of what you've already experienced and some of the water, what you were doing when we arrived.
A number of years past, it's Amundsen Ranch across the street. So it's lovely trails to hike, but it comes with it a lot of brush. And in years past, the fires have come through. So we've learned to make the house defensible. Any type of wood that could be dry or leaves that can't be picked up, you try to at least get it wet. So the house will fight off embers for as long as it can until it can't anymore. Plants that will not burn, so water retaining plants, so that is helpful too. And we also brought in all the cushions from all the furniture outside because that's material that is flammable, but the metal chairs outside are not. And we moved all the spare propane tanks for the barbecues and whatnot away from the house. So if the house does catch fire, the propane tanks are far away.
Absolutely. And as you've watched that smoke line, you mentioned that previously you've had flames get as close as that hillside there. Walk me through what that was like and how you feel a little bit more comfortable today, but you're still sort of holding your breath.
Yeah, so I've had my family evacuate, and I've stayed back to try to help out as best I can, make the house as defensible as best I can while firefighters are busy, and stay as long as I can without becoming a burden on them. And in years past, the fires have come right across the street, 60-foot flames. And I saw the firemen come by and do their structure protection. And I asked the firemen, what do I do in this situation? And they said, well, what does your backyard look like? Is it green or is it brown? And I said, it's green. They said, go inside, turn off the air conditioner, and have a glass of wine, because the wind wasn't bad. If the wind's bad, that's another story, because then they can't control where the embers go.
Absolutely. And you were kind enough earlier, if you could take us into the backyard. Now, Michael sort of earlier was showing us an incredible shot from his backyard. If you could take us over there and just show us a little bit of what's back there. One of the things we've sort of been watching as we've been standing here, some of the good news is that the wind is blowing in the totally wrong direction, but the bad news is that the wind, even in the time that we've been here, has picked up pretty significantly. And from the vantage point we have here in the backyard, you can get a good look at not just the fire sort of in the headed over into Calabasas, but specifically over into the Palisade fire. Just an incredible shot here. So I wanted to sort of take you folks back here with us and just sort of describe what you can see from here. There's a chance you can see some flames. There's seemingly some new smoke popping up, some of that darker smoke you've been hearing about from the helicopter. So walk me through a little bit of sort of, you know, what you're seeing here and what it's even looked like this afternoon, and sort of the concern with what's going on sort of in the distance over by the Palisade fire.
So you can see the smoke back there from the Palisade fire, and the smoke actually was more to the left and further back the other day, and at night you could see the orange glow, and you watched as it progressed and moved with the wind. It is now significantly further to the right, which means it's coming into the Topanga Canyon area and maybe beyond. You can see these little puffs of white smoke close on the ridge, so to me that's more concerning, because that means it's coming more into the Valley Calabasas area. Or at least the wind is blowing it that way. And I've noticed these all the way to the far right, even more puffs of smoke as it travels closer in the Malibu direction. Our concern is when the wind changes and it blows here more into the valley, then again we have this Amundsen Ranch corridor, and nothing stops it once it gets in there.
Absolutely. Michael, thank you. We appreciate you coming in. Sort of, we'll let you get back to what you were doing, packing, doing whatever you need to do, but we really appreciate your time, letting us sort of see what's going on back here. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Stay safe.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we've sort of watched as, you know, police officers were directing traffic. Unless you lived up in these hill sections, they were getting people headed in the opposite direction. And one of the things I kept watching as we were coming into this area on the 101, every single car we saw was trying to snap a photo, and all I could imagine in the back of my mind were people trying to make some of those split-second decisions. Do I keep going? Do I try to make it back to my house? They couldn't probably tell from the 101 exactly where it was unless they were following along with the news as we've sort of progressed through these newscasts. I could only imagine sort of the fear in those moments, and you could almost feel it coming from some of the other cars as we were headed in the same direction as them. So luckily, police, when we got here, have been around. We've seen some structure prevention fire trucks working their way through here. And again, you just continue to hear chopper after chopper making their way through this area. So we'll continue to sort of work our way through the hills here. But
So the Palisades fire, it's 19,978 acres, pretty much 20,000. The Eaton fire says it's at 13,690. Eaton fire. Holy moly. Holy moly. The Hearst fire is at 671 acres. Let me just, maybe I'll show you the map. That's okay. So the Hearst fire is 671. Lydia, 348. Kenneth says 500 acres. Man. Mamma mia. What's going on over here? Let me see on the left. 1 second. What's going on out here?
People who are waiting here. Some, though, will see perhaps a miracle, because as we've seen time and time again, you'll go down a street and the whole street will be completely leveled and one house will be untouched. Let's send it back to you. Like that home by one. She said we have to. She was saying the numbers to figure it out, and as she went through the rubble, she found a mug. There was one ceramic mug that was intact, and she also found a tin that contained her birth certificate, and so she was happy to see that, but wasn't sure that what was inside, the contents would have survived that heat. And the other woman that we spoke to, Susan, that had been her and her husband's home of 48 years. Her yoga studio was gone and her home was also gone. But she found one item And she says if any item was to survive, she wanted it to be that. It was a bell that was from her husband's childhood home in England. And she says they're in their 70s, so that bell had been in his life for a very, very long time. And she still hasn't told him. She was taking video, but he doesn't know that there's nothing left. He doesn't know that their house has been completely destroyed, but she says that they all had suspicions, just hearing from neighbors and what they had seen on the news. But she had this message. She said, we have to be kind to each other. And they're just one example of many people who are flocking here to Temescal Canyon and Pacific Coast Highway. You can see that the LAPD is lining up here, and they are escorting people up one by one. And the reason they're doing that is it's still very treacherous when you drive up there. In fact, we were dodging down power lines. There's still trees that are smoldering, so those could topple at any time. And there are fire trucks moving all around, and there's still some homes that are either smoldering or burning, and just a ton and ton, sadly, of devastation.
Okay, so that lady, I think that lady, I don't know if she's in Palisades or what part she's in. Whoa, that looks really cool. Oh, check this out. Oh, whoa.
Has really kind of taken sail, things that he said. And there are a lot of people in this town who are really now critical of the priorities that some of the leaders sent. From why are we, and it's not like people are anti-bird or anti-fish, but when you have these sanctuaries to protect animals and you're not focused on reservoirs and water and things like that, I think it's really brought things to a head. And there are just a lot of angry people in town, and I didn't know they'd get angry still in the middle of the fire, but I'm really hearing it.
Well, I'm not sure if you heard, but Rick Caruso, Harvey, joined us. Alex set up that interview during the 2 o'clock hour today, and he responded to that, basically saying, these are just all excuses at this point. This is still a disgrace. This shouldn't have happened. He did say that it wouldn't have prevented the widespread destruction, but it would have mitigated what we are reporting on, and what I know your team is reporting on too. So at TMZ, you have you've obviously talked a lot about the celebrity homes that have been lost, but this goes much deeper than that.
Oh, it's fundamental. And the other thing is, just as somebody who's been in this town most of his life, I'm just looking at some of the reactions, and look, I'm not trying to get political here because I'm really not in this sense. But man, when Karen Bass was asked the question about what she thinks, what she wants to say to the city of LA, and she didn't say anything, it was breathtaking to watch something like that. And I really do think that people are focused on it. I mean, we've seen the way leaders are judged during crises, and I couldn't believe that. It was it was a softball question, and not to hear an answer to that, and then to see Governor Newsom kind of on the defensive when that woman came up to him when he was getting into his SUV.
Yes.
And I just think that I'm surprised that in the middle of the fire you're starting to kind of feel this groundswell, but I'm really seeing it.
Yeah, and Harvey's referring to, there was a moment, if you hadn't seen it, where Mayor Bass was getting off her plane coming back from Ghana. A reporter came up to her who happened to be, I think, on the same plane or nearby, threw a camera in her face. I don't know if she knew who he was. He's from Ireland, and he was asking her questions, and instead of responding at all, she just stood there, and it went for several minutes. That clip went viral, promoted in part by Elon Musk. Our interview with Rick Caruso went viral, promoted in part by Elon Musk. Donald Trump talking about it, and it seems like especially a lot of the right-wing accounts are really pushing this, but it's going beyond even just some of the conservative media, and there's a lot of folks. And when you have incidents like what we just had, this alert going out, it raises questions about competence. It raises questions about who's in charge. can you do your job? And there's already so many people that are feeling concerned about that, and they don't see their leaders. I mean, I appreciate everybody's busy, and you know, but we've asked for days to talk to Governor Newsom, and they've said no every time. We've asked for days to talk to Mayor Bass. She has been doing a couple press conferences a day, but hasn't been doing one-on-one interviews. I mean, they have an opportunity to get in front of this and talk to people directly for whatever reason, and they're all busy, and I get that, and you got to balance everything. But you know, we certainly would welcome the opportunity to talk to them, and we've had respectful conversations in the past, and would appreciate getting to hear their perspective, because in a vacuum, when you don't speak, other people fill the space, and you've certainly seen a lot of people referring to what Caruso has been talking about.
And that's a diplomatic way of saying, you know, you run the city, and the city is watching local news because that's where we're getting our information.
Right.
So talk to us.
Right.
And, you know, again,
Newsom, instead of doing an interview with us, chose to do an interview with Anderson Cooper, and with respect to him, and the reach of CNN is great, but people that are really focused on the life-saving information right now are watching not only us, but all the local news stations looking for information from their leaders.
And Newsom's answer to Anderson Cooper. Oh, my
Again,
goodness.
we got another one. Disregard a last evacuation warning. It was for Kenneth fires. Now we got another warning of that.
Oh, my God.
It's another where we made a mistake one?
Yes.
You know, and can I just say, I do think, you know, one of the problems is I wish Elon Musk wouldn't push things like this out, because it shouldn't be hyper-political.
Sent you something on Logistical. Did you know that California is right next to an ocean? Go figure we would run out of water.
Point. And, you know, when you have disasters,
Thank you.
if this is as big a disaster as anything I've seen in this city in my lifetime, and I'm old. And, you know, this is where you need somebody, you know, to hear how we're pulling everything together and what we're doing. And, you know, people are worried about rebuilding, where they're going to live, what they're going to do, how it affects everybody. And you want to hear from leaders, and you want to hear a plan. And I agree with you. I mean, it's like, don't go on. It's simply true. Great, you went on national television for a national platform. This is a local story. And there are, you know, and people are consuming information, not watching CNN. They're watching Channel 11. They're watching Channel 5. They're watching Channel 4. And that's where the focus should be. I just don't get it.
All right, Harvey, thank you for sharing your...
I hate it. So Meme Streets, or I should say Job for 9, made this DEI wood, like the Hollywood thing. Meme Streets 2025. Elon Musk did tweet something. A couple of people sent me this clip. I guess I should check it out. I haven't watched it yet. This was posted, and this said that this was not a joke. This was not a joke. Where's this at? This is not a parody. This is... Who is this? LAFD Assistant Chief Kristen Larson. Am I able to carry your husband out of a fire? He got himself... Am I able to carry your husband out of a fire? He got himself in the wrong place. What? Let's check it out.
You want to see somebody that responds to your house, your emergency, whether it's a medical call or a fire call, that looks like you. It gives that person a little bit more ease, knowing that somebody might understand their situation better. Is she strong enough to do this? Or, you couldn't carry my husband out of a fire. Which my response is, he got himself in the wrong place if I have to carry him out of a fire.
Wow. Only about 5% of working firefighters are women.
You want to...
Wow. Somebody was asking for the clip earlier. I think I recorded because I was going to post it. I can just replay it. Let me find it. Wow, look at that house burning. Wow. The video should be here. Is this it? That's not it. It's doing this thing where it takes a long time to load. Okay.
Fire. Here we go. This is a live picture of the Kenneth fire. Lots of white smoke. That's a good sign, but it's massive. I know. That broke out at 3:15. LAFD, the lead agency on this one. You can see those active flames below the plume there. All those flames along the ridge. We haven't heard any word of structure loss, which is a wonderful thing. We are happy to report that. We've seen a lot of this, which is a beautiful thing as well. That's a super scooper, and those puppies carry 1,600 gallons of water in one drop. So, and we saw that on the first day of the Palisades fire as we lost our signal there.
Okay, I'll play the clip for those that missed it. This was earlier.
Governor, you got a second? Governor, I live here, Governor. That was my daughter's school, Governor. Please tell me what you're going to do. I'm not going to hurt him, I promise.
I'm literally talking to the president right now to specifically answer the question of what we can do for you and your daughter.
Can I hear it? Can I hear your call? Because I don't believe it.
I'm sorry. There's literally, I've tried 5 times. That's why I'm walking around to make the call.
Why is the
president
not taking your call?
Because it's not going through. So
Why?
I have to get cell service.
So let's get it. Let's get it. I want to be here when you call the president.
I appreciate it. I'm doing that right now. And it's to immediately get reimbursements, individual assistance, and to help you. I'm devastated for you. I'm so sorry, especially for your daughter. I have 4 kids. Losing the school.
Everyone who went to school there, they lost their homes. They lost 2 homes because they were living in one and building another. Governor, please tell me, what are you going to do with the president right now?
We're getting the resources to help rebuild.
Why was there no water in the hydrants, Governor?
That's all literally.
Is it going to be different next time?
It has to be. Has to be. Of course.
What are you going to do?
I'm doing
To
everything
fill the
I can.
hydrants. I would fill them up personally. You know that.
I literally have.
I would fill up the hydrants myself.
I understand.
But would you do that?
I would do whatever I can.
But you're not. I see the. Do you know there's water dripping over there, Governor? There's water coming out there. You can use it.
I appreciate it. I'm going to make the call to address everything I can right now, including making sure people
I'd
are
like
safe.
to make sure you do. Can I have an opportunity to at least tell people you're doing what you're saying you're doing? Could somebody have a contact? Can I have your contact information?
Right there.
That was it. That's the clip everybody's talking about. That's gone viral, I guess.
And then started approaching places like Mountain View Estates, and I was seeing some of the drops right on the edge of the Malibu Canyon apartments, just to kind of give you some frame of reference for these areas. And it looked like they were pretty successful in blocking the fire from reaching any structures. And of course, we'll have to wait and see what continues to play out. You can
saying Kenneth fire is now 791 acres. Holy moly! It's gonna be probably a wild night, especially with the winds picking up tonight over there at, they said, around 10 p.m. Let's see this over here. This brush fire.
On the trail as quick as possible, and just before the fire started, as I started my ride, I noticed another family that was just above where the fire started. I did not see them as I came back down, and pretty much, my main concern was just the safety of others while I was standing there making sure everything was okay.
Timeline here for us. We noticed the aerial assault, and we noticed it quickly. How soon were firefighters on, not only on the front lines, but how soon were they there with the aerial assault and the aerial attack?
Great question. Love the question. So I don't know if it was shared, but I'm a retired police officer from another state. And as I got to the bottom of where the trail officially starts in the parking lot, I made sure at least 1 or 2 people were on the phone with 911. I am very happy to report that we were able to get through almost immediately. And we had LAPD 1 cruiser there with.
That Kenneth fire is spreading out pretty fast because these other fires have been around for a bit. The Lydia fire, see if I can show it real quick. The Lydia fire, it surpassed the Lydia fire and it surpassed the Hearst fire. And now it's at 791. And this Kenneth fire is, I guess, I don't know what the distance is. But not that far, I guess. This one is really taking off. Kenneth fire. And then there's something here. They've talked about this a little bit. Sunset fire, 42 acres. This creek one, it says 1 acre. Hasn't really taken off, I guess. All right, let's get this back on the screen. This one, quality looks great.
On the trailhead, if you walk down, there's a very sharp left-hand turn that you take to get to the other side, right above the residential area. That was basically impassable or starting to be impassable by the time I got there. Luckily, there is one very steep path from the point of where I was with the other family, and happy to report at least we made it down safely.
And before we let you go, based on what you've seen over the last 2+ hours here, what would you say about what the progress here?
So I just got back home maybe a half hour ago. Happy that at least at the trailhead, it seems like the fire is down. I'm also obviously very worried and very concerned about the rest of the trail. I actually have a biking crew that we ride pretty much twice a week back in that area. And over the past couple of years, we've noticed, the immense growth we've had of the vegetation, and now the lack of rain, unfortunately. Everything back there is very dry, and it's very concerning for everybody that lives in the area.
Is that what these people were doing?
John.
You guys remember that we saw these people yesterday? I played this video where these people stopped on the highway and tossed these gasoline canisters. I was wondering what was going on, but this caption here says thug tossing gasoline to feed the fire. What the heck?
How are they throwing gasoline? The fuck?
I want the whole clip. He's looking like he was about to snap on him. The F are you doing?
Concerned. Across the valley, I have an uncle that lives right by the section that's closed off by Topanga. I have another friend in Encino, and sort of a recon mission. Hey, let's make sure friends, family, colleagues, building structures are all as safe as possible. So I went up there and spent a few minutes, and unfortunately, all this is happening.
All right. Go ahead.
John Lipiani, I was just going to say we certainly thank you for your time. Thank you for the video, and thank you for your witness to what you saw out there today.
No worries. Happy to be a resource.
All right. We want to now take it up topside to Eliana Moreno.
Eliana, real quick, I want to show you guys this helicopter dropping over West Hills. Looks pretty dope.
Odds of water that they've set up in the area. I remember our colleague Phil Schuman did a story on this a few years ago, which is kind of wild, where they're able to just fly in, basically have these tanks ready to go, and it gets them water close because they know that an area like this, and look at that drop there. Woo, that was beautiful.
Whoa, that was good. Look at that.
Look how effective that is. So that's the difference, right? They didn't have that a couple days ago in Pacific Palisades. Hopefully that stops the fire in its tracks right there and protect around here. They have the LA County Firehawks have these pre-positioned pods.
That is dope as hell. Wow, they did a really good job. Compared to the other person that, whatever video that was, I don't know from when it was.
Did you hear about 30% of prisoners are put out to beat the fires? An old slavery law. There was an article. Sending love and folded hands, medium light skin tone, United Kingdom.
There's Jack. I don't want to say Jackie. There's Janice. Thank you so much for the 5. I haven't heard about that. Old slavery law. There was an article. That's interesting.
The CHP, of course, has the option of shutting the area down and preventing vehicles from driving through this area. But the problem is we still have a lot of those mandatory evacuations. People are trying to leave the area. They need the 101 to get away from this area because there really isn't another freeway in this area. The nearest ones are going to be the 23 in Thousand Oaks and then the 118 up in Simi Valley. So it would be a long ways away for some of these drivers to be able to jump on any other freeway, which is why the 101 is so crucial. So again, if you have no business being out here, if you can just stay home, if you were normally using the 101 to get home after leaving work, find your favorite alternate, take that instead. I can guarantee you that whatever that is, it's going to be moving a lot better than either direction of the 101. Now, moving over to the fire, I'm just moving over to the north. So this is going to be, of course, north of the 101 or west of Valley Circle. These were those flames I was showing you before that I was saying we're going to advance to the west, and that's exactly what we're seeing. We continue to watch them advance to the west. We've got a lot of power lines, and that's never good. Hopefully those power lines have been de-energized by now. But if that fire continues to push towards the west, that is how we're going to end up in this community of ranch-style homes that I was showing you earlier, where we do have Ventura County Fire performing structure protection efforts. And I did see a lot of residents evacuating. These are all horse properties, as you can tell, based off of the land. And so what we are seeing are a lot of residents understandably probably panicking right now, getting their beloved horses into trailers and just getting them away from the area. Pierce College is usually a resource center for large animals like this. The fire is currently to the west of Pierce College, so I can only assume that it is still open and accepting large animals. But of course, if you can call in check before you make your way that way. Again, this fire continuing to make that push towards the west, and it had the potential for 1,000 acres, and this is really where they're getting the 1,000 acres, is this entire hillside. If the fire continues to push this way, these hills would burn. But fortunately, due to the very effective aerial assault that we have seen, both fixed wing and rotary wing, this fire has really had its growth slowed. There's a tanker coming in right now. He'll stay high, he'll survey the area, figure out where's the best way to make his fire retardant drop so that he can be as precise and effective as possible.
Someone used to liken that to aerial ballet. I mean, when you think about the skill that's involved in that, you've got all the fixed wings there, you've got the choppers dropping water as well. It really is something to see.
Absolutely. They are so highly skilled, and thank goodness that they are out here this afternoon and evening, because they're definitely needed on a fire in this type of terrain.
All right, Eliana, we will continue with your shot here. We want to remind our viewers now it is 5 o'clock, and we are continuing our live coverage of Southern California's wildfire emergency live here on the air.
All right. Let me see. Let me get another overview over here. So it looks like they're doing a really good job actually at slowing this fire down. Maybe even they'll be able to contain it, and it's because those choppers in the air are just demolishing these fires. Wow, that was a really epic video, the one that I saw on Twitter. Yeah, look, I think they saved this neighborhood. They still got this other side here, these fires on this side, but it looks like they might have. Oh, there's more neighborhood there though, so we'll have to see. Oh, God. I don't want to do this press conference shit. Loud. We got 40 people on stage ready to go. Dad, who just found out his home had burned to the ground and eaten fire, offered great perspective on what's really important in life. All right, let's check it out. I don't want to see no more of this. Oh, God. No more press conference, bro.
What goes through your head seeing the aftermath?
Just a lot of concern and worry about whether or not the insurance is going to pay. I just got my motorcycle back from a complete rebuild, and it's sitting in the garage, burnt to the ground, which is pretty sad. But we did take all of our family pictures and a few valuable paintings out last night. So, all the stuff that's here is replaceable. People are not. So, so having the family is the most important thing.
What goes through your head seeing the aftermath?
Just a lot of concern and worry about whether or not the insurance is going to pay. I just got my motorcycle back from a complete rebuild, and it's sitting in the garage, burnt to the ground, which is pretty sad. But we did take all of our family pictures and a few valuable paintings out last night. So, all the stuff that's here is replaceable. People are not. So So having the family is the most important thing.
That's nice. Look at that plate. Oh, whoa. Can we take that back? Oh, this one I can't rewind. Whoa.
The goal here was to lay the retardant ahead of those flames. So what should happen is that should be the very last line of flames. It shouldn't be able to go beyond that because all of that area has now been wet down by that fire retardant. That won't stop embers, of course. Embers don't respect fire retardant lines, but fortunately at this point it seems like the winds are starting to calm down in this area, so we're not really seeing too much of an ember cast. And hopefully, cross our fingers, the fire will hold to those 800 acres
thank you so much.
This, what's almost like a
French fry. Thank you for the 5 memberships.
All right, that was Eliana Moreno live for us in News Chart before over.
DD, thank you for the 4 months. This is just terrible. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, the one I see, it's kind of good, though, that they're able to kind of slow some of these fires down and even put some of them out in this area.
On this and seem to have done a really good job here in getting this thing under control. And it's a much different story that they can now tell at 5 o'clock than they would have told at 4. And we know that this is such a densely populated area. And I'm sure a lot of people who live in that area are feeling a lot better than they were. Again, we've got a lot of fires that we're following. One of the most destructive is the Eaton fire in Altadena, which continues to burn tonight. Susan Hirasuna is there, and a little family seems to be there as well. Susan.
Yes, we're here on Fair Oaks in Altadena, and this is a friend of mine and her family. And Daisy is coming here for the first time. Her kids were not really grasping the concept of losing their house, and they insisted, your older son insisted that he wanted to see all of this, right?
He wanted to see his home. He wanted to come back and check his home. He was, we were watching the fire from our window, so he wanted to also see his school and make sure that, everything was there, but he doesn't understand that we lost our home. He was upset. He was crying, but now it's like...
And now what do you think is, as you watch them look at this devastation?
It gets me comfort to see they're innocent, how they just, don't understand the concept of pain, of losing things. I thought they were going to take this a little bit harder and difficult, but they, to me, it's just... It's sad to see everything that we work for, everything that we built here, to just be gone in hours.
Daddy, I see our fruit. When did you feel the need to leave your home?
This is just terrible.
French fry, thank you for the 5. And people keep voting for incompetent lib government. Yeah.
We were just, a regular day, watching TV, and I didn't even...
And then the power went out.
Oh, the power went out? Oh.
Yeah, and then we were going to get our dad, but he was coming. Then we had power flashlights. They're so good, and they woke us up, me and my brother up, and
people keep voting for incompetent lib government.
Left our house, and then we didn't realize that our house was gonna burn like this, and a lot of stuff that we left in our house and it's burned, and we had a 3D printer, and it was so special to me, and it's gonna make me a little sad, but I don't know why, but this is what happened to our house. And a lot of stuff that I love is gone. That's my dad's bicycle right there, and my mom's bicycle is here somewhere, and it's
that's sad.
And now everything is broken, and it's all lost this color and stuff. And these are the only things I have. This, and this.
Yeah.
And it's so sad. And this. That I see a truck there right there. It's just moving, and
Now, your mom told me that you wanted to come and see all of this. Why was that?
Because I wanted to check on it and see if it was not broken. And my dad took a video that it was broken, so I went to go see so we could do this new stuff. And we went here for today so we know what happened. And that was our chimney where Santa comes, and now it's gone. Now we can't get presents here anymore. We have to replace this house and have a different house.
Yeah.
I couldn't even breathe.
Daisy, was it scary for you when you left the house and you weren't sure how the house was going to, and then ultimately did not survive?
So I saw the fire coming, and then I was like, well, this is getting too close to us. And my husband was like, no, it's a little far. We should be fine. But then I just had a text message from a friend and was like, Daisy, I'm worried. Like, you should just have your car ready to go, pack some stuff, just be ready because you don't know. And I was like, you're right. Let me start charging my phones. Let me start charging everything just in case. And then we had the power outage. They went to sleep because they was just kind of sleep. I couldn't sleep. I stay up and I was just monitor the fire. And when I saw that it was getting closer, I woke them up. But I was like, if you guys are going to go to sleep, just make sure you're in clothes and make sure you're ready to go. And I woke them up and I said, you know what, this is not looking good. We got to get out of here. And I grabbed pillows, I grabbed blankets, just in case all the hotels were like full and we needed to sleep in the car because I wasn't sure what was going to happen.
Yeah.
And around like 1:30, we left. My niece was still in Florida. We just got back from Florida on holiday vacation, and she needed to come and grab her stuff. So we kind of like waited for her to help her grab some of her items and just head out and run out of here as quick as we could because we just thought the fire was going to catch us.
Your kids must have had a lot of questions all along, and so now they're here. They're getting some of their questions answered, but on the other hand, what do you think will happen in the next coming days, especially now that they've seen it for themselves?
So we're gonna send them to Florida so they can stay with my family. My family can at least take care of our kids, and we're just gonna have to figure something out here. We're gonna see what we're gonna do to rebuild. We secure a room until Saturday. And we just kind of try to pick up the pieces and see what's next because we don't even know. But we don't want them to be bouncing with us from room to room and being houseless.
Yeah.
We're going to try to find homeschooling from a distance just to see how they can, they can adjust. And we really don't know. We just here trying to we just don't know.
Yeah. So many questions that are left unanswered. Now, Daisy, I've known you for a couple of years, a few years, but I don't know your children. Can you tell me how old they are?
That's Henry that was speaking. He's 6 years old, and then Lucas, he's 5. Henry's 6.5, and Lucas is 5.
And you were saying, though, that you thought you were a little worried about the youngest one.
I was worried. I mean, I guess because they'd seen the videos and we have, told them and prepare them. They didn't understand, and they're like, when are we going to go back home? I want my toy. And I'm like, we might not have a home. I think everything burned. And we already prepped them to understand that they're going to go to Florida, that we don't have a home. So maybe that's why they're taking things so calm. But to me, it's just not. I don't have any comfort not, knowing that everything that we built and everything that we had is just gone. We grabbed nothing. I just grabbed one luggage for all of us, for us 4. So I thought we were just going to be able to come back. You just think that it was just going to burn in
where there's nothing.
Yeah. It just burned like at 5 o'clock. I actually, we had 2 guest areas. So we had another tenant that lives with us, and he decided to stay. And at 5 a.m., that's when he let us know that that's when we knew that the house burned, because he let us know that he almost got caught in the fire because the fire woke him up and he ran out. And then my husband received an alarm from his car that the trunk was open and all this stuff. So that's when we knew that the house was burning at 5 a.m.
Oh, my gosh. So have you started the process? Have you contacted insurance? Do you know what that entails?
So we did contact our insurance broker. He gave us a lot of information. We submitted a claim, but it's just that's all we did. We submitted a claim. He did say that I guess the land doesn't have any. It's not insured. My husband was the one dealing with that, so he would know more. I just been in so much distress. Just haven't been able to sleep. I haven't eaten.
And you're worried about your kids. And, Keith, do you want to weigh in at all? Like, is this your first time seeing it, or did you come
No,
before?
I came up yesterday, so I got the major impact yesterday, but it's just devastating. Everything we worked for.
How long have you guys lived here?
That's, what, 3.5 years, I think? Almost 4 years now. And
And
everything.
in that time period, I know, in order to make a home, a house that you just move into, a home, what kinds of things did you do?
Well, we've been doing a lot. When we bought the house, it was kind of a fixer-upper. We've done a lot of electrical work. We've done plumbing work. We've replaced sewer lines. We've done a lot just to make it more comfortable.
We just did the window. We
just replaced all the windows.
about a month ago.
And
we owe the AC system too. That was quite of an expense to do all the AC, do all the, fireproof windows, that obviously exists. Nothing fireproof.
You had fireproof windows. Sorry, I don't mean to giggle, but yeah, they sell you fire. Oh dear, are you okay?
Yes. They sell us fireproof windows, and what is it like? There's another term for them, right?
with double pane windows, they were all, just...
Well, there's no such thing as fireproof window. When the house is going to burn, it's just going to burn.
Yeah.
It's hard to recognize where anything was. It's just like I see the skeleton of the washer dryer. That tells me that's the garage, but...
And Henry pointed out your bike.
Yeah, the exercise bike that was on the deck just kind of dropped. Was the deck burned, I guess?
I think that was the boys' room over there because I can see the AC.
The boys' room.
So the boys' room was right.
Was this one in the corner?
Right.
The one with the AC. What? This was my room?
Which was your room? This was your room, Henry?
I think so because I know I was supposed to be here. And over here.
Yeah, right by the air conditioner.
Yeah.
They had a desk, a L-shaped desk here that their uncle built for them. He's gone.
This is where they had all their toys over here. They had their little playground. You can still see
That's crazy, man.
the playground. Yep. They had a little, and then there we had a little outdoor setup.
No, the concrete survived.
But, we thought we were going to be here forever and ever. And
gas.
Yeah, I do too. That's making me a little nervous.
Yeah.
Gas smell?
Because you don't have a mask.
I don't have a mask.
The valve is melted.
And there's still some open flame.
What melted?
So I don't know. I think maybe you should.
The main gas right here, and it's broken.
So the valve is broken to the gas line. We can all smell gas, and there are still some open flames. So I think it's best that we pull out and get a little farther away from the home. It was only when we were closer to the home that we could smell that gas. I feel like I might not be connected anymore.
Susan, we still have you.
To IFB.
We're just, Susan, can you hear me?
Okay, good.
Yeah, we find this very compelling, so we're letting you do your thing, but it's really extraordinary.
The burn.
Yeah.
We only took one vehicle.
You only took one vehicle, and you had several here.
That was
You're telling
our car,
us, Daisy.
and then my husband's car. We just took our car because it was more comfortable and it was bigger. And in case we needed to sleep in the car, then we can, and that's why I didn't want to load up the trunk with a lot of stuff because it didn't really matter. I'm like, let's just take what we need.
We figured we'd be back in a day or two.
Yeah. You had that kind of optimism.
Yep.
This is part of your car.
That's my license plate. What's left of it? Yeah.
I see red on me right here.
Oh. Are you okay? Are you injured?
Did you cut yourself?
No.
You saw red, though. That would make me nervous. Have you lived through fire in this area before, Daisy?
No, first time. I never experienced anything like this. Things that you see, but nothing that you feel that will ever, be so close to home. I didn't think. I knew we were moving close to the mountains, but I didn't think we were that, that we would be able to get impacted that much.
Well, plenty of people who've lived here much longer than you would say, oh, yes, we've seen the fire, but it never came through this area the way it came through Tuesday. So it was
It was the same thing. My husband, because he lived in, by the San Gabriel Mountains. So
for a long time, and we've had fires come close, but never.
Hello, here's a new press conference. Oh no, is this it?
Chief Crowley, PD Chief Jim McDonnell, followed by Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. As always, we appreciate people signing up for notifications at Notify LA. We are also joined by leaders throughout the state and federal government. We're joined by FEMA Regional Administrator Bob Fenton, Congresswoman Luz Rivas, Congressman George Whitesides, Congressman Brad Sherman, Congresswoman Laura Friedman, Congresswoman Judy Chu, Congressman Jimmy Gomez, Congressman Ted Lieu, also Assembly Member Rick Zabur, Assembly Member Mark Gonzalez, Assembly Member Jessica Caloza, Assembly Member Celeste Rodriguez, as well as Assembly Member John Harabian. We're also joined by Mayor of Santa Monica, Lana Negretti. Thank you so much, and Mayor Bass, I'll pass it off to you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and let me just thank all of the leaders that are here with us today. I think it is a perfect example of how we are speaking with one voice. We will unify our city, we will get through this crisis, and we will rebuild a better Los Angeles. First and foremost, of course, my thoughts are with the thousands of Angelenos impacted by these continuing fires. There is a new fire, unfortunately, in West Hills, pushing into Ventura County, and we are expecting this fire to rapidly spread due to high winds. This is a reminder that this is a very dynamic situation that can change quickly. The priority for all Angelenos remains stay safe and please follow directions from the public safety officials. When you are told to evacuate, please evacuate. When you don't evacuate, you compromise the abilities of the first responders, one, to address this crisis. You put yourself in danger and you put others in danger. Again, we know that this is an active situation. LAPD will be assisting with evacuations, and I want to thank the firefighters from all over the state and frankly from many other areas who have come to respond to this unprecedented situation. Now, for an update on this most recent fire, I'd like to call Chief Crowley.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Kristen Crowley, Fire Chief of Los Angeles City Fire Department. We are now actively engaged in a new brush fire. We're calling it the Kenneth Fire in the West Hills area of Los Angeles on the border of Ventura County. This fire was over 50 acres upon arrival, with the potential for rapid growth over the next hour. Over 60 fire companies from the Los Angeles City Fire Department, LA County Fire Department, and Ventura County Fire Department were initially dispatched to the specific incident. Additional resources have been requested and are en route. The fire started in the city of Los Angeles and burned rapidly into the county of Ventura. Los Angeles County Fire Department and Ventura County Fire Department are in unified command. The LAFD is now an assisting agency. There are currently immediate evacuation orders in place south of Van Owen, north of Burbank, east of Valley Circle, and west of County Lane Road. An evacuation warning is in place west of Valley Circle, north of Saticoy, east of Woodlake, and south of Burbank. I will now be providing a quick update on the Palisades fire. Current acreage is 19,978. There are currently 5,316 structures that were damaged or destroyed. And unfortunately, our thoughts and prayers go out to the families. We do have a confirmed 2 fatalities that are now due to this incident. In closing, I want to make sure that we thank the residents of Los Angeles for remaining vigilant, and this new fire shows that we are absolutely not out of this extreme weather event. I personally want to take and show, I should say, my thanks and gratitude to all of our firefighters, our first responders, and for their families for all the sacrifices, their relentless efforts in battling this historic fire. And I should make that plural, historic fires. Next up, we're going to bring back the mayor.
Thank you, Chief Crowley, for your leadership, and thank you for that update. we'll have critical updates on the state of this emergency broadly, including resources for Angelenos who have been impacted. Again, the priority of all Angelenos remains to stay safe and to follow directions from public safety officials. I was at the command post for the Palisades fire with Governor Newsom and other federal partners earlier today, and we talked about strategies to provide relief. First, I just got off the phone with President Biden, and right before this press conference, I also spoke to Vice President Harris earlier today. Earlier today, the President announced the federal government would pay for 100% of disaster response costs from the wildfires in this area. This is unprecedented because usually it is not 100%. As the FEMA Administrator Chris Wall will discuss, new resources are also available for impacted Angelenos to recover from this emergency. So thank you, FEMA Administrator, for being here today and for your continued partnership on behalf of the White House. Second, as you heard from the update from the county, at the Eaton Fire Post, in coordination with the County of LA, we have requested the National Guard, along with the sheriff, and the county has implemented a curfew in all burn areas. And actually, let me correct that and say that the county is looking at a curfew, but has not implemented it yet. In Los Angeles, we have had evacuation orders in place in the Palisades and in Sylmar. Those evacuation orders have the force of a curfew, meaning you must leave and you cannot come back into the area, period, 24 hours a day. We have to protect the area, especially from those properties that remain. I've joined the sheriff in inviting the National Guard to take on non-emergency roles and provide us with resources to keep the burn area secure so that our frontline firefighters and police officers can focus on saving lives. So let me be clear, there's going to be zero tolerance for anybody that would be, I don't even know how to say this, but that would dare to enter houses or loot property or anything from the individuals or from structures that remain standing. I was with DA Hochman this morning, and he made it very clear that if anybody is involved in looting or any property damage, that he is ready to prosecute to the full extent of the law. So my team is in coordination with the Adjutant General who heads the National Guard, and I've spoken with the governor about the National Guard to take on specifically non-emergency roles to free up our firefighters and officers to do the life-saving work that they do in the city so that we are sure to have enough resources to surge our first responders so that they can focus on the life-saving work. Third, we're already looking ahead to aggressively rebuild. The city of Los Angeles will lead in this effort in the areas that are impacted by the city. We are going to clear the red tape and unnecessary delays and cost and headaches that people experience in ordinary times so that we can rebuild your homes quickly. We're going to clear the way to rapidly rebuild our neighborhood infrastructure, which means roads, sidewalks, street lights, and utilities. We will clear the way to rebuild and open our small businesses and provide assistance to make it through these closures. This is a massive effort, but we will be ready, and we will get the job done by turning away from the usual city system and moving forward in a new direction. LA has to be strong, united. We will reject those who seek, in this emergency, when lives are at stake and lives have been lost, we will reject those who seek to divide us and seek to misinform, because as evidenced by the leadership standing here today, we will be united. We will rebuild our city, and we will do what is ever is necessary to get us past this crisis.
You're welcome.
And we can do that by being united. So let me just introduce our FEMA administrator, and I really want to thank her for coming here from Washington, D.C., obviously on very short notice, Deanne Criswell.
I think it's going to be like 40 minutes press conference, 40 to an hour.
First, I would just like to start by saying on behalf of President Biden, Vice President Harris, and the entire Biden-Harris administration, our hearts go out to everybody who has been impacted by this truly tragic event. And I think as you heard Mayor Bass lay out her really aggressive vision for how you're going to rebuild, I just want you to know, Mayor, that we are going to be here with you, along the way to help you rebuild in a way that makes you stronger and more resilient. As the firefighters continue to bring in resources and support the suppression efforts for these fires, with the major disaster declaration, we now have the ability to begin having those conversations about recovery, as well as help the individuals who have lost everything jumpstart their road to recovery. If you live in Los Angeles County and you have been impacted by this disaster, you can register for FEMA assistance. You can go to disasterassistance.gov. That's the best way to get into our system and start that process. You should also contact your insurance company because we will need that information as well as we start to work with you on your claim. Some of the things that you're going to be eligible for: if you incurred costs for temporary lodging as you evacuated, if you're going to need longer-term lodging because you're displaced from your home for a period of time, if you need repairs to your home, we have some financial assistance that can help.
Thank you, JB. Thank you for the 20.
Vehicle, we have some financial assistance.
Thank you so much.
We know that everybody's situation is going to be different for each person. It's going to be unique to them. We want to be able to work with each of you individually to help you on that road to recovery, help you get to the right resources, whether it's FEMA resources, complementing what your insurance company may provide, or bringing in our nonprofit partners to help make sure that we have a holistic recovery for everybody that's been impacted. But we'll also work with you, Mayor, for things like temporary schools, temporary road repair if you need that, all these temporary measures that are going to be needed to help stabilize the community as you start to rebuild, and especially with the debris removal. And as President Biden announced, we're going to cover that debris removal and all of your emergency protective measures at 100% for 180 days, because we know it's going to take a long time to get that debris removal out. I think what I'll just say in closing here is we know that recovery is complicated, and for something as catastrophic as what I have seen so far here across Los Angeles, we know that this recovery is going to be complicated. But it is doable when we all come together with the city, the state, the federal government, our nonprofit partners. When we work together, as you can see behind us here, anything is possible, and we will help you rebuild in a way that makes you stronger, Mayor.
Let me introduce now. First of all, let me just say that the President Biden and Vice President Harris just could not have been more supportive, and various members of the cabinet. But let me introduce our Senator, Adam Schiff.
Oh, Adam Schiff.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Thank you for bringing us all together, and thank you for your leadership. I want to begin also by acknowledging those that have lost their lives and lost their homes. I was on the phone much of the early part of the day talking to people that lost everything, and for so many, because of the nature of these fires, they not only lost their home, they lost their whole neighborhood, they lost their whole community.
And then this is
school
Nick.
And their place of worship. It's all gone. And I just want to express the heartbreak I know we're all feeling over those massive losses, unprecedented in our state's history. I also want to, as the mayor was alluding to,
Thanks for
take this
covering
opportunity
this,
to
Nellie
thank
Mel.
the Biden
Can we get a
administration for
super
what
chat
they've
train
done.
going?
Senator Padilla and I and the California House delegation, several
Thank you so much, SMV, for the
today
5.
have worked to try to get a quick declaration of disaster, to try to get the most we could in terms of federal match, and we could not have asked for more from the administration. The declaration was almost immediate. And as the mayor was saying, you're lucky normally to get 75% of a federal match. We learned today from the president we're getting 100% federal match here. That's extraordinary. I talked to the president and the vice president today about both these issues and more and the needs ahead, and they could not have been more committed to making sure that California and Southern California get the resources and help they need. And I thank our FEMA administrator also for her work on this. Finally, I just want to say candidly, we are not
locomotive
by any means. We keep seeing these fires pop up in different places. We may see more before this is over. If you're told to evacuate, then get the hell out.
Oh, okay. I'll see you, shit.
You might think you can outrun a fire. You are not going to outrun these fires. You're just not. The way they are moving, the unpredictability of how they're moving, the swiftness with how they're moving, you are not going to outrun these fires. If you stay, you're going to die in them, and it's not worth it. So if you're told to evacuate, get the hell out. Save yourselves. You can rebuild, because we are going to rebuild. We also, I think, have to be mindful of the risks that will follow these fires, and that is when the rains come, and the risk of mudslides. So I say that because we need to know what we're looking forward to ahead. But
look at the video. Holy crap. Look at all those and the fire right there.
Best coverage, okay, hand, dark skin tone.
Wow.
Build from this.
Dragon's World,
build
thank you
our
so
neighborhoods
much.
And our schools.
I should have set the goal, but that's
our places of worship. We will come back from this.
Thank you, Dragon's World.
And once again, I thank all of you that are on the front lines of this, all of the first responders who are out there every day putting their lives on the line, doing heroic work. I'm grateful to all the other jurisdictions that are providing personnel and materiel. Just going through some of the fire areas earlier today, you see one truck from this county, another from that county, from all over the state, the country, and indeed other countries as well. So thank you to the first responders.
You guys are really nice. Thank you so much, man. Ms. Maurice, thank you. And the 1-year membership. Amazing.
Before I bring up our supervisor, let me just acknowledge City Councilman John Lee.
Shout out for your coverage. You are awesome. 0 for awesome. How do you do that? You are O for awesome. Arson. Real quick. Adam Schiff.
Hey, Jesse, I just have to let you know that it's
Shoot
so
you
funny.
Locomotive running dash thanks Mel.
Oh, I don't want to do all that. Tornado Granny, thank you for the 20!
You say Adam Schiff's last name.
Adam Shit?
Yeah.
What's funny about that?
I have no idea.
Adam Shit!
Mr. Shit. Okay.
The lives of your community members, and the lives of our first responders. A shelter has been established at El Camino Real Charter School at 5440 Valley Circle in Woodland Hills.
Locomotive.
Continue to
Chew.
stay
Keep it going,
updated at emergency.
Oh, you guys are so amazing. Thank you so much. I wasn't expecting anything. I appreciate that. I was really counting you guys. Choo, choo, choo. Keep going, fam. And Gem Cracker with a 20. Thanks for being here. And for us, Mel, appreciate your time and effort. This was horrifying, and we will never know the true numbers of the departed. I know. So many evil liars in charge. URL, bro. That was so crazy because the lady was reading from a script, so she literally just reads, go to URL.
Thanks for being here with and for us. Mel ! I appreciate your time and effort. This is horrifying, and we will never know the true #S of the departed. So many evil liars in charge. URL.
Beta. Yeah, that was a really bad look.
As the time goes on, it feels heavier. We are weary, but we will not break. The county is here for you, both in the crisis and on the road ahead. For my 3rd District communities impacted by Palisades, Sunset, and Hearst fires, the Pacific Palisades, due to the President's major disaster declaration, impacted community members can start applying for relief now. As you heard, please visit disasterassistance.gov or call 800-621-FEMA to get started. For my residents in the Topanga Canyon, I've been in contact with Chief Maroney and Captain C2, and Topanga Canyon is the #1 priority for Palisades fire area today for them. Personnel, both aerial and on the ground, are being deployed to protect our Topanga Canyon communities, and we are here for you, and every resource is committed to you and your safety. To our residents in Malibu, be on alert for additional evacuation instructions due to the Kenneth fire. We know you are already suffering so much, And we are fighting even greater devastation.
Rongo, thank you for the 6 months.
We are here for you.
Sled.
Santa Monica's curfew remains active from sunset to sunrise, and their evacuation orders are unchanged today.
The fire's insane. Somebody was asking earlier where this fire is. This is, I believe this is West Hills. I honestly thought that they were doing a really good job, but looking at this, I'm assuming this. Oh, look, they're dropping aerial drops right now. Look at that. Look at that. They are doing a good job, it seems like, but I mean, it just seems uncontrollable. It didn't look that bad earlier. It looks worse to me now. But they are trying to maybe even kind of contain it, because the other video, the live that we were watching, he had said something about like they sometimes drop it in front of the fire so the fire doesn't spread further. I don't know how all that stuff works. Regina, I just want to hear the sexy bot voice. That's the members thing, or the member milestone. I didn't even know. It was just like an accident. I don't know what happened.
Thank you.
Look at that. That's so crazy. Scarlett, thank you so much for the 10. Thank you, guys. I love you. And for everybody that's been here with me for hours today. That's crazy to see. Look at that. Oh, my God.
Shortly after that, President Biden called me personally to offer his additional support. His compassion knows no bounds, and his deep understanding of our pain means he has our back too. With that, I want to close in talking about the devastation that people are feeling. Mental health supports continue to be available through the county's Department of Mental Health, 800-854-7771. We have sent mental health professionals out to many of the shelter locations to ensure that while people are waiting, they are beginning their healing process and getting the support that they need. The Disaster Distress Helpline is also available for crisis counseling. You can call or text 800-985-5990. Our county is doing everything possible to respond to these fires.
We may be a mess here in
and to
Cali,
work towards
but
containment.
we sure do love you, Mel.
Thank you. You guys are my number one audience, actually. Demographic-wise, it's Cali, number one.
Walk away from everything that you have invested your...
I went out there, too. I got recognized, I think, 2 or 3 times. It's been a couple of years, but even at the airport, there was this guy. I was sitting at a restaurant at a bar, waiting, and the guy there recognized me. It was a cool. I don't know if I could live out there, but it was cool. You know, it was fun. Everything's expensive. Even restaurants seem to be more expensive than over here.
And next, I'd like to
Watching from
introduce
Dubai.
LA
Thanks
County
for your
Fire
awesome
Chief,
coverage
Deputy
each day.
Chief John O'Brien.
Oh, snap. Wow, that's cool. Dubai.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John O'Brien, Chief Deputy of Emergency Operations for the County of Los Angeles Fire Department. Tonight, I'll start by giving an update on the Eaton fire affecting the communities of Altadena, Pasadena,
Speedy
Sierra
Squirrel,
Madre,
thank you so
Arcadia,
much. Woo.
and Monrovia. The Los Angeles County Fire Department remains in unified command with Pasadena Fire, Sierra Madre Fire, Arcadia Fire, United States Forest Service, and CAL Fire,
peace
as well
sign,
as the Sheriff's Department and our local law enforcement agencies. The Eaton fire is now over 13,609 acres and still remains 0% contained. We have 1,527 firefighting personnel assigned and mutual aid resources from across the state and nation
We're here and
arriving to assist with this fire. We have had several firefighter injuries reported and estimate that over 5,000 structures have been destroyed. This is based on aerial imagery that's been provided. We expect those numbers can change, either go up or down based on additional mapping of the fire, as well as when our damage inspection teams get out there and complete their thorough damage assessment of the burn area. We also had one firefighter injured today who sustained injuries battling the fire and is currently at a local area hospital. The cause of the fire is unknown and remains under investigation. As soon as the cause is determined, we will be sure to get that information out to all. As Supervisor Horvath and Chief Crowley mentioned, the Kenneth fire started just after 2:30 p.m. today in West Hills and has grown over 800 acres in that short period of time. We have a significant augmentation of ground and air resources assigned, with evacuations currently in the communities of West Hills, Hidden Hills, and Calabasas. Additional information will be provided as this incident develops but I encourage all to be vigilant and visit lacounty.gov/emergency for the latest incident information. The number of resources assigned to this fire siege event has increased significantly, and we are in a much better position than we were earlier in the week. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in Los Angeles County, and we are appreciative of our fire partners from throughout the western United States for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning, the National Weather Service predicts the warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and the majority of Ventura County through Friday, with another likely event impacting both counties earlier next week. I encourage all residents and communities to remain vigilant as we weather this fire siege together. And again, visit lacounty.gov.
Making it rain in this fish, heart hands, light skin tone, raising hands, light skin tone.
Oh, Mandy, thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate the 20. Making it rain in this bish. Thank you. The scene looks crazy. Bunch of fires, smoke, helicopters working together to try to get it out. And the fire looks like it's creeping up towards the hill. I want to show you this really cool video too. This two super scoopers pick up water from the ocean to attack the Palisades fire.
checks for the gifted membership, black exclamation mark, longtime viewer and chatter. Trump is always right.
Oh, they're canceling you for that. They're going to cancel you for that. Thanks for the gifted membership, longtime viewer and chatter. Trump is always right. Check this out, the super scooper.
Infrastructure during this crisis. I want to also, as you've heard, I don't know that we can thank enough the members of the LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, all of our fire partners, and others that don't get recognition, the Department of Public Works, Department of Water and Power, so many others that are out there on the front lines and doing the job to try and restore order to everyone. There was a fatality reported earlier today around 10 a.m. Officers were notified of a death
Biden won't give
investigation in
Carolina victims a free ham
15,300 block
sandwich.
of Friend Street in the Palisades area. LAPD investigators immediately notified LA Fire Department, Arson, and the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office, who responded and determined the death to be fire-related. The LAPD and our law enforcement partners are actively maintaining law and order in areas impacted by the fires.
Rogers, thank you for the 5. The Fed's paying 100%. Meanwhile, Biden will give North Carolina victims a free ham sandwich. That North Carolina thing is really sad because I was watching a video earlier today and I saw another video after, and they're talking about like these people that have been, I guess they've been paying for their hotels or whatever. I think they're cutting it off tomorrow. I'd have to go back again and see what's happening to them, but they're like all scrambling to see what they're going to do.
Affected areas will be arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. There are no reports of looting at this time tonight. Our people remain vigilant, and patrols in burn areas have been increased to prevent and respond swiftly to such activities. To enhance public safety and allow first responders and recovery teams to work effectively, a countywide hard curfew is in effect or will be in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the affected burn areas. Anyone violating this curfew order or will be in effect, or the current evacuation order without valid reason may face legal consequences. The measure is essential to protect residents and support recovery efforts. The support of the National Guard is invaluable during this emergency, and we're thankful for that, enabling law enforcement to focus on crime suppression. The National Guard will be assisting in the following areas. Traffic control to maintain roadways and ensuring access to affected areas is restricted only to authorized personnel. Critical infrastructure security and checkpoints verifying credentials and restricting unauthorized entry into those protected zones. These measures may cause inconvenience to many, but they are necessary for public safety and community recovery. Residents are encouraged to report any suspicious activity to their local law enforcement agency. A united effort is key to ensuring a swift and secure recovery process for all. Law enforcement, the National Guard, and other first responders are here to support the community during this difficult time. The commitment remains steadfast in restoring safety and normalcy as quickly as we can. Cooperation and resilience from the community is greatly appreciated, and we're thankful for the cooperation that we've received to this point. Thank you. Let me now introduce, following me is LA Unified School District Superintendent Alberto Carvalho.
Before the superintendent, we'll hear from the sheriff.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Now my partner, Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna. Thank you.
Forgot about me already. Just a quick overview. We have close to 500 sheriff deputies working throughout the county, working on evacuations, working on traffic control, both ingress and egress, and we are also working what we call looter suppression. It's unfortunate that we have to assign people to do that task, but we have, and we have made arrests behind that. In regards to resources, on the way to this press conference, our Northern Command made a request.
Look at this robot thing. Beep, 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 beep. What is that? Is that just the? Is it just one of those things? I forgot. I don't know why I can't think of what it's called. One of those construction vehicles. I think it look like an alien or something. Some type of like they're in a. What is that?
Chief McDonald mentioned it. I've been working with the state, the Office of Emergency Services, for the last several days in trying to estimate the California National Guard and how they would be utilized. We made the official request earlier today, and I'm happy to report that they have been staged and ready to go. They're going to get deployed to specific missions. The first missions will be at the Palisades fire, at the Eaton fire. They will be supporting the city of Los Angeles as well. Mayor Bass and Chief McDonald made that request to us. There are several other cities that have requested National Guard resources. The city of Santa Monica, the city of Pasadena, the city of Arcadia. And I'm sure as time goes on, there will be others. Our Emergency Operations Bureau will distribute not only mutual aid resources
Think how fast those homes went up.
the county
how many PPL really got out or
and
left?
then we may have to redeploy people,
Loss
whether
of life
it is police officers,
folded
deputy
hands,
sheriffs,
heartbreak, hope I'm
or
wrong.
National Guardsmen, as we see, and then the state.
Thank you so much. You guys made this thing actually bearable because I almost wasn't even these press conferences. It was somewhat informative, I think, for the locals. But look at the devastation. Think how fast those homes went up. How many people really got out or left? In my opinion, loss of life is catastrophic. I really wonder too. There's definitely people that didn't want to leave. There was a lot of reports of that. I thought the real touching thing is when we saw that kid earlier talking about his house and where his toys were and all this stuff and his his 3D printer that he's gonna miss and stuff. Which, like people say, at the end of the day, all that stuff's replaceable. There was that one father with like his family, and he was like, "Yeah, we lost all this stuff, but we have each other." But there's people that are really gonna suffer because of this, because of they lost their home, all their belongings, everything.
Been evacuated. Do not go in there unless you have specific business. And right now, the only people who have business in there are firefighters and law enforcement, or some kind of worker that's trying to put utilities back together for us. You will be detained. You will be arrested if you're doing there and you're up to no good. And as the mayor said, we've all talked to the district attorney, who says that they will prosecute without hesitation. So please make sure everybody understands that. And just going back to the curfew, for clarification, is not county-wide. The curfew will only take place in the impacted areas, specifically those areas that have had mandated evacuations. So, for example, in the city of Los Angeles, as they're requesting those National Guard resources, you're talking about the Palisades area. For us in Los Angeles County, it is also that Palisades, Malibu, Lost Hills area, and then the Altadena area. Pasadena, self-explanatory.
Santa Monica, self-explanatory, and the other cities that are requesting the assistance. As you see, with all of our partners, from a mutual aid perspective, we are second to none anywhere in this country. Whether it is fire resources or it is law enforcement resources, we are able to depend on each other to make sure that we provide the best service we can to our community. Just the very last thing, if anyone has any questions about whether it's evacuations, mandatory, or warnings, or any traffic closures, go to lacounty.gov/emergency for updated information. Thank you very much. And with that now, I will bring up the superintendent. We didn't forget about you.
Thank you very much, Sheriff Luna. Madam Mayor, thank you so much for your leadership. I would like to also thank the city leaders, county,
really
state,
these
and
people
federal
talk.
entities who
That's
have
the
been
only thing is, like,
responsive,
a couple
who have
people
been
get the point across,
supportive and collaborative during very trying times. Today, we closed all schools in Los Angeles Unified School District, and we announced earlier today, because of a detailed examination of scientific data, wind trends, and the continuity of these awful fires, that it would be prudent to announce early on the closure of all schools going into tomorrow, January 10th. We made this decision after reviewing, first and foremost, air quality data. Fires may be far away from some communities where we have schools. However, winds are transporting particulate matter, smoke, and ashes across the entire district. And yes, we celebrate when the winds subside, because that allows more effective combating of fires. But when the winds subside, often that cloud of smoke lingers over certain communities. When the winds pick up, obviously the fires explode, creating more smoke. Smoke for us is the enemy, as it compromises the air quality around our schools. We opened 8 feeding centers, grab-and-go food distribution centers across our community. We will increase that to 16 centers across Los Angeles Unified. We recognize that when we close schools, there are a lot of parents who depend on our schools not only for nutrition, but also for child supervision. That is why we partner aggressively, and I am indebted to the YMCA for opening 30 sites, providing child supervision with enrichment activities at no cost to the residents of our community. So good. Tomorrow, our students will continue in a continuity of learning methodology, relying on digital resources available to them.
Snoop Dogg is offering clothing to those affected by the fire. I just retweeted it if there's anybody in Cali interested in that. Got the Snoop Dogg. That was nice. Offering clothing to those affected by the fires. Snoop Dogg's clothing, 905 South Perry Boulevard, Suite A. January 9th and 10th. Oh, that's already, that is the 9th already. What was this posted? At 6:19 p.m.? You already missed out. You got 1 day left. You better run.
Have also been canceled. Reopening the school system is not an easy process, particularly after a crisis like this one. We need to do indoor and outdoor cleaning, the replacement of filters. That's why I want to thank in advance our workforce, particularly SEIU 99, the Teamsters, everyone involved in the replacement of filters and the cleaning process in advance of our students and our staff returning to our schools. We will be examining the data tomorrow and into the weekend before making a decision about conditions as we head into Monday. I don't need to say what has been said. This is a set of unprecedented circumstances. At no point in the history of our community, or perhaps the country, have we had fires simultaneously happening, not one, multiple serious fires simultaneously occurring, wrapped around hurricane-level force winds. I come from a place where hurricanes are a constant, but there's no fire associated. So this is a real threat. I want to thank the first responders that are working tirelessly in our community, and we will be bringing information to our community, which can also be accessed on www.lusd.org. Unas palabras en español. Quiero primeramente agradecer a nuestra alcaldesa, la señora Bass, los líderes locales, estatales y federales que están aquí.
Right in the middle of the presser. Wow. Okay. Usually they kind of set it aside or put it for the end. They're, okay, here's the Spanish version, whatever. The FAA says a firefighting aircraft was hit by a drone near the Palisades fire on Thursday, but was able to land safely. The agency reminds drone operators that there's a TFR in place over LA, Los Angeles. Damn. A firefighting aircraft got hit by a drone. They were able to land safely. This was today. Wow.
With things like traffic control and infrastructure protection and checkpoint entries.
Yeah, some of those things that we saw with Robert Kovacic, where people are going into the area to get medications and things, so they'll be checking to see if people live there. As well, I heard a term today I don't think I've ever heard, and that is looting suppression. That was used by law enforcement there, and to that end, authorities say...
Yo, they just cut off the presser. It's actually still going. Even the news is had it. This other people there. Maybe it is over.
Across the board, and all extracurricular activities that go along with the district are canceled for January 10th.
The same voice?
And Colleen, the numbers.
Well, UCLA, Pepperdine, putting out notices that they are also doing similar. Some of them basically canceling everything for next week just to give people more time and space to deal with all this. So it's going to be a while till things get back to normal. And we know there are some campuses within the district that are never going to reopen because they're totaled.
We also got word of the death toll, unfortunately, is rising because of the fires. So initially, we've reported that 5 people have died. And today, at an earlier press conference with LA County Sheriff Robert Luna, he made it clear that those 5 deaths were both from the Palisades.
So even Fox 11, they're cutting in on the press conference?
The LAFD chief said they are tacking on 2 more fatalities because of the Palisades fire. So as far as I'm understanding, there have been 7 fatalities.
Because of the Spanish thing. Okay, I'm tripping. That's why they started talking Spanish. Everybody just cut her off. Isn't that racist or something?
Or you're watching Fox 11 News.
We
still have 20,000 acres burning in the Palisades.
That's right.
0 containment, 5,000 structures destroyed or damaged. What is it going to take to stop this fire? Do you have enough resources? How many firefighters have been working?
And I'm going to answer that in part, but then, of course, I'm going to defer to our police chief that we have been fortunate with mutual aid, with support coming from basically all over the country. And in fact, I was with the governor earlier. Canada is sending support. And I think that we have seen this. We have certainly seen Los Angeles City and County firefighters deployed around the country. Let me acknowledge Freddie Escobar, who is the head of the Firefighter Union. So just as we have provided mutual aid, I'm getting calls from some of my former colleagues in Congress who are now governors of state who have offered to send people. So I think we have been rich in support. I don't know if we ever have enough resources, but Chief, let you take it from there.
Chief, how are your firefighters holding up? Everyone has been flooding our social media and email and phones saying how wonderful our firefighters are. What more do they need? How exhausted are they?
I would love to start with that. So thank you so much for asking about our first responders and our partners. So take a deep breath and I think about what our firefighters, first responders have been able to do. You look at the multiple fires, the fires keep coming. Our firefighters are working to the highest efforts. I've never seen this in my 25-year career, and I can tell you, as a chief, I can stand strong. I can tell you that LAFD and the rest of our regional partners, our firefighters, boots on the ground, are absolutely tired, but I tell you, they will never, ever give up. They will continue to work hard. They will continue, and we will continue to work to make sure that we're saving as many lives and saving as many properties as we can.
With everything they've been through, though, the problem with the 3 tanks that DWP supplies in that area running out.
Right.
Is that system fixed? Can you assure residents that those hydrants are again going to be working and that's going to be online? Residents are worried that there's a problem preventing you from stopping this fire. We're still at 0% containment.
Sure. What I can tell you first and foremost, one of the biggest assets right now is our air assets. They're in the air. You can see them. We're watching the news just like you. We're talking with everybody, boots on the ground, and the community members. That is one of the biggest key factors right now, especially with Palisades, is our air resources are running and they're dropping water and retardant, which is a huge asset for us. When it comes to the basic fundamentals of water supply and hydrants, I can tell you our firefighters are trained, and in many brush fires, we run out of water and we anticipate that because of the supply demand. There's so many firefighters tapping into a limited supply of water. We're going to anticipate we're going to run out of water. But I tell you, with firefighters, we do train to that fact. We'll figure out a way to either draft waters out of pools, ponds, whatever it may be, and also utilize additional resources out there with water tenders that carry thousands of gallons. So what I can tell you, the firefighters are doing their very, very best. I promise you that. And also the air assets are a huge, huge thing that we're utilizing right now that'll help Palisades.
Is there a problem with the hydrant system? That's what homeowners are wondering.
Right now, we're not utilizing the hydrants.
Next question, Mr. Dakota.
And Mayor Bass, if I may just have one more question. You just got back, and there's some national criticism that you've seen. You say we need to stand together.
Yes.
But there have been calls for your resignation. There's a change.org petition. When do you
What's she do? She's chuckling and laughing.
say to criticism?
Let me say, actually, first of all, let me finish on the firefighters, because everything the chief said, of course, I support. But there was one thing you didn't mention, and that is that while our firefighters are out there fighting fires, they also have had loss as well, whether it's their homes or property. And while they're going through what a lot of people are in these neighborhoods, they're having to fight fires. And let me just say, because I answered some questions like that in the morning, and let me just state now. Number one, these fires are burning now.
Mama.
Our job is to make sure that people stay alive, that we save lives, that we save homes, that we save property. And I also said that when the fires are out, we will do a deep dive. We will look at what worked. We will look at what didn't work, and we will let you know. Until then, my focus is on the TV screens behind
you
that are showing devastation that has continued. Thank you. Answered it in the morning, answered it now, won't answer it again.
What a nasty. Oh, she's nasty. She don't want to be questioned.
Oh, well, let me just say quickly that some of the staff from FEMA, and I know our administrator will say this too, are not political appointees. So they will continue to be in place, ones that we are working with today.
And I'm just going to ask you to repeat the question because I didn't hear it.
Well, Trump reverse things.
Oh, there you are. So this is Yep. So this disaster declaration was already given, just like many declarations that have happened across the country. Last year, we had 179 disaster declarations. So those are all in place. And we have dedicated teams of people that are at our headquarters that are working on making sure that we're providing every flexibility within our authorities. But our regional administrator that's here in Region 9, Bob Fenton, he's a career employee. He has worked through all of these, and he will be working side by side with the state and with the city and the county to help them. We will continue to deliver our programs the way that we are directed to through the Stafford Act.
Next question right here in the black and then to the
Mayor, are you able to address the false emergency alert that went out? Who authorized that? And because that's something we should be concerned about moving forward.
I have walking up our director of Office of Emergency Services for the county. He'll address that.
He actually provided remarks earlier. Did you get that?
We want to know who authorized it.
Send you something funny in IG that might make people laugh if you take a break. Thanks for your coverage. Car.
As far as authorization, so when Unified Command determines a location is going to be issued as an evacuation order or an evacuation warning, the incident commanders designate that. That then gets communicated to the Los Angeles County's Office of Emergency Management and the Emergency Operations Center, who actually do the function of, through a technological system, a software system, issuing that. There was an error within that system that went beyond the zone that was designated. So the correct zone was designated as authorized by the incident commanders on what was supposed to be a zone for the Kenneth fire.
Next question. This is a question for the fire chief. Last month you wrote a memo that was transmitted to the mayor and was circulated widely on social media over the last 24 hours, where you voiced alarm at a $7 million reduction in, I'm going to get this wrong, overtime variable staffing. And in your memo, you said the reduction severely limits the department's capacity to train for and respond to large-scale emergencies, including wildfires. And I'm wondering how much of that $7 million would have gone to emergency response and preparation, and did it affect operations in this disaster?
Sure. So in regard to the budget cut, that was a $17 million budget cut from our current budget, 25-26. I made some difficult decisions in regard to certain types of duties and responsibilities that our firefighters take on that are non-emergency. We refocused our efforts on utilizing our budget that we had allotted, and we focused back on number one fundamentals in regard to emergency operations and training. We made our adjustments. We're working closely with Mayor Bass. She's supporting us on this. We have an interim budget that will also assist us when it comes to emergency operations. We pre-deployed, so we did everything. I can tell you, we're working with Mayor Bass, we're working with city leadership in regard to the current budget, and what I do want to focus on is 25-26. I did submit my 25-26 budget with the specific ask in regards to what the LEFD needs to move forward with providing the optimal emergency services care. Thank you.
But did it actually affect, because part of the question was, did it affect this emergency scenario you described? Did it affect this emergency? And were you asked to cut the budget again by 6% in this next budget year? Were you asked by the mayor's staff to make another? He's
right there next to her.
So there was a budget reduction exercise. That was for the remainder of this fiscal year. We were not cut.
But for the next fiscal year, were you asked for that?
No.
But Chief, the mayor said this morning it did not affect this emergency. Did it affect this emergency?
Might as well just stay there. Right, keep going back and forth. Oh, she's done. What, she walked off or something?
Right here. This was Sheriff Lund.
Oh, you better not say nothing with Mama there.
Of the decedents. How many from the Palisades fire? How many from the Eerie fire?
You see the smirk on her face too?
We're still in the process of determining that. There are, unfortunately, fatalities at both locations. But please be patient with us. As everybody has stated up here, this is an active, chaotic situation in all the places that we're at. So we'd like to know, but we want to give the most specific, accurate information.
What happened to that lady?
So we're going to wait until it is safe. And just to paint a picture for you, our firefighters, our deputy sheriffs, our police officers are going into these areas. There are still active fires. There are gas leaks. It is dangerous. When it is safe, we will go in there with the appropriate resources and make sure that we get an appropriate count. I pray it doesn't go beyond what we're hearing now, but I don't want to give false information. We are talking about deaths. There are people hanging on, waiting to hear from family members. This is very serious, and we want to get it right.
I just want to clarify, is the term total 5 or 6? I know you're still calculating, but I just want to make sure we're accurately reporting what the total, as we know it is.
Copycat. I'm sorry I missed your gifts. Thank you so much.
Yeah, the last number that we gave was 5.
Thank you.
I believe that splits 2 from Palisades and 3 from the Altadena incident. But even as I'm telling you that, it's leaving my lips. I'm nervous about that number. And the obvious question is, do you think it's going to grow? I am praying it doesn't, but based on the devastation that is clear, it looks like a bomb, an atomic bomb dropped in these areas. I don't expect good news, and we're not looking forward to those numbers.
County OES said that that was a glitch, that the evacuation orders went out across the county, and they're not sure exactly how it happened. Are you concerned that that could happen again, or a lot of people that reached probably 10 million people, that's the estimate. Are you concerned that that could panic people in the future until we find what the glitch is?
Yes, absolutely. Obviously, under these very stressful scenarios that our entire community is going through, that's the last thing that we want to happen. But in this day and age, we depend on technology. And sometimes technology isn't perfect. I have all the confidence that Kevin, his team will go back and look at with our technology people from the county. We don't want to repeat it. Personally, my daughter called me and said, "Oh my God, I think I have to evacuate." And I said, "Honey, no, you don't have to. I get it. It's not what we wanted to go out, but we're going to try and fix it." We are we're in the middle of a crisis, and communication is very important, and people are tense right now. And that's why we are going out of our way as a team to communicate at least twice a day with all of you so we get the best information out. So we'll fix it.
Thank you so much, everybody. There you go. Good. Own up to it. Take accountability. We'll fix it. Thank you, Mayor. Good.
There is a lengthy briefing from.
I don't know. The mayor, to me, I mean, people are asking legit questions, and honestly, the questions are nice questions. They're like softball, you know. And then the whole thing with the firefighter, she was like put on the spot. It's great questions, but like, the mayor's the one that like tried to made these cuts, and there's a letter that was put out by that lady saying that it affected them. I wonder if I can find that letter again, because I covered it earlier. I feel like she was put in this awkward position because she didn't want to say anything bad about the mayor, and the mayor standing right there, and you know, it would look bad. Ooh, check it out. Check it out. Guess what? Guess what? Look at the screen. LAPD tells me Kenneth fired, now being investigated as an arson. One person in custody. Despicable. Weren't we talking about this earlier today? That there is people out there. I don't know if it's mental illness. I don't know what it is. Poop the tap water. There's people out there that see this happening and then boldens them. I want to start a fire. I want to go light this shit up and start this and that and do this and that. Create chaos. Isn't that crazy? And somebody was talking about, I mean, a couple people were talking about, like, some of this stuff was like, damn, new fire here, new fire there, new fire here, new fire. Like, what's going on? Incredible. And let's see here. I'm gonna play a video actually, but I want to play it on the side because look at the view. Look, that's not crazy. I want to keep that going on that side, but let me check out this guy's video, see what he had to say. This was a little bit ago. He posted this. Ian Carroll. We've seen some of his videos. He's on Twitter. Let me see if I can. I can't do it. What's going on? Right screen there. Ian Carroll. Let's see.
So we're out walking the dog, and I think a new fire just broke out right here. It's okay. It's a lot for the dog. Yeah, it's a good girl. So yeah, a fire just broke out right here over the hill while we're out walking Gigi. I was planning on going for a little walk up into the hills over here, but I guess we're gonna go and see what's burning. I mean, it looks like they're trying to respond pretty harsh. There's like planes in the air already. There's helicopters up already. I've seen at least 3. And over the back of the neighborhood here. Yet, so it's in the hills above the hills back behind the homes, but they seem to be going after it with a ton of air power, trying to prevent it from becoming like a third front. You can see all the smoke. I think you can see it over the houses there.
Crazy.
So I'm safe for now. Fortunately, a lot of people over there aren't. Praying for them. It was pretty tense watching like a mom and dad, like clearly a young mom and dad, trying to get their infant into the car along with all their things, and they're like.
Also, there was a report recently that they're saying that there was a robbery at a high school tonight. LA Scanner said was just in a report of a looting close to an area of Palisades Charter School. Okay. Wow.
Doesn't mean the same
I called
thing, right?
it.
So
Been
just because we're
arson
not seeing
all
any
along.
flames doesn't
It wasn't hot. Location of the first
right?
fire very Sioux, middle of nowhere, top of mountain.
That they are able to
Homeless
put around
PPL
the fire.
angry at rich
so
PPL.
Maybe so. Maybe that's why those rich, affluent areas are getting targeted. Crazy.
And that is what they are still working on. That's what we saw those hand crews doing, and those dozers. They're working to build the containment lines.
Okay, I knew you had all the incidentals that we need to know and to share with our viewers. But again, this looks so much better than it did just even less than an hour ago.
Oh, 100%.
So great work, and we know they are still out there working, as they are in the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire.
Yep.
You know, well, this is a good time, Mike, to bring in Evelyn Taft, our meteorologist, our all-knowing meteorologist. You know, Ev, we want you to walk us through what we can expect later this evening.
Yep.
And I don't want to be, I'm not a Debbie Downer, but what we want to do is.
So, Ivan, thank you for the 5 set. I called it. Been arson all along. It wasn't hot. Location of the first fire was very sus, middle of nowhere, top of the mountain, homeless people angry at rich people. Damn.
Has informed us that no one, they're turning them around, is
Not
getting
allowed.
into the Palisades tonight, even if you say, I need to get medication, I need to get in there for a specific reason. If that is the case, they invite you back tomorrow. They're hoping by 6 o'clock in the morning, with the sun up, 7 o'clock in the morning, they will be allowed to let you in. But again, it's going to be under a very strict escort, and you're not going to be able to linger inside of your home for very long. Also, just want to show you something that, you know, we talk about how the community is coming together. We're talking about all the people affected, but you can't forget about the first responders that are affected as well. Throughout the day, people have dropped off food and water for these people at the roadblocks at Mandeville Canyon, at Kettner, and throughout Sunset Boulevard as you head towards the beach. And just listen to what we witnessed a short time ago.
Thank you so much.
And then I did see when I tried to connect on my phone about the Kenneth fire, which I told my dad about it, and he said it started at 20 acres, but then by the time he picked me up after I dropped off my family to the Commons area, it was just the long way to get in through the traffic that it built up to 500 acres in a matter of 20 minutes.
But you, your wife, and your young child are all safe.
Oh, yeah. They're safe right now. I'm safe. I'm right here, I guess. I mean, I wanted to take them out of danger.
Telling you, having 128 gigs of RAM has paid off. I have so many tabs open. Crazy.
And I was trying to run past them, but they caught me. Since I'm not an elite runner, I would have been able to get out of here with my other vehicle and some other things that are in the house.
All right. Well, I'm glad you're safe and sound, and you'll work on that sprint another day.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. Actually, the next marathon is January 19th. I don't know if it's going to be postponed or not at the Pasadena Rose Bowl.
Oh, okay.
You know, because of the debris
The
and
multiple fires.
right,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, thank you so much for talking to us. I appreciate it. But as you, Marla and Alex, were reporting, if people are being allowed back in, they have not been told that yet at this location. We still see the same number of people here waiting. And fortunately, we've been able to watch. My cameraman Julio and I have watched as they've done those drops, which were quite precise and I think quite effective. I'm Laura Diaz reporting live from Calabasas, sending it back to the studio.
Well, Laura, you and photographer Julio Duran can share some good news with them and tell them that those orders are being lifted and that they can go back to their homes. And wouldn't it be nice to share something nice after everything we've been doing the last few days? Laura, thank you so much.
Finally, some good news.
Exactly. So we continue to watch some spots out there that they're talk about those drops. Let's watch one of them right here. Look how precise that is. Well done. And a whole lot easier to do when there aren't 80-mile-an-hour winds like there were a couple of days ago as well.
Let's check in with Tom Bakar from our sister station up in the Bay Area, KTVU. You are at the scene of the destruction in the Palisades fire. What's the latest, Tom?
Well, dark has
Reports
fallen,
of best
right?
American
And there's
looters
no
in
street
area.
lights, so it's
Maybe
very,
they
very
are the
dark.
arsonists as well,
But the thing
creating
that lights
more
it up
looting
is
opportunities.
very occasionally a police officer or some sort of law enforcement, firefighter, etc., will be coming through here. And one of the things that they're doing is looking for people who are doing things that are suspicious or maybe trying to do things that just make no sense. Now, why do I say that? Because we know that the primary goal of most people who do looting is to find a place that hasn't been destroyed, break into that, and try to get the major things that you would want to get, like, for example, money, jewelry, things like that, very likely precious metals, those a lot of people collect those, and firearms. Those are the kinds of things that are easy to get and easy to hide. Well, there's something else that's out on the streets in plain sight that can be also collected and sold very easily, and it's this. Aluminum, melted aluminum. Well, where do you suppose that comes from? Take a look. This is a car that once had aluminum wheels, and what you can see is that the aluminum is just laying there, and to take it is theft, and to take it is also looting. The point of all of this being that the reason that they want to keep people out of here is that this is somebody's property. It does have value, whether it's the value of the owner or the value of the insurance company. It's
thank you, Padres fan. Thank you for the 5 report of South American looters in area. Maybe they are arsonists as well, creating more looting opportunities. Yo, I didn't even think about that. Those guys that are making the rounds, looting and stealing. Why not? Yeah, they could. They possibly, yeah. I mean, they got to be making a killing, those people. Let me see what else is going on. Satellite images. They're talking about the FAA. Somebody flying a drone. Was this more stealing or what's this?
They are breaking in shit. Hey, if you evacuated and you heard that your house didn't burn down, I'll get back over to that motherfucker because they are breaking in shit. They are ransacking shit on everything. So if you heard that your house made it, like some of these houses, you need to get back home because they running through shit. My mom's house survived the fire, but somebody broke in last night and ransacked her shit.
You know, this house almost looks like the video we saw earlier today where all those people were walking out with stuff.
Survived the fire, but somebody broke in last night and ransacked her shit, went through her cabinets, went through all of that. So if your house made it, make sure you get back to make sure motherfuckers ain't acting thirsty.
Follow me, nigga.
Wow, okay. All right, I see you. Dang.
That are devastating California right now. The generator running because we don't have power. Car packed full of our most precious belongings. We're okay. But you know what's not okay?
He's in Cali?
Our gay fire chief prioritizing hiring women and LGBTQ plus firefighters instead of placing emphasis on having an adequate reserve of water. Hundreds of thousands of insurance policies being canceled in California so that our homes are protected against these things. Our mayor abandoned.
Yeah, the insurance thing is so messed up, man. That is diabolical, man. That's the whole thing of like, I don't agree with killing anybody, but that's the whole thing of like Luigi. I don't know what the deal is with him. I mean, maybe there's a mental health component. The guy was rich, wealthy. I mean, I don't know what the exact thing is, but
abandoning her city while it's under siege to fly to Africa and celebrate the presidential inauguration in Ghana. Asking the public to help fight these fires because there's a manpower shortage after firing thousands of firefighters who refuse to take the jab. Cutting fire department funding by almost $20 million in order to focus more spending on illegal immigrants and homelessness. Careless water and forest management by Gavin Newsom. This is more than Mother Nature. Hundreds of thousands of people losing everything they have in an instant, and their suffering is being amplified by piss-poor leadership. My heart goes out to everybody that's been affected, but my head will never forgive the people in charge who could have helped.
Damn, that's Tom McDonald. Hannah Montana's house destroyed by LA fire. Wow, look at the before and after. Oof. Wow. This is pretty cool. Kenneth fire, LA Ventura. Oh. Fire photo girl. Whoa. Boys putting in work. Fire photo girl is out there and boots on the ground in the middle of the fire, everything. Hot dog vendor was feeding the firefighters out of kindness of the heart. That's nice. Free of charge. Okay, that should look good, man. I don't know what's going on there, but it looks good. Getting kind of hungry, actually.
Thank you for the lighting bulb.
That's nice. Look at that.
The city of Pasadena just approached me right now, guys, and they were asking if we were selling because we're not allowed to sell. And I'm telling them we're not selling. We're here volunteering. We're just trying to feed the people that lost their homes, that are being affected, and, the first responders and all that. No, yeah, I already told them. They said they just needed to check. Yes, Norma, same one. Thank you.
They got bigger things to worry about. Are you selling this stuff? Are you selling? Place is burning. Look at the fire, man. Oh, look, is that the same neighborhood that they... Oh, looks like they kind of controlled the fire. This was a way more lit before. This whole area right here. It looks like... I mean, there's still fires, but it looks like it's somewhat calmed down. Wow. But in the other corner, the right-hand corner, you can see NBC. This must be another area around there. There's more fires. There was another clip I wanted to show you. I was kind of wondering what this was, but she said, California fires for dummies. What's this?
The reason they California fires for dummies, because apparently y'all need this. Number one, first and foremost, the reason they are not using ocean water to put out these fires is because it would destroy the soil. Soil plus salt equals bad. Which leads me to number two, a lack of water infrastructure in California.
I mean, they are using salt water, though. There's just videos everywhere. I heard it. I did hear it's not good or whatever, I think, for the vegetation, but they are doing that.
The reason there is a complete lack of water infrastructure in California is because Gavin fucking Newsom never went through with building the infrastructure, despite all of Californians overwhelmingly voting on the $7.5 billion bill back in 2014. Even if we wanted to use the ocean water to put out fires, we can't do it because we don't have the resources to. Number 3, and this is a biggie, it's not climate change, you just need to clean. Guys, this isn't a new concept. Nature's gonna nature all over the place. Debris will fall to the forest floor and will pile up quickly, and if it's not cleared by necessary controlled burn batches, then Mother Nature will come in and do it herself, which is exactly what's happening now. Which leads me to number 4. It
is right about that. Some of that stuff
is political. Actually, the mayor of LA's decision recently to cut $17 million from the fire department's budget. And we can thank Gavin Newsom for his decision to reroute all of California's water to the ocean in order to prevent a useless fish from going extinct. And here's just a couple
That's the fish thing they were talking about.
Honorary mentions. Yes, Gavin, all of those things have happened, and they were very preventable things if it wasn't for your direct negligence. What you should have been focusing on is how to prevent these things from happening instead of now reaching the point where you have to pander for attention now that you let it happen. And for all of you dummies that don't know, the LA mayor, California governor, senators, and the current
That's Adam shit. That's the one we just saw.
president and VP are all Democrat. So if you're looking for someone to blame, try the Democrats.
Hey, I didn't listen to the clip. I know some people might be mad at that. Damn, she went in.
California fires.
Okay. I gotta look at the chat. Oh my God. Yo.
Some people were let down,
Oh.
you know, and the aircraft. I just think it took too long. I mean, we had a perfect view of where it kind of started. It took too long for things to mobilize.
Okay.
I don't know if it's
Okay, so as far as this arson situation, right? Because this is breaking tonight within the last like 20, 30 minutes. We were talking about, and a lot of people are like, I told you so, because some people are saying this. They think some of this stuff is arson. LAPD tells Kenneth fire now being investigated as an arson and one person in custody. And so there's an update to that. Brian Enton said, just finished interviewing LAPD. They tell me Victory Trailhead is now a crime scene and Kenneth fire is an arson investigation with one person in custody. Bro, you're going to have hell to pay. Kenneth fires up to 900 acres. I want to know who's in custody. What does he look like? What's the deal? Holy moly.
Still.
There was a small fire right behind this dead end on January 1st at midnight. And I remember I was at a friend's house and I pulled out my Citizen and I said, oh, you know, gosh, there's a fire at the top of the world. Everyone in the Palisades goes to the top of the world. It's a very common thing, you know, for middle and high schoolers to do. So I was like, that was fireworks. And that was 7 days before January 7th. So I'm not saying that is what caused it, but, you know, actions.
So he said it's going to be interview coming soon on News Nation. So I wonder if that's the YouTube page or is it like YouTube, like the TV News Nation? I gotta see if I still have YouTube TV.
A ton going on. There was the evacuation mess of people getting out of town that gridlocked the traffic. But personally, I know I was up there with photojournalist Sam Dubin, and we were seeing homes on fire. We tried calling 911. The lines were jammed, so that was one problem. But we were up there for 2 hours, and we didn't see any firefighters. It was 2 hours before we saw a firefighter. We were going house to house ourselves, trying to find garden hoses outside the homes and trying to help as much as we could, and it was just
K-Dubs, thank you so much for the 10 memberships. I missed that too.
Frustration.
I'm sorry. Thank you, K-Dubs. Amazing. Thank you so much for their support. I'm trying to find out about this News Nation thing. I'd like to see it. See if I can log into this thing. I don't know what time their show is. I'm sure they're going to post it on their YouTube page, you know. Let's see, live News Nation. News Nation. They're live right now. Dan Abrams. Hold on, let's see.
Is this a crime scene right now?
Yes.
So everything's closed off.
It's being investigated as a crime.
Oh, you guys can't see.
Right, that is an astonishing and maddening.
Hold on, I gotta
piece
fix
of
my. I
information
have to turn
that
off
the
my
latest
hardware acceleration.
massive fire in the Calabasas.
Oh, I lost everything. It's coming back. Yo, look at all the windows.
Here, they have the LA County Firehawks have these pre-positioned pods of water that they've set up in the area. I remember our
Very frustrating development.
I can't rewind back. Okay, can I go back?
We're America's trusted source for industrial Granger for the one
and 20 frame break. So someone purposely set the Kenneth fire.
There you go. There you go.
This time, that's what we believe. Yes.
Do you know how or why they did that?
That I don't know.
Is this a crime scene right now?
Yes.
So everything's closed off.
It's being investigated as a crime.
All right, that is an astonishing and maddening piece of information that the latest massive fire in the Calabasas area is now suspected to have been arson. News Nation's Brian Enton was the one asking the questions there, and let's go to him. Brian, this is a huge and very frustrating development.
Yeah, I mean, totally unexpected, Dan. Was not expecting to get that piece of information in the last couple of minutes. We were sort of wondering why there are so many police out here. Obviously, this is a fire scene, and we've been at fire scenes for the last couple of days, and it didn't really make a lot of sense that more and more LAPD were showing up. And then the crime scene unit also being out here. So we spoke to the lead officer in charge, who you saw there, and he was very open about it. He said that they believe the Kenneth fire, which is the latest fire to start here in LA, now at 900 acres, give or take, they believe that someone did intentionally set it, that this is now officially an arson investigation. He said this whole area behind me,
arson investigation
behind me, they're calling now a crime scene, and that they have a person in custody, detained, who they are questioning. Apparently someone in the area may have seen something. Now someone is in custody. But when you think about what has gone on in LA over the last 3 days, and granted, keep in mind, this is just the latest fire. This doesn't mean the other fires that we've been covering were intentionally shot. We don't we don't know. But LAPD saying they believe this latest fire was arson, Dan.
All right, Brian, I'm not going to ask you a bunch of follow-up questions about what else we know, because I know you've just shared with us everything that you do know. So please let us know if you learn of anything else. This is an important and enormous, I said the word maddening before, very frustrating development that as this is happening, someone is apparently setting a fire that has led to that. Brian, thank you. We'll continue to check in with you throughout the night.
So that was the news piece. I was able to catch the last couple of seconds of it. Oh, it's the guy right there talking to us. So it was very quick. But I'm sure they'll post it later too. Interesting stuff. Very interesting. That's Brian Enton, and he said the Kenneth fire is arson.
Now love your personality and where are you located? What state? Just curious. You rock heart folded hands, medium light skin tone.
South Florida. So they got, with the Palisades fire, there's 6% containment. Okay? And 19,978 acres. Eaton fire, just the same, kind of 13,690. And Kenneth fire, almost 1,000 acres. So this thing is still going. Let me see if I can find the other link that had. I had to turn off my hardware rendering for the web browser.
A pretty, amazing city when we're hitting on all cylinders, and I just know that we'll get back. It'll take some time, but it's my duty. I'm not moving out of state. I'm not moving out of the city. I want my children to see me help build this community back.
Did
you have insurance? I've heard so many stories about families who were who apparently lost their insurance right before the fires.
Yeah.
Did you have any problems like that?
You hear all these kind of conspiracy theories, but I don't understand any of that. You know, I can't delve too deep. I can't worry about things that I don't have much control over. I can just try and pick up the pieces and help who I can, you know?
Thank you so much for speaking with us. We certainly wish you the best. And you need a sweater right now.
I do. Want to share?
Yeah, I'll share. I have one in my car.
I got you. I'm going to take you up on it.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah,
all right, I'm going to send it back to you guys again. So many stories like Steve's. I mean, 5,000 structures, approximately 5,000 structures lost in this fire. It was just a horrific fire that just devastated this community.
Yeah, absolutely. And the firefight continues. 0%.
AXN News is a good channel to watch. I like the guy. He's let me use his stream a bunch of times. And so if you ever want to check him out, AXN News. He just posted an hour ago, I guess, some of like the visuals and stuff. He goes out to scenes in person, boots on the ground, chases, and like big events like this. He's out there. Good channel. Let me see what else is going on, because Twitter seems to be kind of crazy. It's like I scroll Twitter and there's like all this crazy stuff going on. Let's see. They said, Pup Scan said Kenneth fire's under control. Okay. He says under control, but people are saying, how do we know? Sources, please. Let me see. Kenneth fire? I don't know. It says 0% containment to me. Let me ask. Let me ask PubScan. Being under control. Let me try this other website too. That's really good. So there's another website. So there's the app.watchduty.org, and there's another good website. It's called Wildfire Aware. That's a good website too. And let me try to take a look, because I see on the screen these fires still going. I think that's Kenneth still. Oh my god. I might have to turn on 3D acceleration again, because I can't use the maps with 3D acceleration turned off. I'm sorry, bear with me. Oh my god. Oh, that still stayed up. Cool.
When we were showing over the Palisades fire a second ago, it was almost like so many hot spots that looked like the city lights as opposed to actual fires burning, right? So now we're going to switch to, we're going to kind of start wide here on a map, just kind of like a reset in terms of the map, in terms of what we're talking about, because there's a lot going on. And you're probably aware of these fires and the names, but just to kind of, again, reset and get you familiar with everything. So we've got the Eden fire off to the east there, north of Pasadena. Obviously, I believe it was thousands of structures and homes there that were burned. And then we had the Palisades fire. You know about that one in the bottom left part of your screen. Kenneth fire is the newest one we've been watching, and that's the one Alex and Marla were just talking about that is being, I believe, investigated for possible arson. And then we have the Hearst fire and the Lydia fire, which seem to be the less severe of all of them right now in terms of containment on those and areas that they're threatening. So if we can, there's a lot we can do with this map, and this one's interactive. So let's, if we can, come into the Palisades fire first. And I want to show the I don't know if it'll show up here, but the outline or the footprint of the fire, I know that's one of the layers we can toggle on and off. Okay, there we go. And so what's interesting to see with this, and we know, the winds have been going from north-northeast to south-southwest towards the ocean, essentially. And when you look at the different layers in here and the orange colors, that's every time we get an update on the perimeter of the fire, we see that expand. And so the latest update is this darker orange up here with the fire and the areas of burning actually creeping northward a little bit, which is against the wind, and that goes to show that fires don't necessarily just always follow where the wind is blowing. Yes, that will fan it more so down in the wind direction, but it's just chewing away at these hillsides essentially. So the fire's still creeping north a little bit. Let's back this out now and show you. Let's go over to the Eden fire. So that would be out here, and and I know there's another layer we can turn on that I think shows, it's called like 3D structures or something like that. Okay, that's the evacuations. It's like 3D homes, 3D structures, something like that. And that's going to add an extra element to visualize where the structures are within the fire footprint. I'm not sure if we're able to do that right now. But again, just the point I'm making here is you see how widespread this is, how devastating this is. You know all about it. We've been talking all about it. The last one I want to get over to then, if we head over to the Kenneth fire, and you'll see a pretty interesting scenario on this, different from these last two. And the Kenneth fire, that was the new one where the weather obviously not as big of a concern when this lit up, and therefore, and we watched it live here, the water drops and the fire retardant drops really doing an effective job, it seems, in protecting homes here. Well, let's come in a little bit closer to the southern edge of the fire here. So again, originated up near West Hills and then spread through this area. And yes, now this is that layer I was talking about that shows where homes actually are. It makes it real vivid to see in white. And you see how the fire, and I imagine they kind of allowed it to work its way into these areas where there's no structures. But you can see how I think they did a really, really good job of protecting a lot of the homes. And this is what we're used to seeing when we have...
Bro, check this out. This is the most California thing I've ever seen. Man pours almond milk onto a fire hotspot outside a home near the Eaton wildfire, Altadena, California. Okay, almond milk. Hey. All right.
Or 2 days ago, we would have such a major situation on our hands. There would be no stopping it from going through these areas and then continuing down from there, crossing the 101 and all that stuff. So again, the weather situation helping that right now. But we're not out of the woods yet as far as the weather. So now let's switch over to Weather One and get you up to speed on the forecast. And I'm going to start with the alerts here, and this is a little tricky to...
Let's see. They got a live, Altadena live. Let me see if I can change it. I'd like to see some helicopter stuff. Altadena live. Okay.
Homes. Earlier, we were about a mile away and utilities were coming through and cutting gas. But I want to show you one other thing. It's a little dark, so I'm going to turn on my flashlight here. This house, if you can see it, the direct neighbor to the one with the fire right now, we spoke with the young man who lives there. He says that his neighbor actually, the next door neighbor, also burned down 2 over. The night of the fire, the family living here evacuated at 10 p.m. The next morning, 3 a.m., they were told, your home's still here if you need to come get anything. It took him 1 hour to get here in his home by...
Bro.
Fire needs some milk.
Thank you, Alan Thrifts and K-Dubs. Thank you again so much too. Fire needs some milk. That alert that was incorrect got out to 10 million people. This is an emergency. An evacuation zone or evacuation warning has been issued in your area. Wow. 10 million people. And then they had to go back and say, I mean, things happen. I hope they fix it. I can imagine the chaos and panic it caused. VC scanner. Okay, they're saying, they're saying conditions have greatly improved. Greatly improved in Kenneth fire. Okay. Conditions are improving, but there's still a lot of open fire line. Conditions have greatly improved. Yeah, I guess PubScan was on it. Maybe I think it's all the water power.
that are okay closer to Glenrose, but closer to Olive, they've all burned down. But that is for now live. I'm Dana Williams. Back to you guys.
All right, Dana, we want to ask you a couple of quick questions here. We know that the curfew is not in effect just yet. We know they're asking for one.
6
They were
p.m.
hoping to implement it tonight, but at the very latest, they believe it will happen tomorrow. What are you seeing in terms of law enforcement in the neighborhoods there? Are people being checked for IDs to get back in to see what they can see?
Colleen, it's a great question. Something that we've seen a lot of is overhead patrol helicopters flying by. We've seen at least 2 of them with headlights, as well as some deputies. But there are also a lot of firefighting rigs that are driving through here, brush rigs. We've seen firefighters from in county, out of county. This is definitely still very active for law enforcement. But I'd say as soon as it got dark, anybody living here, anybody who have friends, maybe they were coming to check on houses, they all seem to have leave. And we've been here past, police barricades on Marengo for hours. And so we haven't been out to where the public.
So 20 minutes ago, multiple callers reporting the Altadena golf course is on fire. Altadena golf course. So if we look up here on the map, Altadena's over here. I don't know where the golf course is at, though. This is not a good map. Let me try this other map. Altadena. Not really a good map either. Maybe I'll try the fire website, FireGov. Medical, air tactical.
The problems with gas lines and power utility lines down. Have you seen crews in the area? I know you mentioned earlier, yes, they were, but how about within the last hour or so?
Crews in the area, yes, we have. And the interesting thing is that what they're really focusing on, we see them, they pull up, and these fires are what they're focusing on. They're going straight into the homes, and I would say out of a dozen homes, I see half of them having this sort of fire. And just so you guys know, I did just lose you on IFB. We've kind of been going in and out, so I can't hear you, but I will just finish this last bit up. Crews have been in the neighborhoods, but they're just focusing on putting out those little unsuspecting fires. We actually heard crackling like a bonfire just about 30 minutes ago, and a fire started in the house across the street, even when it looks as though no more burning could possibly happen. And so crews are actively driving through here, patrolling, obviously especially dangerous with no curfew when it's just not clear if people are still out here trying to check on their homes.
All right, Dana Williams reporting live for us from the Eaton fire. Dana, we appreciate your work and thanks for all that information.
All right, we're going to check in now with our Amber Frias. She's live for us in Calabasas where the Kenneth fire is burning. Amber.
Hey, Michael, Colleen, we're at the intersection of Muro and Las Virgenes roads. And as you can see behind me, here we have at least 10 fire engines standing by, ready to go if need be. And really, the operation throughout the afternoon since we've been here has been pretty incredible. We've seen many fire engines making their way up the mountain. We've seen utility companies. We've seen, big bulldozers just working their way up there to try and prevent this fire from.
Ray's, I was just reading that. Ray's said Cali is one of the largest almond growers in the world. Almonds are notorious bad since they need so much water to grow. That's what I was literally reading that on Twitter about how much water it takes to grow them. Ironically, right? Reports that a firefighting aircraft has landed safely after colliding with. Yeah, I saw that earlier too. Pretty crazy. This is the golf course they're saying is on fire. I think I found it. It disappeared now. Altadena Drive. It disappeared on me. I had it.
They are being chaperoned by a sheriff's deputy, and they
found that on this map, the watch duty map. This is the golf course people are saying is on fire in Altadena. Golf course. But this is a fire evacuation area.
Safety of everyone, not only the residents, but also the firefighters involved in these efforts, and also for them to get their work done. So really, this is a good reminder for all of us, not just people who live in these surrounding communities, especially over these next few days, to have a go.
Were they sitting inside the house, outside the house, or what are we?
So this live feed helicopter is in Pacific Palisades. Right there, on this part here. So Pacific Palisades burning. The Kenneth fire seems like they have under control. Massive police presence. Ooh. Downtown Los Angeles. What's going on over there? This was just posted. Whoa, what's going on? Downtown LA. Whoa, okay, I want to keep an eye on that. Wow. Okay. I follow this page, right? Oh, I don't follow this page. I didn't follow this guy. Bay Area state of mind. Okay. No effing clue what's going on now, but there's a massive police presence like I've never seen right now heading east on the 10 near downtown Los Angeles. I've never seen that long of a line of law enforcement in LA. They're not heading towards any evacuation zone or active fire. The opposite direction, actually. Have no idea what that's interesting. What in the hell is going on?
That as you look at this landscape, what's going through your mind here? I mean, your neighbors tell me, the Archuletas, that they want to rebuild. What's in the future for you?
We'll definitely rebuild. To answer your question, what's going through my mind, it's how big a garage I can build.
Just wanted to say it's really nice to have you on nights like watching all this breaking news.
Thank you.
Really enjoy your feed.
Where'd that come from? Oh, okay. Brian, Ricky, thank you so much. Thank you for the 5. Check this out. Check this out. Thank you for tagging me on Twitter. They're saying maybe possible suspect. Possible photo of the Kenneth fire arson suspect. Wow. Whoa, mamma mia. Mamma mia, mamma mia. Is this the guy? He looks kind of disheveled a little bit. Whoa.
And then we're going to a friend's guest house shortly and then figuring out our game plan, which we're not too sure of right now.
Well, thank you to you both for being so gracious to share your story with us. And
I was going to get off like 2-3 hours ago.
Through here,
just a lot going on.
Kind of emphasize the point a little bit. I don't want to be disrespectful. Yep. I don't want to be disrespectful to your property, but yep, you see the exhaust for one of the Ducatis here. And as we walk in this direction, just one more thing, another symbol of pride is the car that used to be here, and one last car over there. But this is pretty much the extent of what we are dealing with in the aftermath of all of this. Reporting in Altadena, Jeff Nguyen, KCAL News.
Now at 7, breaking news tonight in the inferno covering Southern California. The latest, the Kenneth fire ballooning in the hills above Calabasas to nearly 1,000 acres. But tonight, all mandatory evacuations in LA County have been lifted. The massive Palisades fire, meantime, is still 0% contained tonight. It has burned more than 5,300 structures in Malibu and Pacific Palisades, wiping out entire neighborhoods with at least 2 deaths so far. Firefighters say growth has slowed on the Eaton fire that's in the Altadena, Pasadena, and Sierra Madre areas. 3 deaths have also been connected to those fires. Another 5,000 acres have been destroyed in the Eaton fire. To our Lauren Posen now. She is covering the latest fire to pop up. That's the Kenneth fire we're talking about. She's live in Calabasas at Malibu Canyon Road and Las Virgenes. Lauren?
Well, Juan, this is where the focus concentration is on for battling this fire. Over here, I want to show you all the fire engines here that are lined up on Muir Road. This is just right down the street from Mountain View Estates and also down from around Meadow Elementary School and, of course, Hidden Hills as well. And I mentioned Hidden Hills because firefighters tell me this is where the concentration of the fire is. It started this afternoon just about 2:40 right over here too. There's some more police presence over here as well, and it basically started burning in that area and then right behind Hidden Hills, and that is why firefighters are focusing over here. All these people that you see here have been evacuated here at Las Virgenes and Malibu Canyon.
Started with WTF,
they cannot go into
WED, tour, free. The last time a year started with WTF is 2020. Ha 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 ha. Love your coverage, Kedmo.
Thank you. Yeah, it's freaking crazy. Crazy.
Started at 50 acres and now has exploded up to 800 acres. They are fighting this from the sky with water tanks, dropping down. But these winds are unpredictable, and that is one of the challenges for firefighters tonight. I spoke with two men who live over here in Malibu Canyon. They were just evacuated. Take a listen to what they told me.
Okay. Oh. I just wanted to update.
So they were telling. Oh, there's no. So we'll have that sound for you later. But the men were telling me that they got the alert on their phone. They raced over here. They packed, just grabbed whatever they saw that they could. Then they got out here. They're like, well, maybe I should have grabbed a little bit more. But Juan, I was telling Pat in the earlier hour, for a lot of people out here, this is just reminding them very much so of the Wilson fire.
What's going on the scanner?
Bringing back a lot of those memories because this area was also impacted as well. And
so they're saying it's being said, LA Scanner said this is a possible photo of the suspect for the Kenneth fire. I wonder what kind of charges go along with that if this is the person. And it's a pretty massive fire. They got it under control locally, luckily, with all the air power that they had, but this took resources away from Palisades and the other fires. This took resources away, so he needs to be held accountable for the other fires. I mean, just taking resources and everything. This is, police say Kenneth fire currently burning was intentionally set, and suspect was detained by citizens. Let's go!
What we know right now is that the incident started here, and about 30 minutes later, a suspect was detained over in Woodland Hills area by citizens.
So someone purposely set the Kenneth fire?
At this time, that's what we believe, yes.
Do you know how or why they did that?
That I don't know.
Is this a crime scene right now?
Yes.
So everything's closed off?
It's being investigated as a crime.
There you go. Wow. Detained by citizens.
Person that LAPD has at Topanga Station is that potential arsonist. So this was all done by citizens. Citizens detained this person, and then LAPD showed up and took him to Topanga Station, where now he is being interviewed, or will be interviewed shortly, by a Ventura County Sheriff's detective. So we'll continue to follow that situation. An LAPD watch commander I just talked to at Topanga Station. When I said, "Is this your arson suspect?" he said, "I doubt it." So seems like there's a little bit of doubt in there.
What?
Situation. An LAPD watch commander I just talked to at Topanga Station. When I said, "Is this your arson suspect?" he said, "I doubt it." So seems like there's a little bit of doubt in there about who this guy is, but regardless, they're gonna take it very seriously. Ventura County Sheriff's gonna come and interview him and figure out what, if any, connection he may have to this fire. So we'll continue to monitor that situation, Juan. And I think, do we want to go up to SkyCal and look at some of the video that SkyCal is at over the Palisades fire right now? As that continues to burn, that firefight ongoing.
Yeah, let's take a look, Mike.
Yeah, there we go. So there you can see SkyCal's looking at this. It looks a lot better, Juan. And let me make sure.
Kelly.
Yeah, so we're looking at it right off of Van Nuys Airport, I believe, is kind of where we're looking at it from that angle. So Yeah, we're just above, actually, Pierce College is where we're looking at it from one. So you can see there is still active flame tonight as they look at that. And, some of those water dropping helicopters are still there. Actually, a large number of them. Between the two fires, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, almost 14 water dropping helicopters still after nightfall. So really remarkable the work that they are able to do and to, try to do their best to fight this fire at night.
That is fantastic, Mike. And we're seeing that all that air support is definitely making a difference there. Even though we're seeing some flames still there in the Palisades fire, they are not stopping, even at night, to put those flames out. KCAL's Tom Waitell. Almost 20,000 acres have been destroyed by the massive Palisades fire, we see still burning right here. The blaze has burned down more than 5,300 homes and businesses. We've heard stories of tragedy, but as KCAL's Tom Waite tells us, some people's homes were spared. One of them is his aunt. Tom, how's she doing tonight?
Oh, Barnowski.
Detained by citizens. Makes me think of the Night Stalker. What's his name? Night Stalker?
All right,
a serial killer rapist?
Meteorologist Danny Roberti, while Tom...
tonight...
The community got so fed up because the cops didn't catch him, and so they caught his ass in public and they beat the shit out of him. And they called the cops. They detained him. What's his name? Night Stalker? Richard Ramirez caught. Sometimes people just get fed up. There's no video of the catcher, but you can see he has all that stuff, his head wrapped up. They beat his ass. Got him out of the community. Got tired of his ass. Beat his ass to a pulp. That's why he has all that stuff wrapped around his head. Serial killer, serial rapist. Got him out of the community. Night Stalker. That was a crazy thing California went through. All right. They're reporting on it. Arson suspect arrested by LAPD after neighbors saw him setting a bush on fire. Wow. LAPD says that the Kenneth fire is believed to be arson. Okay. He'll be back out on the streets 3 to 6 hours later. Probably. Oh, with this situation, because it's so serious, maybe not. Maybe they're trying to make an example, maybe not, but wow. Arson suspect. Okay, so more information. Arson suspect arrested around 4:30 p.m. in Topanga Division / Hidden Hills area of LA. But LAPD tells me twice that it's not confirming that that specific arson arrest is related to the origin of the Kenneth fire. LAPD won't connect the two right now. I guess they're trying to be safe. Safe space. Hold on, I want to get a different view. What can we get over here? Something. Marks 11. See if there's any more choppers.
Palisades fire. Tom.
This is pretty amazing. We're at the 16,000 block of Sunset near Northfield. A building down beyond where these police cars are that was lit up just until a few minutes ago nobody's allowed to go down there. Media, other police, anything. And the reason is that this is a building, a multi-story building, condo, apartment, something like that. But what one very knowledgeable source told me is we're not letting anybody down there because this building, which has been burning for hours and hours, and they've been spreading a lot of water on it, they now fear that it is in imminent position of collapse. I don't know the building. We just found this out. And as I say, the source is reliable, and the police are not letting people there, including other police, because they do have a significant concern that this could be the situation. And the large hook and ladder fire truck that was spraying it down has left the premises around there. So I don't know if this is an imminent thing, but we do know that what's going on here is pretty serious, and the police are allowing no one, and I mean no one, to go down there. So that is the situation here. We're going to stick around for another hour or so, see what else we can find. He said, you know, this is dangerous enough that we could seriously have a collapse here, so nobody can go down there, media or anybody else. Back to you.
Maybe we can, you can coordinate with our desk, and maybe we can see if we can get our chopper to go there and get an aerial view if people aren't allowed to go there, and see if we'll even be able to see it at night. Yeah.
Yeah, it was lit up just until a few minutes ago because they were looking at it, and I think that's why they were examining it. And there was, as I say, this ladder up above it, and every time it would have a flare-up, they would spray it. But as we sadly learned from the World Trade Towers, that if you heat a building enough and you heat it in the right places enough, that it can possibly collapse. And I'm not saying that this is anything on that scale, but what I'm saying is there's an analogy here to something like that.
Interesting. The other thing here that I just saw posted recently is Governor DeSantis just absolutely torched this reporter and came to Trump's defense. So I guess the reporter asked about Trump, is it inappropriate to criticize Newsom? Let's just listen to the clip here and see what happened.
It's not appropriate for the president-elect or a president to be criticizing.
Is it appropriate for people in your industry to try to create division and to try to create narratives anytime these things happen? Now, you're not as interested in doing that because Newsom is a D. If Newsom was a Republican, you guys would go you would have him nailed to the wall for what they're doing over there. And I know we've dealt with it. We just assume in Florida, anytime something happens, it's going to be politicized by the media. So you guys sitting in judgment of Donald Trump, I mean, excuse me, I think your track record of politicizing these things is very, very bad.
Okay, last question. Newsom should resign and that the wildfires are all his fault. So do you agree with those comments?
I remember when we had the Surfside Tower collapse, I had people from the Washington Post trying to blame me for it immediately without having any facts or anything. Oh, he didn't declare a state of emergency. First of all, state of emergency doesn't mean you can't
Biden
respond.
Didn't,
it's all that. Excuse me?
Biden did it. I think that's what she's saying.
Well, but what I'm telling you is you guys are trying to make an issue of it when I have watched from this seat. In fact, when I got elected governor, I was meeting with some of the other Republican governors, and what they would say is, hey, if you have a natural disaster, just know media's coming at you, they're going to do it. It's not the same. That mayor of LA, if that were a Republican mayor, I could only imagine what that would do. I mean, you know the fires are at high risk, and you try to go to Africa or wherever she was to go on some type of voyage. You should have been there.
He said voyage. Holy shit. To go on some type of voyage.
And doing that, and yet I don't see a lot of heat being directed in that thing. And so, you know, I'd like to see some balance on how this is done. You could criticize the president-elect, but I think you also have to hold these other people accountable, and I have not seen that.
I mean, let's see. I want some helicopter feed. I don't know if the choppers are not out there anymore. Okay, the National Guard. National Guard is based in Ontario and is en route to Altadena to help provide security protection to the area. Okay. The National Guard.
Growing up, his house gone, the whole street, like the whole neighborhood, like the whole block is just disintegrated.
Were you guys up here when?
On and off cam. Fires.
That wind gusts between 40 to 50 miles per hour.
Yeah, wind is picking up tonight. Let me see if we got anything here on Fox. Nothing really showing chopper. Fire.
we found you. You two were just in the street, just begging for someone to pay attention.
Yes.
We stopped. Luckily, police stopped. We were able to get a water tender up here.
Thank you.
Now that help is here, what's going through your mind?
Well, they need to put that house right there. They need to save that house. We already have 2 houses that are completely down. They need to save that house here. And then they need to pay attention here because there is fire that started with a small ember, but all this vegetation right here is ready to burn right here. Oh. My husband is using the fire extinguisher, but it's not enough.
So literally residents using a fire extinguisher because until 3 minutes ago, there hasn't been water in this neighborhood. And unfortunately, multiple homes have burned here. This is Paseo de Oro. What is the name of this community? Like, because there's
this is the Highland, and this is the Paseo de Oro Street.
Okay, so we're still in the Highlands on Paseo de Oro.
Street. Everybody is so helpful and kind and all together, and we really want this street to stay in one piece, except those 2 houses. And it should not be a big deal. We should be able to put water to stop anything from spreading more. So thank you.
No.
Thank you for bringing attention to this.
Is this true? I'm sorry. I know this is like an emotional thing. I was just reading something. Did they really post an article? Meta says the fact checkers were the problem. Because, Zuckerberg came out. We covered a live stream about it. Fact checkers ruled that was false. The fact checkers are fact checking Zuckerberg. He brought him into Facebook. Now they're fact checking him. It's false. Not true. Let's see. We're getting reports of hundreds of dogs being turned into shelters because of the fires. We never needed forests or adopters more than now. Oh, sorry, fosters and adopters more than now. Wow. Santa Monica police chief says his officers have arrested people inside of the fire evacuation zones who were in possession of weapons, stolen property, or wanted for serious felony crimes in our region. So they're making arrests. Okay, in possession of weapons, stolen property, Santa Monica. The looting continues.
Oh, of course. It's everyone's job. So we had seen down the hill from us here along Palisades Drive. Thank you guys so mumuch.
I want to pay attention to this one here as well.
We had seen down on Palisades Drive a few water tenders that were there. And so Joel and I, my photographer, we were all together. We were talking with police. We said, we saw a tender at this intersection. Is there any way? Well, the 2 officers we just talked to just returned. They sprinted down the hill. We have another water tender here. That means we have more water.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's nice.
Oh my God.
Nice to be able to help. I want to watch the more current stuff though that's happening now. So it looks like
of course, but it's still very dangerous and very treacherous on some of the roadways. And you saw probably in that video that we just showed you, there's still a lot of cars that are along the side of the road or in the middle of the road now charred by the fire. Those were people that were trying to escape on Tuesday night and were so scared that they just got out of their cars and got on foot and fled. But their cars remained there. They had to be bulldozed off to the side of the road. I mean, things like that. It's just so much. There's just so much debris and other material in the roadways that it really is just not a safe thing to do to come back into these evacuation zones. So just remind yourself of that. I know it's so hard. People want to come back to see what the damage is if their homes, manage to escape or be spared. But it's very dicey situation here. There's no power in most of the Palisades. There's no Wi-Fi. It's difficult to communicate. There's no grocery stores really to speak of or restaurants that are really open. It's just a situation where emergency vehicles and police and fire need to have as much access and as much ability to get from one place to another, because even though a lot of the sort of raging inferno, the big flames have been knocked down, there are still hot spots that pop up, right? I mean, there's an ember can blow from one spot to another, and then it can just sit in an attic and then all of a sudden erupt into a big fire. So it's important to remember that these areas are very, very treacherous and dicey. Everything is very volatile right now. Nothing is out of the right.
There's this guy named Henry Winkler. Henry Winkler. And they're saying that, okay, we talked about
West Hills area. Let's get back out to Fox 11.
We talked about this person in custody for arson. And it said this comes after people were slamming Henry for suggesting that California fires may
Any
have been
inflation
arson.
reduction Trump was going to do for 2025 has now
Oh,
dissipated the
shit.
next 2 years at least.
Bro.
Very sad.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah. It's always something, right? It's like when he's in office, like something comes along to like mess that up. So this guy got slammed for even suggesting that some of this stuff is arson. Several celebrities have made posts casting doubt on how some fires began in California's Pacific Palisades and Eaton neighborhoods. Yeah, maybe it has something to do with some of these people just because there's wealthy people or rich people there. Maybe somebody wanted to exact revenge, make them suffer. There are now reports, is this true? There are now reports of foreign-based gangs in Los Angeles deliberately starting additional fires to force people to evacuate and leave their properties to be robbed. Time for the National Guard. What? Like we need a source on that. What? What's going on, Fox?
What so far, noting that this is absolutely unprecedented, the fact that we have multiple fires. We know that, of course, your district is the Palisades fire. You've been out there. We're out front at these press conferences. You've been talking to your constituents. What's the big takeaway in moving forward? How do we move forward from here?
Well, we've seen in our district, we also have the Hearst fire. This Kenneth fire is also in our district. The Woodley fire was in our district. The Sunset fire last night was in our district. Even the structure in Studio City that went up last night is in our district. So our district has seen so much devastation in addition to the Palisades.
Trolls need love too.
And so
thank you for contributing to the algorithm.
Thank you for the 5. Thank you. Let me see that right there. Trolls need love too. Thank you for the algorithm. Stephen Leach, thank you. Almost got 4,500 people.
A chart somewhere for us to track. These are people's homes where they raised families and built lives and built communities. And so the memories that they will take with them will be the balm to their hearts as they begin healing. But right now, we have to make sure that they have all of the tools necessary to keep going and to be able to rebuild. I know the insurance commissioner is working on that. Our county assessor also has put tools on his website to help people get going. And the FEMA administrator who came today from the Biden administration is providing amazing help. I spoke with the president today about even more help from his administration to address these impacts, and I just cannot thank him and all of his team enough for how quickly they are moving to invest in us on the ground to make sure we have the resources that we need. And the fact that the president was here yesterday and witnessed what was going on here firsthand, I know he takes it very seriously, and he called me this afternoon after his press conference to continue that conversation and continue his investment in us.
And an interesting and important note, because some people are going to be hearing that, they're going to say, well, that's great, but the president's out in about a week. What the president did today was he announced funding for 6 months from the federal government, which will stay in place regardless of the fact that there's going to be a new president. So even though basically making a long-term commitment to Los Angeles. So Supervisor, there are people watching this right now that lost their home. They may have lost their car. They lost everything. And they're wondering, what do I do now? And as we sort of move past some of the immediate crisis of this, and people are now just trying to think, like, where do I go? Who do I talk to? What government agency do I reach out to? Most people have never gone through something like this. What's your advice for them?
So I know wherever there are incorporated cities impacted by these fires, they will be the lead agencies on anything land use related. So if people are looking to next steps about how they see what's going on with their homes or how they rebuild their homes, they will go directly to their city leaders for that. And in the case of Topanga and the unincorporated areas, we at the county will be that lead entity. We've already been talking with our respective departments about how we prepare for when we reach that stage of going through each of these sites, understanding what the terrain is, documenting what we're seeing. So when we welcome people back, we're able to work with them very quickly. We have a lot of lessons learned from Woolsey, and I know that there was a lot of pain and strife in the rebuilding after Woolsey, and so we've taken those lessons to heart, and we are putting them into.
I didn't notice that the cross is upside down. Yeah. So she's openly wearing the upside down. What does that mean? Like demon stuff? Demon worship or whatever? What's up with that? I forgot what her position is. Uh-oh. What's up with that, bro? Upside down cross. Is it symbolic? She trying to tell us something? Did she start the fires? Oh. Cross. I'm trying to save this file. That's interesting. Coincidence? Did it just hang, like did it fall on itself and flip upside down? What's up with that? City Council Supervisor. Exorcist? What's up with that?
Respective city partners and departments throughout the county is all right there. And that was a critical tool. We also work to establish the Genesis system, and there are different precincts now in the county areas where people evacuate by zones, and we are able to alert them through that system. So we have used technology to help keep people informed, but also to help them safely evacuate at a time like this. And so those tools have been incredibly helpful. I know that there's also been a real-time watch center implemented by the Malibu Lost Hills Sheriff Station, which includes drone coverage of these areas, which has allowed our first responders to have a better insight and access and intelligence into what they're in terms of this very complicated terrain. So some of it is technology, some of it is communication, some of it is just living through it and taking those lessons learned and adopting best practices for rebuilding and all of that. So while I wasn't here at that time, I do know that when I came in, I wanted to learn those lessons immediately so we could start educating the community. And we've been doing emergency preparedness trainings to make sure that people were signed up for this various technology and getting these alerts. So at a time of crisis, they were.
Yeah, what's up with the upside down cross? A call of a structure on fire. Coralson Road and Seabreeze Drive in Malibu. Oh, they got video of this guy being arrested now. Holy moly, holy moly. No audio. There he is. Juan Pablo Cesar John Tony Sanchez III. Relax, I'm Spanish. I can say that. Wow, so video comes out now. Okay. Video of the alleged suspect. Amazing, man. No school tomorrow, at least here in South Florida for the kids. Let's see what else.
I mean, you understand how there's already so much misinformation and so much distrust and all the rest of it, how that just makes a lot of people wonder about the competence of the entire operation. And then there's potentially a boy who cried wolf effect, that when you actually do need to use that system, there's people that are going to be wondering, is this one a false flag?
Well, that communication was one communication, but what I have seen consistently since Tuesday morning is unprecedented excellence from those who are on the front lines fighting this fire and working to keep people informed and keep people safe. So errors do happen, and that this was certainly one. But what I can say is I have confidence in the people who are leading this effort. Nothing like this have we ever seen in Los Angeles.
More video. Thank you, Sarah. More video. This video and screenshots of this alleged suspect. Okay. Let's take a look here. Trying to just copy the thing here.
Commander 21, Adams is transferring. Let him go through it.
Okay, let's take a look.
Commander 21, Adams is transferring.
We helped catch a guy trying to start a fire on my block.
Incident command, Commander 21, boy, that may be up to 495 but 11 units at the
in wrestling and jiu-jitsu.
Commander 21.
Okay, let's see what else they got. Pictures. Okay, hold on.
Is transferring.
That's him right there on his hands and knees. Imagine he was illegal or something. Bro, that'd just be like the icing on the cake, right? Okay, so there's more pictures and videos surfacing of the alleged suspect for the Kenneth fires. We'll have to see. Seems like LAPD is not wanting to confirm, really, even though Brian Enton interviewed them. It seems like it's so. So I don't know. I guess we have to see.
If we hadn't, we could be so much worse off. And I know that's hard to believe, seeing what we're facing. But I know that we have the best fighting this alongside us, and so we have to support them. So I would just ask that if people are under evacuation order, that you please follow those orders, and that you do so not only to keep yourself safe and your community members safe, but to keep our first responders safe.
And lastly, something we talked about yesterday after the meeting with President Biden. Water pressure. There's been a lot made of the fact that there wasn't water for some of the firefighters at some point during the fight in Pacific Palisades. What sort of changes do you think need to be done, that are realistic to be done in the months and years ahead, so we don't have a situation like that again?
Well, we've heard from the chief at LADWP what the circumstances were with their infrastructure and why they were so challenged. And a big part of that was not being able to deploy an aerial component. And when we saw, for example, today, when we were able to deploy the aerial in the Topanga area that we hadn't been able to a couple days earlier, we saw what a difference it has made. And I know that the residents of Topanga have been particularly concerned about making sure they saw that aerial approach and making sure that they saw boots on the ground. And I'm glad that LA County Fire has prioritized this area in terms of the Palisades fire today. But I also know that we have in the county infrastructure that we also have to.
T-Bag said, damn, he photoshopping without even knowing. I wasn't even paying attention. I guess I put myself right on this person's all right, amazing. Well, he got a Microsoft Surface. Is that what it is? I'm surprised they're using that at the Microsoft Surface. What the?
And that means making sure we have the infrastructure to deal with 21st century realities. There is no longer a fire season. This time last year, we were talking about the mudslides and landslides in Topanga Canyon. And now we're talking.
Henry Winkler is Fonz. Haven't you seen Happy Days? He's a legend. Oh, is that Monday, Sunday, happy days? Tuesday, Wednesday, happy days. Da-na-na, da-na-na-na. Is that what it is?
Of that to help make our systems even more resilient.
Let me just ask one final question, because I'm hearing from some of your constituents in real time. And as we've talked about here in our coverage, this wasn't a surprise, right? Our meteorologists were forecasting the destructive and life-threatening winds that were coming this week and forecasted for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Here we are. That was last week. Did your office contact the Office of Emergency Management to have a plan in place for these life-threatening winds?
Absolutely. We've been planning for months, meeting with different neighborhoods throughout the district to plan, making sure that people were signed up for alerts and communication.
Yeah, the Microsoft Surface is like, I'm surprised they're using that. Teabag, the legend. Okay, looks like, hold on, what are these people doing? Ontario Airport. Okay, hold on. I didn't realize this was what. Let me see.
See,
National
Mel
Guard?
knows the theme song. Give the man a little credit.
Fires. One can imagine that at least some of them are going to be going to Altadena, because I was in those neighborhoods yesterday covering the fires. I could tell you that a lot of residents were easily getting back into the neighborhoods because there just wasn't enough law enforcement and roadblocks to kind of keep everybody out. There's a lot of windy roads up in those areas and a lot of ways in and out just from the side roads. So the National Guard has been deployed out here before. The last mountain fire that I covered out here at Mount Baldy, they were the first line of defense. They were the ones that set up the roadblock, kept people that didn't belong in those areas out of the areas. Even us as media, they made sure they checked our credentials. They asked where we were going to be at, where we were going. They even took a look inside my news van when I went up to cover that fire. They wanted to check the back of it, see what was with me, who was with me. So this is kind of what one can imagine is going to take place here. The National Guard being deployed here out of Ontario isn't something that we haven't seen before, but it's definitely something that we don't always see when fires occur, especially out here in the Inland Empire or along the foothills. It just seems like something that's definitely necessary in the Altadena area for sure. So that's where it looks like they're getting ready to just take off and head in that direction.
Alex, are these local guys? I mean, you've got a couple of bases they could have been flown into, either March or maybe even Ontario Airport. And are they the Air National Guard or the Army?
It's the Army National Guard from what I've seen so far, and that's an excellent question, Colleen. You know, a lot of these, especially reserves, are out of the area, and a lot of them actually live in Colorado. The last time I was at the fire up in Mount Baldy, which was just a few months ago, some of those were from the Colorado area, Wyoming. So it's not unusual to see that they are flown in to help cover the areas, but I haven't had a chance to talk to them too much. They were in a relatively kind of in a hurry, just getting their equipment together. They did ask me. They said, hey, we haven't been up there. We've seen the images on TV. How bad is it? And I just, the one thing I told them is keep your mask on, because the air quality up there is really bad. But these guys are trained for everything. We've seen them in other natural disasters, floods around, across the country and stuff. And I've done stories here where some of these guys, the local guys, have gone to cover different hurricanes and different disasters, natural disasters around the country. So they're trained, well equipped to get in there and provide security. And as what you're seeing here is just the convoy is still getting ready to deploy. They should be leaving here shortly.
All right. Really quickly before we let you go, Alex, any idea on numbers? What are we talking here? We heard earlier from officials 400 have been requested.
Michael, from what I've seen here, it's at least 150. There was quite a bit. They had a meeting in the back here, and I was able to there's a park that's adjacent to it, so I got a good vantage point of what they were kind of doing. They had a map, and you could tell that they were going over certain precautions. One specific soldier here.
So National Guard about to deploy. All right, amazing. It's about time. I mean, they've been talking about this for days. I thought they were already out there. Just checking for new updates. Here's an update with the arsonist. Okay, we already looked at that. Oh, okay, Tiff. I see you, Tiff. And this one out here with an upside down cross. What does it all mean? What does it all mean? Upside down cross. With the fire burning in the background. What is up with that? What's going on with you? It's trying to tell us something? Bernie Sanders. I have spent a lot of time in Los Angeles. It's an extraordinary, beautiful place. Watching LA burn is extremely painful. The footage is nothing short of apocalyptic. I'm deeply sad for the people of this wonderful city. We need climate action now. Climate change. Okay. Oh, shit. Here's cinema. The last thing the people of California need is a gaslight by idiotic politicians who blame climate change instead of taking accountability for their own failures. Bernie, shut up already. This is not climate change. This government is incompetence. You know what you've been involved in for the last 3 decades.
Calm down, but mostly from the electric utilities, private companies and LADWP bringing in transformers, wiring. They're starting slowly to put that back together, that grid. But boy, what a tough problem that is going to be as they move through here. I was going to try to let you hear something. As Mikey looks all the way to the right in the darkness, that's, if you're familiar with this, a bank building over there. And I'm going to just stay quiet for a second. You might hear the
T-Mobile made a dope. T-Mobile's really come a long way. Texting should now work in LA, even where there's no cellular service if you use T-Mobile. So T-Mobile has really come. I almost think they're better. I have Verizon, and I was always like they're the best. You know, it's a little pricey, so I've had different companies too, but and I used to work at the hospital, so Verizon at the time was the only one that got service in there. But at one point, I had T-Mobile, and I almost think T-Mobile was faster. I mean, the service was really good. Anyway, for those in Los Angeles, the Starlink team and T-Mobile have enabled basic texting through SMS for our direct call through our direct-to-cell satellites. You can now text loved ones, text 911, and receive emergency alerts. Wow! Killing it! Innovation! What's all the other cell phone companies? Wow!
This is what we've been seeing back and forth all night long. Sheriff's Department, that's LAPD coming through. That's what they've been doing with their spotlights. He's checking out the bank building over there. Going down through the area that is the village location. That's the new development that is undamaged, the Caruso development, undamaged by this fire. But law enforcement continues to come through here. In any event, back to that building and the possible collapse, 16,000 block Sunset. The trouble with that is they put the fire out and then it lit back up again earlier today. They've been fighting it all day, but they pulled off recently because the concern is very large chimneys, 4 stories tall, built of brick, and there's nothing holding them now. They're
I used to have AT&T from my particular area. They just kind of sucked. The calls would drop or whatever. But AT&T used to be like one of the best back in the day. I don't feel like that. Maybe it just depends where you live, you know. I don't know. Upside down cross is bad. Serves people who believe in the devil. Hey, what's up with that chick going on national TV with the upside down cross? So you didn't notice that when you were on camera?
What's going to happen there, and that is the only building on that block, 16,000 block of Sunset, that appears to be damaged at all by the fire, burned pretty much to the ground. Every one of the other buildings somehow made it through the firestorm, but now they're maybe damaged by the possibility of that damaged building comes crashing down and there's some type of collapse. Some more fire department officials moving through here, but again, it's just really been lots of security, lots of law enforcement shutting it down. Quiet it has been, wind-wise and movement-wise. It's really eerie here in the Palisades. You think about this is a Thursday night. This time of night, this location where I'm standing right now would be jumping. Lots of activity, people eating at that restaurant outside, the villages, the movie theater over there, and now it looks, well, it's a ghost town, a burnt-out ghost town, sadly. Here comes, if you want to look around, another fire truck coming by. They're also doing, Mikey will give you a look at that. They're doing with their spotlight. They're even coming around. Also, they were telling me they're looking for hot spots in any of the debris, but they're also using their floodlights. They were telling me, one of the engineers, making sure that they don't see any looters coming around too. If they see somebody who looks suspicious, doesn't seem like they belong here, they're calling in their friends from law enforcement. So that seems to be, there it is, engine company, or engine 191, I should say, from LA County. So everybody taking it very seriously, especially since there's been concern of looting, and especially since one of the neighbors from up a few blocks away was saying that they chased about 3 looters away yesterday looking at their building. So in any event, that's the situation here from a very eerie Palisades. Let's go back to the west side.
It really looks so eerie. It looks like there's a filter behind you, almost a black and white minus the red curb. It looks like a movie set. It's unbelievable. All right, Ed, we thank you so much. We want to put this up on the screen because we know that there's so much need right now. LA communities impacted by the wildfires, they need support. So if you'd like to help the American Red Cross provide meals and shelter to these families, you can donate by either just clicking on that QR code to make your donation, or there's a website. It's a little complicated. I'll read it slowly. It's go.NRO's
cutting-edge capability of building and developing.
Not that complicated, but you know what I mean. It's go.fox/Red Cross, or you can just scan the QR code. We know that Fox, our parent company, has donated quite a bit of money to this effort to help the fire victims. So if you have it in you and you are able to, please make a donation.
At this point, everything's complicated. It's complicated to see straight after all the hours that we've all been putting in together. Of course, the real hard work, though, being done on the front line by the firefighters, and we're so grateful for them and so grateful for our field crews who are working so hard as well. One of those field crews features our Susan Hirasuna, who joins us right now. Susan.
Yes, we are in Altadena still and covering the Eaton fire. We're on the grounds of what was the Fair Oaks School and Academy. Now, generations of children have gone to this school, and now it's all rubble. We've got the gas fire going. But I want you to see what it looks like in the daytime. So the school administrator came here and took some video of what was a beautiful school for, as I said, multi-generations of children. In fact, she said, I went there, my children went there, now my grandchildren go there. Meantime, the effort is on full force to find a location. She believes she has located a new location in La Cañada Flint Ridge so that she can fire it up and bring the school back for children, because it's so necessary for them to have some kind of normalcy. Now, not all the kids are fire victims, but they are from the area and they do want their school back. You might be looking at
normalcy for kids didn't seem to matter during COVID. That was devastating.
Thighs upside down and cross. Saint Peter didn't feel he was working to be crucified the same as the Christ. So his seos was upside down.
Have a temporary space. Where can we be? There's no way, and how could this not be disruptive? Of course, this is incredibly disruptive, but how can we keep that to a minimum? How could we next week have a space? How can we have books, pencils? I mean, you're talking about the most basic, when you start going down the rabbit hole of, okay, great, we've got a space, but wait, where are they going to sit? What are they going to do all day? We need books. All of our curriculum's gone.
Thank you so much, Mel, for all your time. You are amazing. Purple
Indeed.
Heart.
So one of the parents of the student from Fair Oaks School and Academy set up a GoFundMe, and that is on our website right now. So the effort, of course, is to find the books, the pencils, the funds in order to have things for the children to do on Monday. And again, it seems like a short turnaround, and it is a borrowed space, but the point is that children, they want their normalcy. They want something normal, and that would be the school, to see their teachers and to have a day with their classmates. Okay, so the school goes from ages 4 to about 12, 13 years old. So, you know, many teachers are ready to go back to work. They're ready to, you know, teach their kids again. They really want to offer the kids some stability, some sense of normalcy. So that is what we've learned about this particular location. I can also point out that Melanie lost a personal property as well. But right now, she really is focused on trying to get Fair Oaks Academy, School and Academy up and running again for the sake of the students. Reporting live in Altadena, I'm Susan Hirosuna. Back to you.
I'm sure the help will pour in. You know, your reporting today has been so personal, and we've heard from so many people, the families who, you know, lost their home, and you heard from the kids earlier, Susan. It's really just heart-wrenching and heartbreaking. So thanks for the good work that you're doing out there. Before we get to Adam and we check on the winds, I want to give an update on the Kenneth fire that started in West Hills and then made its way toward Calabasas. A couple of things from the LAPD, the police department. It says today at 4:32,
Mel, can you help
a radio
with the
call
DV?
was generated
Upside down
on the 21,000.
Can you find an image to zoom in on?
Yeah. It's hard to tell. To me, it looks like the shape of a cross. But could it be an airplane? I don't know. Who wears an airplane like that? Maybe it's an airplane. It's kind of, you know, grainy still a little bit, but I mean, it could be a plane, I guess. Maybe her father was like a pilot or something. I don't know. It's a little weird. Alexa, which like what? Like every time these weird people across from me walk into the camera view. 666. That's weird to wear that like that. I don't know.
And we're starting to see the winds pick up a little bit tonight. Not what we want to hear, of course, but it won't be as extreme as the hurricane force winds we essentially had with some of these fires going on. By the way, you know, as we were watching those water drops right there, and they've stopped forward progress of the Kenneth fire. You could tell that what they're dealing with now is basically like stopping the edge of burning, as opposed to like embers just, you know, zipping across the area. Not the case right now. Winds aren't strong enough for embers to go soaring, you know, a mile or two ahead like we saw with some of the more extreme winds. By the way, wind gusts right now. Actually, I'm going to head over here. Keep this map up. I'm just going to list off a few things I'm seeing off on the side as far as wind gusts right now. I want to let people know what some of the current wind gusts are through some of the mountainous areas where they're strongest. So, for example, in a lot of the San Gabriel Mountains, I'm seeing gusts between 30 and 50 right now. That's up a little bit from a couple of hours ago. Closer to, let's say, Pasadena, Altadena, those winds are more like 10 to 15 mile per hour gusts. Not too bad. Then in the higher elevations near the Palisades, we've got some gusts up near 30 to 35. There's kind of a data gap right now around the Palisades, which is not a surprise with all the just widespread fire there. And then
30 seconds.
Just some other pockets here and there, gusts like 10 to 30 miles per hour. Okay, so
about to launch.
T-minus 15 seconds.
Uh-oh.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9. Go SpaceX, go NROL 153.
Wow.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
At T plus 30 seconds and counting, Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Slick 4E at Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. Now, coming up shortly, the vehicle will be passing through max Q, which is the point in the mission profile where the vehicle experiences the greatest amount of aerodynamic pressure.
Wow.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
Now, it doesn't look like we're going to catch it in the view today, but as many of you know, there are multiple wildfires currently burning around the Southern California area. Our thoughts go out to those affected. Good call out there for Max Q. Our thoughts go out to those affected by the fires, and we here at SpaceX want to give a huge thank you to the firefighters working to put them out, as well as the other emergency crews and
telemetry nominal.
As well as the emergency crews and volunteers working to keep everyone safe.
Okay.
And we heard that good call out there for Max Q, which again is when the vehicle experiences the greatest amount of aerodynamic stress. Now, coming up next, we'll have 3 events happening in quick succession, starting with good call out there. We'll have 3 events happening in quick succession, starting with MECO, followed by Stage SEP and SES-1. Main engine cutoff, or MECO, is where all 9 Merlin 1D engines shut down to slow the vehicle down in preparation for stage separation, which is where the first stage separates from the second stage. Followed by this, the MVAC engine on the second stage will light, which is called out as Second Engine Start 1 or SES-1. Now, this engine burn lasting several minutes will propel the second stage and the payload to orbit.
No true believer in God would wear upside down cross. I said what I said.
And in addition to these 3 major events,
well.
the fairing halves will start about 30 seconds after SES-1, so keep an eye out for all of these events coming up starting in about 10 seconds from now. And as a reminder, we will not have...
Christina said, no true believer in God would wear upside down cross. I said what I said. Love you, man. Love you too. Thank you. 20 months, almost 2 years.
An engine cutoff.
It's weird. It's a weird picture. I don't know. I don't know what to think about it.
Stage separation confirmed.
MVAC ignition.
And good series of back-to-back callouts there, which again were MECO, followed by stage separation, and then SES-1. Now, coming up shortly, we should hear a callout for fairing separation, but as a reminder, we will not be showing it on screen. Both payload fairing halves supporting tonight's mission are flight proven, with one half flying for its 16th time, and the other half flying for its 9th time.
Fairing separation confirmed.
And there was that call out for successful fairing separation. We'll be attempting to retrieve these fairing halves again today once they fall back to Earth with our recovery vessel, Lauren C.
I tagged you in a pic on X very clear. ST
We're currently at the T plus 3.5 minutes mark into today's mission. Now, the next major milestone coming up in just under 3 minutes from now will be the entry burn.
Okay. I see the tag. I looked up Lindsay Horvath. Oh, that's the Horvath lady? It's Horvath. You guys remember the stream earlier today? They were talking about, I kept saying, that's her name. Oh, I kept hearing Horvath. It's Horvath. Okay. That's man, that sucks, but okay, so I looked up Lindsay Horvath. So crazy. She was wearing the cross of St. Bridget. Oh. It's she rolling in the money, huh? 2-tone gold diamond set. St. Bridge cross necklace, $450. It was on sale. That's how you wear it.
Today's chat battle cross or airplane. We have rockets, fire disaster and the Fawns. Going strong, Mel.
So that's how it's supposed to be worn? I swear they were saying Horvath during the press conference. I didn't understand it. No, try again. Still Christian. From this angle, it looks like St. Peter's cross. Sometimes I'm tempted to wear this cross of St. Peter just to see how many Christians are actually educated. So that's how it is. That's how you wear it. I don't know, man. Maybe the name gives a clue. Maybe it's satanic, bro. The name gives a clue. So, upside down cross in Christianity history.
on the desk. Hopefully you have an update for us, Mike.
Yeah, so the chopper is getting into position there. They're still a ways out. They were coming from the Palisades fire, obviously. But LAFD, what we know right now, is calling this a 1-acre fire. They are saying that there are some homes exposed. And what exposed means is that the fire is burning near them. So at this moment, we have not heard of any homes actually being burned, but there are homes in the area. LAFD saying this is happening in the 12,500 block of West Foothill Boulevard. If you know where that is in that area, it is right off of kind of the 210 and the 118 freeways where they meet right there. So it looks like it's a vegetation fire that's right on the side of the road. As you can see, the chopper is still getting in position there. So we don't have their...
They say the upside down cross is a traditional Christian symbol that represents martyrdom of St. Peter. According to the Catholic tradition, Peter requested to be crucified upside down because he felt unworthy to die in the same manner as Jesus Christ. Oh. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I'll post it. Okay.
Are going to get involved in this, and it doesn't look like it because in the grand scheme of things, an acre is not that big, and if it's contained to the side of the freeway, they'll hopefully be able to get it out. And I can look through CHP really quick and see what kind of information they have on it as well, because it's likely something that was reported to them excuse me, as Paxton and Foothills where they originally had it. So they originally had it as trees on fire. So it's unclear what started the fire, obviously, but 7:38 p.m. is what time CHP was first called. They said trees on fire close to the westbound 118 freeway. Fire is about an acre. They said that they're getting some units to shut down the freeway, or a portion, at least the transition road, the westbound and eastbound to the 210, from the 118 to the 210 is what they are closing down. So they do have a break at the 118 from the 5, and Caltrans is being asked to assist with the closure for a little bit. And you'll see, I mean, even as we get kind of closer here, as Pat Harvey joins us now.
All right. Well, I think I'm going to call it a night. 84% say cross. It is a cross, yeah, for sure. I think so, too. I'm going to call it a night and get some rest, I guess, because I've been getting up pretty early. And it's been a long day. I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. Long day, and I just can't even believe what I'm seeing with this fire stuff. You know, it's horrible. These people losing their homes and their memorables and being displaced. All these people, just imagine all the kids too displaced now and being like into these centers now, stuck together with all these people crammed inside probably. Really, really horrible, crazy situation. You know, end of times. We keep end of time. It feels like the end of times to me. We're living in the end of times. So I don't know. I've never seen, just me covering fires. I've never seen it this bad before. You know, it's nice that all those people came out to help. Hopefully they'll hold some, whatever, they fix the system, they hold some people accountable maybe, they improve, you know, because this is a serious problem for California for decades. And hopefully, you know, if people are upset with their leadership, they vote them out. Hopefully they do that, but maybe, I'm not going to go, I could go further, but I'm not. I'll leave it at that. I was going to say more stuff. I'll leave it at that. I'm really glad that I took a power nap today. I'm so glad I did that. I got off this morning. We were on for a few hours, but I'm really glad that I got off and I took a little nap. I'm going to sleep 46 minutes. I took a nap and I got some good rest. And the night before I slept really good too. I'm using the Ring thing, which tracks my sleep and stuff. It could be better, but my sleeping score was 90. Probably the best score I've had last night. So yesterday I got off and I just went straight to sleep. And then today I streamed. I was up early. I was up like at 6 this morning early. And I streamed like at 8 o'clock in the morning for a couple hours. And I got off and I took a little nap. And that, those naps, maybe when you get older, those power naps, oh my God, they carry you through the day. It's like a must. Yeah, long day, right? Chaos. My family just ran out to see it. It's 51 degrees outside right now. I could just crack a window open and this whole place will cool down. I'll probably do that tonight. Open one of the windows, or I don't want to open the balcony door because I'm afraid if an animal comes in here. New brush fire. Oh, new brush fire? Pacomia.
You've got plenty of engines there on scene. They should be able to get this under control pretty quickly.
Who started
at
this
some point,
fire?
Mike, we keep seeing a lot of these little spot fires as well. Yeah. You wonder what started this. This is under, under the freeway there. So you wonder what started this here. So, of course, there'll be an investigation even on that.
Definitely, this might be one of the craziest years. Honestly, it might. Cyber LA said, "What if you miss something?" I think about that sometimes. The FOMO for
using
missing
my
out,
Google Play credit. I took a power nap too.
Melissa, thank you so much for the 50. You've been like a crazy, amazing supporter. Not in a bad way, but crazy, amazing supporter. Using my Google Play credit, I took a power nap too. You did? Those power naps are amazing. I'm telling you. But honestly, we covered. As I said, take off your cross, Horbath. Oh my God. Yo, you guys are, the chat's crazy, dude. Holy shit. But yeah, no, I honestly, we cover so much when I'm streaming, but like all the breaking stuff that like. I don't worry about it too much. I'll be up early tomorrow. We'll see what happens. No school for the baby, though. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if there's more arsonists involved. Damn, this Mila Joy said, no, this isn't Gaza. This is Los Angeles. Shit almost does look like Gaza. What the heck?
Nothing in there. Totally burned.
Thank you, Melissa.
Steering wheel gone. Nothing. Motor, I'm assuming, doesn't work anymore, of course. But it's pretty bad.
2 p.m. naps.
I don't even have a mask, but shit.
I haven't heard of any official way to donate either. I don't know.
I think I'm just gonna...
An official place.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. This building, I mean, it just completely went down. Completely went down. It's really bad.
I had another little small fire. People on paragliders don't have the capability to carry out missile launching weapons or missiles. So how did 50 vehicles get attacked leaving the dance festival in Israel? Oh, you are Chaos? Yeah, this is crazy. Yo, you guys have a good night, man. Get some rest. I'm gonna chill and relax. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night. Thank you so much for today, man. Holy crap, what a day. Thank you so much. Wow. How can you help with the yeah, I did that already. Good. Jess, I tagged you in the X pic. Okay. Did that. Thank you. Chef Lady. 34 months. Holy crap. Today's chat, battle, cross, or airplane. We have rockets, fire disasters, and the Fonz. Going strong, Mel. Yeah, it was kind of crazy. Oh, nevermore. I didn't see your super chat. It said the upside down cross, St. Peter didn't feel he... Oh, you answered the question. Okay. St. Peter didn't feel he was working to be crucified at the same as Christ, so his CEOs was upside down. Okay. Looks like a Call of Duty map. I want to, whenever the Grand Theft Auto comes out, I want to play new Grand Theft Auto. I heard the new Call of Duty was good too. I haven't played that. But yeah, Crystal, thank you for the 20 months. 2025 started with what the F? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. The last time a year started with the WTF is 2020. Oh yeah, I did hear that earlier. What a day. What a day. I guess we'll see, man. Look up Vegas going into panic. Why? Vegas going into panic? Junior, have a good night, man. Thank you, dude. Appreciate you, man. Vegas going into panic. Oh. Vegas going into panic. Ooh. LA fires threaten gas supply. Las Vegas citizens are in full buy mode right now. So they're freaking out? Oh. What? Look at the gas station. Oh my gosh. Don't head east into Las Vegas. Gas shortages and massive lines everywhere. Oh my god. Look at this. That's from January 1st. That's something else. Okay, that's unrelated. Wow. Crazy. All right, guys. Good night, man. Take care. Bye. Adios. Bloop, 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 bloop.